1. Before Mo Ran became the emperor, there were always people who called him a dog. The shopkeeper called him a dog son, the customers called him a dog cub, his cousin called him a dog thing, and his mother was the most powerful, calling him a son of a bitch. Of course, there were always some descriptions related to dogs, so it wasn't too bad. For example, his brief love affairs were always accompanied by a bit of fake anger. They were angry that his waist was as strong as a male dog's, that his sweet words seduced people's souls, and that the weapon under his body took Ching Ching's life, but in the blink of an eye, they would show off to others, causing everyone in the courtyard to know that he, Mo Weiyu, was a handsome man with a powerful weapon. Those who had tried were full of greed, but those who had not tried were relaxed and shaken. It had to be said that these people were right. Mo Ran was indeed like a silly dog wagging its head and tail. It wasn't until he became the emperor of the cultivation world that these kinds of names suddenly disappeared. One day, a small immortal sect from a faraway place gifted him a puppy. The dog was grey and white, with 3 clusters of fire on its forehead, a bit like a wolf. But it was only the size of a melon. It also had a melon head and a melon brain. It was fat and round, but it still thought it was very impressive. It ran madly all over the main hall. Several times it wanted to climb the high steps to see the person sitting calmly on the emperor's throne. But because its legs were too short, it failed every time. Mo Ran stared at the puppy that had strength but no brain, and suddenly laughed. As he laughed, he scolded in a low voice, "Dog thing." The little puppy quickly grew into a big dog, the big dog became an old dog, and the old dog became a dead dog. Mo Ran closed his eyes, then opened them again. His life had been full of ups and downs, and 32 years had passed. He was tired of playing with everything, and felt bored and lonely. In these years, the people he was familiar with were getting fewer and fewer, and even the 3 fires had died. He felt that it was about time to end it. From the fruit platter, he picked a sparkling and plump grape, and slowly peeled off the purple skin. His movements were calm and skillful, like the Cheong King in the tent stripping off Hu Ji's clothes, with a bit of laziness. The green and lustrous flesh trembled slightly on his fingertips, and the juice seeped out. The purple color was faint, like the rosy clouds of a goose, like a begonia sleeping in spring. It also looked like dirty blood. He swallowed the sweetness in his mouth and looked at his fingers. Then, he lazily opened his eyes. He thought that it was about time. It was time for him to go to hell. Mo Ran, also known as Weiyu, the first monarch of the cultivation world. Being able to sit in this position was not easy. Not only did it require outstanding spells, but it also required a thick skin that was as solid as a rock. Before him, the 10 great sects of the cultivation world were on par with each other. The sects kept each other in check, and no one could change the world on their own. What's more, the sect leaders were all outstanding talents who had read a lot of classics. Even if they wanted to confer a title to themselves for fun, they would also have misgivings about the historian's pen, afraid that they would be cursed for 1,000 years. But Mo Ran was different. He was a hooligan. In the end, he did what others didn't dare to do. He drank the best wine in the world, married the most beautiful woman in the world, and became the leader of the immortal cultivation world, the Emperor, and then proclaimed himself an emperor. Tens of thousands of people knelt down. All those who were not willing to kneel were killed by him. During the years when he ruled the world, the cultivation world could be said to be filled with blood and grief. Countless righteous people met their deaths. One of the 10 great sects, the Confucian Wind sect, was completely annihilated. Later on, even Mo Ran's teacher couldn't escape the clutches of the devil. He was defeated in a duel with Mo Ran and was taken back to the palace by his beloved disciple. No one knew where he went. What was originally a peaceful country suddenly turned into a foul atmosphere. Dog Emperor Mo Ran didn't read many books, and he was a person who didn't care about taboos. Therefore, during his reign, absurd things happened one after another. Let's talk about the era name. During the first 3 years of his reign, the era name was Bastard. He thought of it while sitting by the pond and feeding the fish. During the second 3 years, the era name was Gua. It was because he heard the croaking of frogs in the courtyard in the summer. He believed that this was a heaven-sent inspiration that he couldn't waste. The knowledgeable people thought that there wouldn't be an era name more terrible than Bastard and Gua. However, they still didn't know anything about Mo Weiyu. During the third 3 years, the local areas began to stir. Whether it was Buddhist cultivators, Dao cultivators, or spirit cultivators, those Jianghu righteous people who couldn't stand Mo Ran's tyranny began to revolt one after another. Therefore, this time, Mo Ran seriously thought for a long time. After countless drafts, an earth-shattering era name was born, Halberd End. The meaning was good. Shi Huang racked his brains to come up with these 2 words. They took the good intention of ceasing hostilities. However, when people talked about it, it was awkward. Especially for those who couldn't read, it was even more awkward. The first year was called Halberd End First Year. No matter how you listened to it, it sounded like Chicken BA Round Year. The second year was called Chicken BA 2 Years. Chicken BA 3 Years. There were people who cursed behind closed doors, "This is ridiculous. Why don't they call it Halberd End Year?" In the future, when you see a man, you don't have to ask him how old he is. Just ask him how old he is. A 100-year-old man is called a 100-year-old chicken. After enduring for 3 years with great difficulty, the era name, Halberd End, was finally coming to an end. Everyone in the world was waiting for His Majesty the Emperor's 4th era name in fear. However, this time, Mo Ran wasn't in the mood to take it. This was because in this year, the world of cultivation finally broke out in all directions. The Jianghu righteous people and Xianxia heroes who had endured humiliation for nearly 10 years finally joined forces and formed a vast and mighty army of 1 million to force Emperor Mo Weiyu out of the palace. The world of cultivation didn't need an emperor. Especially not such a tyrant. After several months of bloody expeditions, the rebel army finally arrived at the foot of the peak of life and death. This steep mountain in the middle of Shu was surrounded by clouds and fog all year round. Mo Ran's palace stood majestically at the peak. The arrow was knocked on the string. There was only one last strike left to overthrow the tyranny. However, this strike was also the most dangerous. Seeing the dawn of victory, the Allied army, which was originally a common enemy, began to have different thoughts within themselves. The old emperor had fallen, and a new order had to be established. No one wanted to waste their strength at this time, so no one was willing to be the vanguard and take the lead to attack the mountain. They were all afraid that this cunning and ruthless tyrant would suddenly descend from the sky and reveal his beast-like shining white teeth. He would rip open the stomachs of those who dared to besiege his palace and tear them into pieces. Someone's expression was solemn. He said, "Mo Weiyu's manner is profound and his character is sinister. We should be cautious and not fall into his trap." All the generals agreed. However, at this time, an extremely handsome young man with an arrogant and extravagant face walked out. He wore a silver blue light armor, a lion's head belt, a high ponytail, and an exquisite silver hairpin at the bottom. The young man's expression was very ugly. He said, "We're already at the foot of the mountain, and you're still dawdling here and not willing to go up. Don't tell me you want to wait for Mo Weiyu to climb down himself. What a bunch of cowardly trash." As soon as he said that, the people around him exploded. "Young Master Shui, what are you saying? What do you mean by cowardly? Every military strategist should be cautious. If we're all like you, who will take responsibility if something happens?" Immediately, someone mocked, "Haha, young Master Shui is the god's favored one, and we're just ordinary people. Since the god's favored one can't wait and wants to fight with the emperor of the human realm, then you might as well go up the mountain first. We'll set up a banquet at the foot of the mountain and wait for you to take Mo Weiyu's head. Wouldn't that be better? These words were said more and more vehemently. An old monk in the allied army hurriedly stopped the young man who was about to explode. He changed into a gentleman's face and advised in a gentle voice. Young Master Shui, please listen to this old monk. This old monk knows that you and Mo Weiyu have a deep personal grudge. However, the matter of forcing him to abdicate is very important. You must think for everyone and not let your emotions affect your decisions. The young Master Shui, who was the target of public criticism, was called Shui Meng. More than 10 years ago, he was a young talent who was flattered by everyone, a god's favored one. However, as time passed and circumstances changed, he had to endure these people's ridicule and mockery just to go up the mountain and see Mo Ran one last time. Shui Meng was so angry that his face twisted and his lips trembled. However, he still tried to restrain himself and asked, "Then, how long are you going to wait? At least wait and see what happens." "That's right. What if Mo Weiyu has an ambush?" The old monk who tried to smooth things over also advised, "Young Master Shui, don't be anxious. We're already at the foot of the mountain, so it's better to be careful. In any case, Mo Weiyu is already trapped in the palace and can't go down the mountain. He's now an arrow at the end of its flight and can't do anything. Why should we act rashly just because of a moment of urgency? There are so many people at the foot of the mountain, and so many nobles. If they lose their lives, who will take responsibility?" Shui Meng was suddenly furious. "Responsibility? Then let me ask you, who can take responsibility for my master's life? Mo Ran has imprisoned my master for 10 years. A whole 10 years. My master is on the mountain right now, how can I wait?" Hearing Shui Meng mention his master, everyone's expressions became somewhat unsightly. Some revealed ashamed expressions, while others glanced left and right in silence. 10 years ago, Mo Ran proclaimed himself Emperor Ta. Not only did he slaughter the 72 cities of the Confucian Wind sect, he also wanted to destroy the remaining 9 sects. Later on, Mo Ran declared himself emperor and wanted to exterminate all of you. Who stopped him in the end during these 2 calamities? If not for my master risking his life to protect you, would you still be alive? Would you still be standing here and talking to me? In the end, someone coughed dryly and said gently, "Young Master Shui, please don't be angry. We all feel guilty about Grandmaster Chu's matter, but we also feel grateful. But just as you said, he's been imprisoned for 10 years. If anything had happened to him, he would have long since, that's why you've waited for 10 years. Why are you in such a hurry? Don't you think so? Right? Go **CK yourself." That person's eyes went wide. "How can you curse us? Why shouldn't I curse you? My master didn't die because he wanted to save people like you. He couldn't go on." His throat was choked with emotion. "I feel bad for him." At this point, Shui Meng suddenly turned his head away. His shoulders were trembling as he held back his tears. "We never said we wouldn't save Grandmaster Chu. That's right. Everyone remembers Grandmaster Chu's kindness in their hearts. Young Master Shui, your words are really giving everyone an ungrateful label. We can't bear it. But then again, isn't Mo Ran also Grandmaster Chu's disciple?" Someone said softly, "If you ask me, as the master, he should take responsibility for his disciples' wrongdoings. As the saying goes, it's the father's fault if the son doesn't teach properly. This is something to be blamed for, so what's there to complain about?" This was a bit harsh. Someone immediately stopped him. "What nonsense are you spouting? Watch your mouth. Then he turned his head and tried to persuade Shui Meng with a pleasant expression. "Young Master Shui, don't be anxious," Shui Meng abruptly interrupted him. His eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. "How can I not be anxious? It's easy for you to say that, but that's my master. Mine. I haven't seen him for so many years. I don't know if he's dead or alive. I don't know how he's doing. Why do you think I'm standing here?" He panted, his eyes red. "Do you think that if you wait like this, Mo Weiyu will come down the mountain and kneel in front of you and beg for mercy? Young Master Shui, other than my master, I don't have anyone close to me in this world." Shui Meng broke free from the old monk's hold and said hoarsely, "If you don't go, I'll go by myself." After saying this, he went up the mountain alone with his sword. The cold and damp wind was mixed with thousands of leaves and thousands of voices. In the thick fog, it was like countless ghosts whispering in the forest. Shui Meng walked to the top of the mountain alone. Mo Ran's majestic palace was lit with peaceful candlelight in the night. He suddenly saw 3 tombs erected in front of the Tower of Babel. When he walked closer, he saw that the first tomb was covered with grass. On the tombstone, the words, "Tomb of Empress Qingjin Chuji," were crookedly carved. Opposite this, "Steamed Empress," was the second tomb. It was a new tomb that had just been covered. On the tombstone, the words, "Tomb of Empress Song," were carved. If it was more than 10 years ago, Shui Meng would have laughed out loud when he saw this absurd scene. At that time, he and Mo Ran were under the same master. Mo Ran was the disciple who was the best at joking. Even though Shui Meng had long disliked him, he would still be amused by him from time to time. He didn't know what the hell this "Steamed Empress" and "Empress Roasted Empress" meant. It was probably the tombstones that great scholar Mo set up for his 2 wives. The style was so similar to the words, tortoise, quack, and halberd. But why did he give his empresses these 2 posthumous names? He didn't know. Shui Meng looked at the 3rd tomb. Under the night sky, the tomb was open. There was a coffin lying inside, but there was no one in the coffin. The tombstone was also dark. In front of the tomb, there was a pot of pear blossom white, a bowl of cold wontons in chili oil, and a few spicy side dishes. These were all Mo Ran's favorite dishes. Shui Meng stared blankly for a while. Suddenly, he was shocked. Could it be that Mo Weiyu didn't want to resist and had already dug his own grave and decided to die? Cold sweat dripped down. He didn't believe it. Mo Ran was a person who always fought to the end. He never knew what exhaustion was, what giving up was. With his way of doing things, he would definitely fight to the death with the rebel army. How could he, in these 10 years, Mo Ran stood at the peak of power. What did he see and what happened? No one knew. Shui Meng turned around and disappeared into the night sky. He strode towards the brightly lit Wu Mountain Palace. In the Wu Mountain Palace, Missouri Ran's eyes were closed. His face was pale. Shui Meng guessed correctly. He was determined to die. The tomb outside was dug for himself. 2 hours ago, he used the teleportation technique to send away his servants. He took the poison himself. His cultivation was very high. The effect of the poison was very slow in his body. Because of this, the pain of his internal organs being eaten away was very clear. With a creak, the door opened. Mo Ran didn't raise his head. He only said hoarsely, "Shui Meng. It's you, right? You came." On the golden bricks in the palace, Shui Meng stood alone. His ponytail was scattered. His light armor flashed. His former sect mates were reunited. Mo Ran didn't have any expression. He sat on the side with his chin propped up. His thin and thick eyelashes drooped down in front of his eyes. Everyone said that he was a ferocious demon with 3 heads and 6 arms. But he was actually very good looking. The curve of his nose was gentle. His lips were thin and moist. He was born with a gentle and sweet appearance. Just by looking at his appearance, anyone would think that he was a good person. Shui Meng saw his expression and knew that he had taken the poison. He didn't know what to feel. He wanted to say something but stopped. In the end, he clenched his fists and only asked, "Where's Shizun?" "What?" Shui Meng said sternly, "I'm asking you, where's Shizun?" "Yours, mine, where's our Shizun?" "Oh." Mo Ran snorted softly. Finally, he slowly opened his black eyes that were tinged with purple. Through the years, he looked at Shui Meng. "Thinking about it, you and Shizun haven't seen each other in 5 years since we parted at Kunlun's Treading Snow Palace." As Mo Ran said this, he smiled slightly. "Shui Meng, do you miss him?" "Don't talk nonsense. Give him back to me." Mo Ran looked at him calmly. He endured the throbbing pain in his stomach and leaned against the back of the emperor's throne with a mocking smile on his face. His vision turned black, and he could almost clearly feel that his internal organs were twisting, dissolving, and turning into a foul bloody water. Mo Ran said lazily, "Give him back to you." "Stupid words. Why don't you use your brain? I have such a deep hatred for Shizun. How can I allow him to live in this world?" "You?" Shui Meng suddenly lost all color in his face. His eyes widened as he stepped back. You can't, I can't what?" Mo Ran chuckled. "Why don't you tell me?" "Why can't I?" Shui Meng said with a trembling voice, "But he's yours. He's your Shizun after all. How can you do this?" He looked up at Mo Ran, who was sitting high on the emperor's throne. There was Fuxi in the heavenly realm, Yama in the underworld, and Mo Weiyu in the human realm. But to Shui Meng, even if Mo Ran became the emperor of the human realm, he shouldn't have become like this. Shui Meng was trembling all over. He was so angry that tears rolled down his face. "Mo Weiyu, are you still human?" "He used to." Mo Ran looked up indifferently. "What did he do?" Shui Meng said with a trembling voice, "You should know how he used to treat you." Mo Ran suddenly smiled. "Are you reminding me that he used to beat me black and blue and made me kneel in front of everyone to admit my guilt? Or are you reminding me that he used to stand in front of me for you, for someone unrelated to him, stopping my good deeds time and time again, ruining my great cause?" Shui Meng shook his head in pain. "No, Mo Ran. Think about it carefully. Let go of your ferocious hatred. Turn back and look. He used to train you in martial arts and protect you. He used to teach you how to read and write. He used to teach you how to paint. He used to learn how to cook for you. He was so clumsy that his hands were full of injuries. He used to wait for you day and night. He waited alone from night to day, so many words were stuck in his throat. In the end, Shui Meng could only choke. He has a bad temper and his words are unpleasant, but even I know that he treated you so well. How could you bear to?" Shui Meng raised his head. He held back too many tears, but his throat was blocked. He couldn't continue. After a long pause, Mo Ran sighed softly. He said, "Yes. But Shui Meng. Do you know?" Mo Ran's voice sounded very tired. "He used to kill the only person I loved. The only one." There was a long silence. His stomach hurt like it was on fire. His flesh was torn into thousands of pieces. But, at least we were master and disciple. His corpse is in the Red Lotus Pavilion on the South Peak. It's very well preserved inside the lotus. It's like he's asleep. Mo Ran took a deep breath and forced himself to be calm. When he said this, his face was expressionless. His fingers rested on the long red sandalwood table. His knuckles were pale and blue. His corpse is maintained by my spiritual energy. That's why it hasn't decomposed. If you miss him, don't waste your breath here. Go quickly while I'm still alive. There was a sweet taste in his throat. Mo Ran coughed a few times. When he opened his mouth again, his mouth was full of blood, but his gaze was relaxed. He said hoarsely, "Go. Go see him. If you're too late, I'll die. Once my spiritual energy is cut off, he'll turn to ash." After saying this, he closed his eyes dejectedly. The poison attacked his heart, and he was tormented by the raging fire. The pain was so heart-wrenching that even Shui Meng's sorrowful and twisted wails seemed so distant. It was as if they were separated by a vast ocean and came from the water. Blood kept flowing from the corner of his mouth. Mo Ran clenched his sleeves, his muscles spasming. He opened his eyes vaguely. Shui Meng had already run far away. That kid's qigong wasn't bad. From here to the South Peak, it wouldn't take him too much time. He should be able to see Shizun's last face. Mo Ran propped himself up and stood up shakily. His blood-stained fingers formed a seal and transported himself to the Tongqian Tower at the peak of life and death. It was late autumn. The begonia flowers were blooming beautifully. He didn't know why he chose to end his evil life here. But he felt that the flowers were blooming so brilliantly. It was a beautiful grave. He laid in the open coffin and looked up at the night flowers. He silently drifted. Drifting into the coffin, drifting to his cheeks. Fluttering and drifting away like the past. In this life, he went from being an illegitimate child who had nothing. After countless experiences, he became the only emperor in the human world. He was extremely evil. His hands were stained with blood. He loved and hated, wanted and hated. In the end, there was nothing left. In the end, he didn't write a single sentence on his tombstone with his words of "trust the horses and reins." Whether it was the shameless emperor of the ages or the ridiculous steam, he didn't write anything. In the end, he didn't leave a word on the tombstone of the first emperor of the cultivation world. The fast that had lasted for 10 years finally came to an end. After a few more hours, when the group of people held up their torches and entered the emperor's palace like a fire snake, what awaited them was the empty Megai Mountain Palace, the empty peak of life and death, and Shui Meng, who was crying numbly beside the Red Lotus Pavilion, lying on the ground beside the Red Lotus Pavilion. There was also Mo Weiyu, whose body was already cold in front of the Tongqian Tower. When he said this, his face was expressionless. His fingers rested on the long red sandalwood table. His knuckles were pale and blue. His corpse is maintained by my spiritual energy. That's why it hasn't decomposed. If you miss him, don't waste your breath here. Go quickly while I'm still alive. There was a sweet taste in his throat. Mo Ran coughed a few times. When he opened his mouth again, his mouth was full of blood, but his gaze was relaxed. He said hoarsely, "Go. Go see him. If you're too late, I'll die. Once my spiritual energy is cut off, he'll turn to ash." After saying this, he closed his eyes dejectedly. The poison attacked his heart, and he was tormented by the raging fire. The pain was so heart-wrenching that even Shui Meng's sorrowful and twisted wails seemed so distant. It was as if they were separated by a vast ocean and came from the water. Blood kept flowing from the corner of his mouth. Mo Ran clenched his sleeves, his muscles spasming. He opened his eyes vaguely. Shui Meng had already run far away. That kid's qigong wasn't bad. From here to the South Peak, it wouldn't take him too much time. He should be able to see Shizun's last face. Mo Ran propped himself up and stood up shakily. His blood-stained fingers formed a seal and transported himself to the Tongqian Tower at the peak of life and death. It was late autumn. The begonia flowers were blooming beautifully. He didn't know why he chose to end his evil life here. But he felt that the flowers were blooming so brilliantly. It was a beautiful grave. He laid in the open coffin and looked up at the night flowers. He silently drifted. Drifting into the coffin, drifting to his cheeks. Fluttering and drifting away like the past. In this life, he went from being an illegitimate child who had nothing. After countless experiences, he became the only emperor in the human world. He was extremely evil. His hands were stained with blood. He loved and hated, wanted and hated. In the end, there was nothing left. In the end, he didn't write a single sentence on his tombstone with his words of "trust the horses and reins." Whether it was the shameless emperor of the ages or the ridiculous steam, he didn't write anything. In the end, he didn't leave a word on the tombstone of the first emperor of the cultivation world. The fast that had lasted for 10 years finally came to an end. After a few more hours, when the group of people held up their torches and entered the emperor's palace like a fire snake, what awaited them was the empty Magi Mountain Palace, the empty peak of life and death, and Shui Meng, who was crying numbly beside the Red Lotus Pavilion, lying on the ground beside the Red Lotus Pavilion. There was also Mo Weiyu, whose body was already cold in front of the Tongqian Tower. "Very good, give me a bowl of porridge, come back and feed me." Rongju put on his clothes and left. After a while, he came back with a wooden tray, with a bowl of pumpkin porridge, 2 oil cake, and a plate of side dishes. Mo Ran was a little hungry, and was about to eat the pancakes, but Rongju suddenly pushed his hand away, and said charmingly, "Let me feed you." Rongju picked up a piece of pancake and sat on Mo Ran's leg. He was wearing a thin outer robe and was completely naked underneath. His soft and tender thighs were spread apart and pressed against Mo Ran's skin. He even rubbed against Mo Ran's skin ambiguously. His seductive intentions were self-evident. Mo Ran stared at Rongju's face for a while. Rongju thought he was lustful again, and said, "Why do you keep looking at me like that? The food is cold." Mo Ran was silent for a moment, thinking of the good things Rongju did behind his back in his previous life, and slowly rubbed the corner of his mouth into a sweet and intimate smile. The Emperor Ta had done many disgusting things. As long as he wanted to, he could do even more disgusting things. This was just a play, a child's trick. It was not difficult for him. Mo Ran leaned comfortably on the chair, and said with a smile, "Sit up." I'm sitting. You know where I'm talking about sitting." Rongju's face turned red, and he spat, "Why are you in such a hurry? Wait until you finish eating." Before he finished, he was forcibly pulled up by Mo Ran, moved forward, and pressed down again. Rongju's hand shook, and the bowl of porridge fell to the ground. He gasped in shock, and did not forget to whisper, "Master Mo, this bowl, don't worry. Then you eat something first." Am I not eating now?" Mo Ran held Rongju's waist, his dark eyes shining brightly. His pupils reflected Rongju's beautiful face as he raised his head. In his previous life, he was especially willing to kiss those bright red lips when they were in love. After all, this young man was beautiful, easy to please, and especially good at saying things that moved him. It would be a lie to say that he was not moved at all. However, after knowing what Rongju's mouth did behind his back, Mo Ran felt that this mouth was stinky, and no longer had the interest to kiss it. The 32-year-old Mo Ran and the 15-year-old Mo Ran were different in many ways. For example, the 15-year-old Rongju knew gentleness when he was in love, the 32-year-old Rongju only knew violence. After that, he looked at Rongju who was on the verge of death, and had fainted, a pair of rippling eyes slightly narrowed, and there was a sweet smile on his face. He looked very good when he smiled, his eyes were extremely dark, and from certain angles, there was a layer of luxurious dark purple. At this moment, he was smiling as he grabbed Rongju's hair, and lifted the unconscious person onto the bed, and picked up a piece of broken porcelain from the ground, and hung it on Rongju's face. He had always been vengeful, and it was the same now. Thinking of how he took care of Rongju's business in his previous life, and even wanted to redeem his freedom, and how Rongju worked with others to set him up, he could not help but smile, and stuck the sharp piece of porcelain to Rongju's cheek. This person was in the flesh business. Without this face, he would have nothing. This vulgar man would be like a dog on the streets, crawling on the ground, being kicked by boots, crushed, scolded, and spat on. Ayo. Just thinking about it made him happy. Even the disgusting feeling of king this person just now disappeared. Mo Ran's smile became more and more adorable. His hand tightened, and a trace of blood seeped out. The unconscious person seemed to have felt the pain. Her hoarse voice softly moaned. Tears still hung on her eyelashes, making her look very pitiful. Mo Ran's hands suddenly froze. He thought of an old friend. Then, he suddenly realized what he was doing. After being stunned for a few seconds, he slowly lowered his hand. He was really used to doing evil. He had forgotten that he had been reborn. Right now, nothing had happened. The mistake had not been made. That person was not dead yet. Why did he have to cruelly walk down the same old path when he could clearly start all over again? He sat down and propped one foot on the edge of the bed, idly playing with the broken porcelain in his hand. Suddenly, he saw that there was still a greasy pancake on the table, so he picked it up, peeled off the oil paper, and took big bites. His mouth was full of crumbs, and his lips were oily. This pancake was the specialty of this tile. In fact, it was not very delicious. Compared to the delicacies he had tasted later, it was like chewing wax. But after this tile fell, Mo Ran never ate this oil rotary pancake again. At this moment, the familiar taste of the pancake returned to the tip of his tongue through the rolling past. Every time Mo Ran swallowed a bite, he felt that the unreality of his rebirth was reduced by a little. When the whole pancake was finished, he finally slowly recovered from the initial confusion. He was really reborn. All the evil in his life, all the things that he could not turn back from, had not started yet. He did not kill his uncle and aunt, did not slaughter the 72 cities, did not deceive his teacher and ancestors, did not get married, no one was dead yet. He smacked his lips and licked his white teeth. He could feel that the slight joy in his chest was rapidly expanding, becoming a kind of fanaticism and excitement like a stormy sea. In his life, he was all-powerful and had dabbled in the 3 great forbidden arts of the human world. He was proficient in the other 2 forbidden arts, but the last one, rebirth, even if he was very talented and intelligent, he could not do it. But he did not expect that what he wanted in his life would come true after he died. All kinds of unwillingness, depression, loneliness, and all these 5 feelings were still in his chest. The scene of the peak of life and death was still in front of him. At that time, he really did not want to live anymore. Everyone said that he was a lonely ghost, deserted by everyone. In the end, he felt that he was a walking corpse, bored and lonely. But he didn't know what went wrong, but a heinous person like him was given a chance to start all over again after his death. Why did he have to destroy Rongju's face to avenge some old personal grudges? Rongju was the most greedy and loved money. He would just give this prostitute a small punishment and take some money from her for free. That would be enough. He did not want to take human lives for the time being. You are lucky, Rongju, Mo Ran said with a smile. Then, he threw the piece of porcelain out of the window. Then, he took all of Rongju's jewelry and put them all in his pocket. Then, he slowly tidied himself up and left the tile. Uncle and aunt, cousin Shuemeng, master, and, thinking of that person, Mo Ran's eyes suddenly became gentle. Senior brother, I am here to find you. 3. Since my soul has returned, does that mean that my previous life's strong cultivation base has also returned? Mo Ran activated the incantation and felt the surge of spiritual power in his body. Although it was abundant, it was not strong. In other words, he did not inherit his cultivation base. However, this was not a big deal. He was talented and intelligent, and his perception was high. At worst, he could just cultivate from the beginning again. It was not a big deal. Moreover, rebirth was a joyous occasion. Even if there were some imperfections, it was still very normal. As Mo Ran thought this, he quickly retracted his darkness and fangs. He looked like a 15-year-old youth and happily prepared to return to the sect. The summer was strong in the suburbs. Occasionally, a carriage would pass by, the wheels rolling. No one would pay attention to the 15-year-old Mo Ran. Occasionally, there would be village women who were busy in the fields. When they had time, they would look up and wipe their sweat. When they saw an exceptionally beautiful youth, their eyes would brighten and they would stare at him. Mo Ran also smiled and looked back at them without any trace of politeness. Those married women blushed and lowered their heads. In the evening, Mo Ran arrived at Wuxia town. This place was very close to the peak of life and death. In the twilight, the red sun was like blood. The burning red clouds set off the towering mountain range. Touching his stomach, he felt a little hungry. Thus, he familiarly entered a restaurant. Looking at the red and black signboard in front of the counter, he knocked on the counter and quickly ordered, "Shopkeeper, give me a stick chicken, a plate of husband and wife lung slice, 2 pounds of soju wine, and a plate of beef." At this time, there were many people eating and it was very lively. The storyteller on the counter was waving a fan and telling the story of the peak of life and death. He was very excited and his saliva flew everywhere. Mo Ran asked for a private room by the window. He ate while listening to the storyteller. As everyone knows, our cultivation world is divided into 2 regions, the upper cultivation world and the lower cultivation world. Today, we will talk about the most amazing sect in the lower cultivation world, the peak of life and death. You should know that our Wuxia town used to be a desolate, turbulent, and poor town 100 years ago. Because it was close to the entrance of the ghost world, once the sky turned dark, the villagers didn't dare to go out. If they had to walk at night, they had to ring the exorcism bell, sprinkle incense ashes and paper money, and quickly pass through while shouting, "When people come, they are separated by mountains, when ghosts come, they are separated by papers." But today, it seems that our town is bustling with life and prosperity, no different from other places. This is all because of the care of the peak of life and death. This immortal residence, it was located precisely at the entrance of the gates of hell, between the 2 realms of yin and yang. Although it hasn't been established for long, but Mo Ran's ears were about to grow calluses from listening to this part of history. Thus, he began to lose interest and started to look out of the window in a daze. Coincidentally, there was a stall downstairs. A few outlanders dressed as Taoists were carrying a cage covered with a black cloth and performing tricks on the street. This was much more interesting than the old man's storytelling. Mo Ran's attention was attracted. Look, this is the ancient fierce beast Pisho cub, subdued by us. Now, it is as obedient as a child, and can juggle and do arithmetic. It is not easy to be a chivalrous person. Everyone, if you have money, please come and support us, if you don't, please come and watch the first good show, Pisho's Abacus. The Taoist priests lifted the black cloth with a whoosh, and inside the cage were several demon beasts with human faces and bare bodies. Mo Ran, these obedient and furry bear cubs. They dared to call themselves Pisho. This boast was really going to break the sky, whoever believed it was a donkey's brain. But Mo Ran soon opened his eyes. 20 to 30 donkeys gathered around them to watch the show, cheering and clapping from time to time. It was so lively that even the people in the restaurant couldn't help but stick their heads out to look, making the storyteller very embarrassed. Now, the Lord at the peak of life and death, his name is illustrious, his reputation spread far and wide. Good. Another one. The storyteller was greatly encouraged, and looked towards the direction of the voice, only to see that the customer's face was flushed with excitement, but his eyes were obviously not looking at him, but at the juggling stall downstairs. Yo, Picio's abacus. Ayaya, so awesome. Good. Wonderful. Show a Picio throwing an apple again. The people in the restaurant laughed, and all gathered by the window to watch the show below. The storyteller continued to speak pitifully. The Lord is most famous for his fan. He, ah ha ha ha, that Picio with the lightest fur wants to snatch the apple to eat. Look at it rolling on the ground. The storyteller wiped his face with a sweat towel, so angry that his lips were trembling. Mo Ran pursed his lips, then smiled, and leisurely shouted from behind the beaded curtain, "Don't talk about the peak of life and death, show the 18 touches, I'm sure you'll pull everyone back." The storyteller didn't know that the person behind the curtain was the Lord Mo Ran at the peak of life and death, so he stammered with integrity, vulgar words, don't enter the Hall of Elegance." Mo Ran laughed, "This is the Hall of Elegance. Don't you feel ashamed?" After saying that, there was a sudden noise downstairs. Aya! What a fast horse! It's the immortal at the peak of life and death. In the midst of the discussion, a black horse galloped from the direction of the peak of life and death, and charged into the juggling circle like lightning. There were 2 people sitting on the horse. One of them was wearing a black bamboo hat and a black cloak. It was hard to tell their age and gender. The other was a woman in her 30s or 40s. She was clumsy and had a face full of hardships. When the woman saw those bears, she burst into tears. She rolled and crawled off the horse, staggered over, and hugged one of the bears, then knelt and wailed, "Son! My son!" The surrounding people were dumbfounded. Someone scratched his head and muttered, "Eh? Isn't this the cub of the ancient mythological beast Picio? Why did this woman call it son? This can't be a female Picio, right? Aya, so powerful, this female has cultivated into a human form." The villagers here didn't know anything, so they were talking nonsense, but Mo Ran figured it out. 3. Since my soul has returned, does that mean that my previous life's strong cultivation base has also returned? Mo Ran activated the incantation and felt the surge of spiritual power in his body. Although it was abundant, it was not strong. In other words, he did not inherit his cultivation base. However, this was not a big deal. He was talented and intelligent, and his perception was high. At worst, he could just cultivate from the beginning again. It was not a big deal. Moreover, rebirth was a joyous occasion. Even if there were some imperfections, it was still very normal. As Mo Ran thought this, he quickly retracted his darkness and fangs. He looked like a 15-year-old youth and happily prepared to return to the sect. The summer was strong in the suburbs. Occasionally, a carriage would pass by, the wheels rolling. No one would pay attention to the 15-year-old Mo Ran. Occasionally, there would be village women who were busy in the fields. When they had time, they would look up and wipe their sweat. When they saw an exceptionally beautiful youth, their eyes would brighten and they would stare at him. Mo Ran also smiled and looked back at them without any trace of politeness. Those married women blushed and lowered their heads. In the evening, Mo Ran arrived at Wuxia town. This place was very close to the peak of life and death. In the twilight, the red sun was like blood. The burning red clouds set off the towering mountain range. Touching his stomach, he felt a little hungry. Thus, he familiarly entered a restaurant. Looking at the red and black signboard in front of the counter, he knocked on the counter and quickly ordered, "Shopkeeper, give me a stick chicken, a plate of husband and wife lung slice, 2 pounds of soju wine, and a plate of beef. At this time, there were many people eating and it was very lively. The storyteller on the counter was waving a fan and telling the story of the peak of life and death. He was very excited and his saliva flew everywhere. Mo Ran asked for a private room by the window. He ate while listening to the storyteller. As everyone knows, our cultivation world is divided into 2 regions, the upper cultivation world and the lower cultivation world. Today, we will talk about the most amazing sect in the lower cultivation world, the peak of life and death. You should know that our Wuchang town used to be a desolate, turbulent, and poor town 100 years ago. Because it was close to the entrance of the ghost world, once the sky turned dark, the villagers didn't dare to go out. If they had to walk at night, they had to ring the exorcism bell, sprinkle incense ashes and paper money, and quickly pass through while shouting, "When people come, they are separated by mountains, when ghosts come, they are separated by papers." But today, it seems that our town is bustling with life and prosperity, no different from other places. This is all because of the care of the peak of life and death. This immortal residence, it was located precisely at the entrance of the gates of hell, between the 2 realms of yin and yang. Although it hasn't been established for long, but Mo Ran's ears were about to grow calluses from listening to this part of history. Thus, he began to lose interest and started to look out of the window in a daze. Coincidentally, there was a stall downstairs. A few outlanders dressed as Taoists were carrying a cage covered with a black cloth and performing tricks on the street. This was much more interesting than the old man's storytelling. Mo Ran's attention was attracted. Look, this is the ancient fierce beast Pisho cub, subdued by us. Now, it is as obedient as a child, and can juggle and do arithmetic. It is not easy to be a chivalrous person. Everyone, if you have money, please come and support us. If you don't, please come and watch the first good show, Pisho's Abacus. The Taoist priests lifted the black cloth with a whoosh, and inside the cage were several demon beasts with human faces and bear bodies. Mo Ran, these obedient and furry bear cubs. They dared to call themselves Pisho. This boast was really going to break the sky, whoever believed it was a donkey's brain. But Mo Ran soon opened his eyes. 20 to 30 donkeys gathered around them to watch the show, cheering and clapping from time to time. It was so lively that even the people in the restaurant couldn't help but stick their heads out to look, making the storyteller very embarrassed. Now, the Lord at the peak of life and death, his name is illustrious, his reputation spread far and wide. Good. Another one. The storyteller was greatly encouraged, and looked towards the direction of the voice, only to see that the customer's face was flushed with excitement, but his eyes were obviously not looking at him, but at the juggling stall downstairs. Yo, Pisho's Abacus. Ayaya, so awesome. Good. Wonderful. Show a Pisho throwing an apple again. The people in the restaurant laughed, and all gathered by the window to watch the show below. The storyteller continued to speak pitifully. The Lord is most famous for his fan. That Pisho with the lightest fur wants to snatch the apple to eat. Look at it rolling on the ground. The storyteller wiped his face with a sweat towel, so angry that his lips were trembling. Mo Ran pursed his lips, then smiled, and leisurely shouted from behind the beaded curtain, "Don't talk about the peak of life and death, show the 18 touches, I'm sure you'll pull everyone back." The storyteller didn't know that the person behind the curtain was the Lord Mo Ran at the peak of life and death, so he stammered with integrity, vulgar words, don't enter the Hall of Elegance." Mo Ran laughed, "This is the Hall of Elegance. Don't you feel ashamed?" After saying that, there was a sudden noise downstairs. Aya! What a fast horse! It's the immortal at the peak of life and death. In the midst of the discussion, a black horse galloped from the direction of the peak of life and death, and charged into the juggling circle like lightning. there were two people sitting on the horse. One of them was wearing a black bamboo hat and a black cloak. It was hard to tell their age and gender. The other was a woman in her 30s or 40s. She was clumsy and had a face full of hardships. When the woman saw those bears, she burst into tears. She rolled and crawled off the horse, staggered over, and hugged one of the bears, then knelt and wailed, "Son! My son!" The surrounding people were dumbfounded. Someone scratched his head and muttered, "Eh? Isn't this the cub of the ancient mythological beast Pisho? Why did this woman call it son? This can't be a female Pisho, right? Aya, so powerful, this female has cultivated into a human form." The villagers here didn't know anything, so they were talking nonsense, but Mo Ran figured it out. 3. Since my soul has returned, does that mean that my previous life's strong cultivation base has also returned? Mo Ran activated the incantation and felt the surge of spiritual power in his body. Although it was abundant, it was not strong. In other words, he did not inherit his cultivation base. However, this was not a big deal. He was talented and intelligent, and his perception was high. At worst, he could just cultivate from the beginning again. It was not a big deal. Moreover, rebirth was a joyous occasion. Even if there were some imperfections, it was still very normal. As Mo Ran thought this, he quickly retracted his darkness and fangs. He looked like a 15-year-old youth and happily prepared to return to the sect. The summer was strong in the suburbs. Occasionally, a carriage would pass by, the wheels rolling. No one would pay attention to the 15-year-old Mo Ran. Occasionally, there would be village women who were busy in the fields. When they had time, they would look up and wipe their sweat. When they saw an exceptionally beautiful youth, their eyes would brighten and they would stare at him. Mo Ran also smiled and looked back at them without any trace of politeness. Those married women blushed and lowered their heads. In the evening, Mo Ran arrived at Wuxia town. This place was very close to the peak of life and death. In the twilight, the red sun was like blood. The burning red clouds set off the towering mountain range. Touching his stomach, he felt a little hungry. Thus, he familiarly entered a restaurant. Looking at the red and black signboard in front of the counter, he knocked on the counter and quickly ordered, "Shopkeeper, give me a stick chicken, a plate of husband and wife lung slice, 2 pounds of soju wine, and a plate of beef." At this time, there were many people eating and it was very lively. The storyteller on the counter was waving a fan and telling the story of the peak of life and death. He was very excited and his saliva flew everywhere. Mo Ran asked for a private room by the window. He ate while listening to the storyteller. As everyone knows, our cultivation world is divided into two regions, the upper cultivation world and the lower cultivation world. Today, we will talk about the most amazing sect in the lower cultivation world, the peak of life and death. You should know that our Wuxia town used to be a desolate, turbulent, and poor town 100 years ago. Because it was close to the entrance of the ghost world, once the sky turned dark, the villagers didn't dare to go out. If they had to walk at night, they had to ring the exorcism bell, sprinkle incense ashes and paper money, and quickly pass through while shouting, "When people come, they are separated by mountains. When ghosts come, they are separated by papers." But today, it seems that our town is bustling with life and prosperity, no different from other places. This is all because of the care of the peak of life and death. This immortal residence, it was located precisely at the entrance of the gates of hell, between the two realms of yin and yang. Although it hasn't been established for long, but Mo Ran's ears were about to grow calluses from listening to this part of history. Thus, he began to lose interest and started to look out of the window in a daze. Coincidentally, there was a stall downstairs. A few outlanders dressed as Taoists were carrying a cage covered with a black cloth and performing tricks on the street. This was much more interesting than the old man's storytelling. Mo Ran's attention was attracted. Look, 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 this is the ancient fierce beast Pisho cub, subdued by us. Now, it is as obedient as a child, and can juggle and do arithmetic. It is not easy to be a chivalrous person. Everyone, if you have money, please come and support us. If you don't, please come and watch the first good show, Pisho's Abacus. The Taoist priests lifted the black cloth with a whoosh, and inside the cage were several demon beasts with human faces and bear bodies. Mo ran, these obedient and furry bear cubs. They dared to call themselves Pisho. This boast was really going to break the sky, whoever believed it was a donkey's brain. But Mo Ran soon opened his eyes. 20 to 30 donkeys gathered around them to watch the show, cheering and clapping from time to time. It was so lively that even the people in the restaurant couldn't help but stick their heads out to look, making the storyteller very embarrassed. Now, the Lord at the peak of life and death, his name is illustrious, his reputation spread far and wide. Good. Another one. The storyteller was greatly encouraged, and looked towards the direction of the voice, only to see that the customer's face was flushed with excitement, but his eyes were obviously not looking at him, but at the juggling stall downstairs. Yo, Pisho's Abacus. Ayaya, so awesome. Good. Wonderful. Show a Pisho throwing an apple again. The people in the restaurant laughed, and all gathered by the window to watch the show below. The storyteller continued to speak pitifully. The Lord is most famous for his fan. He, that Pisho with the lightest fur wants to snatch the apple to eat. Look at it rolling on the ground. The storyteller wiped his face with a sweat towel, so angry that his lips were trembling. Mo Ran pursed his lips, then smiled, and leisurely shouted from behind the beaded curtain, "Don't talk about the peak of life and death, show the 18 touches, I'm sure you'll pull everyone back." The storyteller didn't know that the person behind the curtain was the Lord Mo Ran at the peak of life and death, so he stammered with integrity, vulgar words, don't enter the Hall of Elegance. Mo Ran laughed, "This is the Hall of Elegance. Don't you feel ashamed?" After saying that, there was a sudden noise downstairs. Aya! What a fast horse! It's the immortal at the peak of life and death. In the midst of the discussion, a black horse galloped from the direction of the peak of life and death, and charged into the juggling circle like lightning. There were 2 people sitting on the horse. One of them was wearing a black bamboo hat and a black cloak. It was hard to tell their age and gender. The other was a woman in her 30s or 40s. She was clumsy and had a face full of hardships. When the woman saw those bears, she burst into tears. She rolled and crawled off the horse, staggered over, and hugged one of the bears, then knelt and wailed, "Son! My son!" The surrounding people were dumbfounded. Someone scratched his head and muttered, "Eh? Isn't this the cub of the ancient mythological beast Pisho? Why did this woman call it son? This can't be a female Pisho, right? Aya, so powerful, this female has cultivated into a human form." The villagers here didn't know anything, so they were talking nonsense, but Mo Ran figured it out. It was said that some Taoists would abduct children, and then pull out the children's tongues to make them unable to speak. Then they would use boiling water to burn the children's skin, and while the flesh was in a mess, they would stick the animal skin on their bodies. After the blood solidified, the skin and the children would stick together, looking no different from a demon. These children couldn't speak, couldn't write, and could only be bullied, cooperating with the Pisho playing the abacus kind of juggling. If they resisted, they would be whipped with sticks. No wonder he didn't feel the slightest bit of demonic aura before. These Pisho weren't demons at all, but living people. While he was pondering, the black-cloaked figure whispered something to the Daoist priests. When the Daoist priests heard this, they were instantly enraged and shouted, "Apologize! Apologize! Your grandfather doesn't know how to write the word apologize." What's so great about the peak of life and death? Meddling in other people's business, beat him. They rushed up to beat the black cloak. Aya. Seeing his fellow disciples being beaten, Mo Ran chuckled, so fierce. He didn't have the slightest intention to help. In his previous life, he especially hated this kind of atmosphere in the sect where people would help when they saw injustice. One by one, they rushed up like idiots. Auntie Wang's kitten at the entrance of the village needed their help when it couldn't climb down the tree. Everyone in the sect, from the sect leader to the odd job workers, was stupid. There were so many unfair things in the world, why bother? It was tiring. They're fighting. What a powerful fist. Up and down the restaurant, the crowd crowded around to join in the fun. So many people fighting one, don't you feel ashamed? Immortal Master, watch your back. Aya. That was close. Wahahaha, that was a good dodge. These people liked to watch fights, but Mo Ran didn't. He had seen too many bloody battles, and what happened right under his nose was like a fly buzzing around him. He lazily brushed the peanut crumbs off his clothes and got up to leave. Downstairs, the Daoist priests and the Black Cloak were locked in a fierce battle. Sword Chi whizzed about. Mo Ran crossed his arms and leaned against the door of the wine shop. He glanced at them and couldn't help but click his tongue. How embarrassing. The peak of life and death were all fierce and brave, but this Black Cloak was not good at fighting. Seeing that he was being pulled down by the Taoist priests of Jianghu, he was surrounded and kicked in the middle, but he was not ruthless. Instead, he shouted weakly, "A gentleman uses his fists instead of his mouth. I'm trying to reason with you, why don't you listen?" The Taoist priests were speechless. Mo Ran, the Taoist priests were thinking, what? This person had already been beaten into such a pitiful state, yet he was still a gentleman who used his mouth and not his fists. This is the head of a steamed bun. There's no stuffing, right? Mo Ran's expression suddenly changed. For a moment, he felt as if the world was spinning around him. He held his breath and opened his eyes wide in disbelief. This voice, Shamai. Mo Ran bellowed and rushed forward. He infused his palm with spiritual energy and blasted the 5 evil Taoist priests away. He knelt on the ground and helped the Black Cloak up. His voice couldn't help but tremble slightly. Shamai, is that you? This Shamai was not his junior sister. Shamai was a real man, and in terms of time, he was Mo Ran's senior brother. The reason why he was given such an unlucky name was because the Lord, who was at the pinnacle of life and death, had no knowledge. Shamai was originally an orphan, and was picked up by the Lord in the wild. This child was weak and sickly since young, so the Lord thought that he should give this child a lowly name, which would make it easier to take care of him. This child was born with red lips and white teeth, and looked like a cute little girl, so the Lord racked his brains and thought of a name for him, Shuai. Shuai grew up and became more and more beautiful. Her face was smooth, and her eyebrows and eyes were flirtatious. She had the charm of a peerless beauty. It was fine for a country bumpkin to have the name Shuai, but have you ever seen a beautiful woman called Godan or Taiju? Her fellow disciples felt that it was inappropriate, so they gradually stopped calling her Shuai, but it was not good to change the name given by the Lord, so they half-jokingly called her junior sister. Junior sister, junior sister, junior sister, junior sister. Later, the Lord simply waved his hand and said considerately, Shuai, why don't you change your name and call yourself Shamai? What do you think? He had the nerve to ask. How could a normal person accept this name? However, Shamai had a good temper. He looked up at the Great Lord and realized that the Great Lord was looking at him happily. It seemed that the Great Lord thought that he had done a good deed. Shamai could not bear it, and felt that even if he was wronged, he could not embarrass the Lord. So he happily knelt down and thanked him, and changed his name from then on. Cough, cough. The black cloak coughed a few times, then recovered and looked up at Mo Ran. Mo Ran? Why are you here? Through the hazy veil, that pair of eyes were as soft as spring water and as bright as the stars, directly cutting into Mo Ran's heart. With just a glance, the celestial treading monarch's tenderness and youthful thoughts that had been covered in dust for a long time were instantly unsealed. It was Shimai. It couldn't be wrong. Mo Ran was a ruffian. In his previous life, he had played with many men and women. In the end, he didn't die of exhaustion. Even he himself was surprised. However, the only person he truly loved was someone he was very careful about, and he never dared to touch her easily. In those years, he and Shimai had been flirting with each other, but when Shimai died, Mo Ran had only held her hand and had only accidentally kissed her once. Mo Ran felt that he was dirty. Shimai was too gentle and pure. He was not worthy of her. He already cherished this person so much when she was alive, let alone when she was dead. Then she would have completely become the white moonlight in the Emperor Ta's heart. No matter how much he scratches his heart and liver to think about her, she would have already become a handful of yellow earth. In the underworld, it would be difficult to find her. But at this moment, the living Shimai appeared in front of him again. Mo Ran had to use all his strength to control his emotions. Mo Ran helped him up and brushed off the dust on his cloak. His heart ached so much that his flesh was about to fall off. If I wasn't here, wouldn't you have been bullied by them? Why didn't you fight back when they hit you? I want to reason with them first. What's the point of reasoning with these people? Are you hurt? Where does it hurt? Cough, cough, Mo Ran, I'm fine. Mo Ran turned his head and fiercely said to the Taoist priests, "You dare to touch someone at the peak of life and death? You've got guts." Mo Ran, forget it, didn't you want to fight? Come on. Why don't you spar with me? After being hit by Mo Ran's palm, the Taoist priests knew that this person's cultivation level was much higher than theirs. They were all cowards and didn't dare to exchange blows with Mo Ran. They all retreated. Shimai sighed repeatedly and advised, "Mo Ran, don't fight. Be lenient when possible." Mo Ran turned to look at him. He couldn't help but feel sad and his eyes were slightly hot. Shimai had always been kind. When he died in his past life, he didn't have any resentment or hatred. He even advised Mo Ran not to hold a grudge against his master, who could have saved his life but chose to stand by and watch. But aren't I fine? Nothing's wrong with me. It's better to avoid trouble. Listen to senior brother. Aye, all right, we'll listen to you. We'll listen to you. Mo Ran shook his head and glared at the Taoist priests. Did you hear that? My senior brother is pleading for you. Why aren't you scramming? Do you still want me to send you off? Yes, yes, yes. We'll scram now. We'll scram now. Shimai said to the Taoist priests, wait. The Taoist priests felt that Shimai wouldn't let them off so easily after being beaten up by them. They knelt on the ground and kowtowed repeatedly, Immortal Monarch, we were wrong. We didn't recognize Mount Tai. We beg Immortal Monarch to let us go. I told you nicely just now, but you didn't listen. Shimai sighed, you kidnapped other people's children and caused them to suffer such a crime. Their parents are heartbroken. Do you have a conscience? We're sorry. We're sorry. Immortal Monarch, we were wrong. We won't do it again. We won't do it again. You have to be upright in the future. Don't do bad things. Do you understand? Yes. Immortal Monarch is right. We've been taught. Since it's like this, please apologize to this madam and treat her children. This matter was settled. Mo Ran helped Shimai get on the horse and borrowed another one from the post house. The two of them rode side by side back to the sect. The Wu Go hung high in the sky. The moonlight shone through the trees and scattered on the forest path. As they walked, Mo Ran gradually became happy. He thought that he would see Shimai again only when he returned to the peak of life and death. He didn't expect that Shimai would come down the mountain and he would bump into him. Mo Ran was more and more convinced that he and Shimai were indeed fated to be together. Although Shimai wasn't with him at this time, he had hooked up with him in his previous life. In this life, he was obviously familiar with it. The only thing he had to worry about was to protect Shimai. He didn't want him to die in his arms like he did in the past. Shimai didn't know that Mo Ran had been reborn. He chatted with him as usual. The two of them chatted until they arrived at the foot of the peak of life and death. Who would have thought that in the middle of the night, there would be a person standing in front of the mountain gate, staring at them like a tiger watching its prey? Mo Ran! You still know how to come back? Eh? Mo Ran looked up. Oh, what an angry God's favored son. This person was none other than the young Xue Meng. Compared to the Xue Meng he saw before he died, the 15 or 16 years old Xue Meng looked even more arrogant and handsome. He was dressed in a simple black armor with blue edges. He had a high ponytail, a silver hairpin, a lion's head belt, and a slender waist. He had a pair of gauntlets on his back, and a thin curved blade shining with a cold light. The arrow box on his left arm shone with a silver light. Mo Ran sighed inwardly. He thought straightforwardly, coquettish. Xue Meng, no matter when he was young or when he grew up, he was really coquettish. Look at him, a good boy, but instead of sleeping in the middle of the night, he's wearing the full set of armor of the peak of life and death. What is he trying to do? Is he trying to act like a pheasant courting a mate and a peacock spreading its tail? However, even if Mo Ran didn't like Xue Meng might not like him either. Mo Ran was an illegitimate child. When he was young, he didn't even know who his father was. He spent his days doing odd jobs in a music hall in Xiongtan. It wasn't until he was 14 that his family found him and brought him back to the peak of life and death. Xue Meng was the young master of the peak of life and death. Technically speaking, he was actually Mo Ran's younger cousin. Xue Meng matured early when he was young. He was a genius and was known as the proud son of heaven or little phoenix. Normally, it would take 3 years for a person to build their foundation and at least 10 years to form their spiritual core. Xue Meng was talented and intelligent. From the time he entered the sect to forming his spiritual core, it only took him 5 years. His parents were very happy and praised him everywhere. However, in Mo Ran's eyes, whether he was a phoenix or a chicken, a peacock or a duck, he was still a bird. The only difference was that his feathers were long and his feathers short. Therefore, Mo Ran looked at Xue Meng and said, bird thing. Xue Meng looked at Mo Ran and said, dog thing. Perhaps it was inherited in the family, but Mo Ran's talent was also very shocking. It could even be said that he was more shocking than Xue Meng. When Mo Ran first arrived, Xue Meng felt that he was especially noble and elegant. He was well cultivated, knowledgeable, strong in martial arts, and handsome. He was completely different from his cousin, who didn't know how to read and acted like a sloppy hooligan. Therefore, the narcissistic little phoenix commanded her followers and said to them, listen carefully, Mo Ran is a person who idles around and doesn't learn anything. He's an out-and-out street hooligan. Don't pay attention to him. Just treat him like a dog. The followers flattered her and said, young master is right. That Mo Ran is already 14 years old and he just started to cultivate. I think he'll need at least 10 years to build his foundation and 20 years to form his spiritual core. When that time comes, our young master will have already passed the tribulation and ascended. He can only watch helplessly from the ground. Shui Meng sneered complacently, 20 years. HMPH, I think he'll never be able to form his spiritual core in this lifetime. Who would have thought that the good-for-nothing would actually form his spiritual core after learning for a year from his master? Little Phoenix felt as if she was struck by lightning. She felt that she had been slapped in the face and could not swallow this resentment. Therefore, she secretly scolded him and cursed him for slipping on his flying sword. She also cursed him for being tongue-tied. Every time she saw Mo Ran, Shui Meng, and Little Phoenix would relentlessly reward them with rolling eyes. The sound from her nose could be heard from 3 miles away. When Mo Ran thought of these childhood memories, he couldn't help but squint his eyes and smile. He hadn't enjoyed this kind of human life for a long time. After being alone for 10 years, even the things that he hated so much in the past were now crispy and delicious to him. When Shimai saw Shui Meng, he immediately dismounted and took off his black gauze bamboo hat, revealing a stunning face. It was no wonder that he dressed like this when he went out alone. Mo Ran peeked at him from the side and felt his heart shake as he let his imagination run wild. He thought to himself that this person was really stunning. His soul was captivating. Shimai greeted him, "Young master." Shui Meng nodded, "You're back. Have you dealt with the matter of Brown Bear?" Shimai smiled, "It's done. It's all thanks to meeting Mo Ran. He helped me a lot." Shui Meng's proud gaze swept over Mo Ran like a gale blade and immediately turned away. He frowned and his face was full of disdain, as if looking at Mo Ran for a moment would dirty his eyes. "Shimai, go back and rest first. Don't hang out with him in the future. He's a thieving bastard. You'll learn bad things if you hang out with him." Mo Ran didn't back down and mocked, "If Shimai doesn't learn from me, does he want to learn from you? It's late at night and you're still dressed so smartly. You're like a bird with your tail up. Proud son of the heavens, ha ha ha, I think you're more like a proud daughter of the heavens." Shui Meng was furious, "Mo Ran, you better watch your mouth. This is my home. Who do you think you are?" Mo Ran counted with his fingers, "I'm your older cousin. If we're talking about it, I should be ahead of you." Shui Meng felt as if his face was splashed with dog feces. He immediately frowned in disgust and said sternly, "Who has an older cousin like you? Don't flatter yourself. In my eyes, you're just a dog that has rolled in a quagmire." Shui Meng was a person who especially liked to scold others as dogs. She was very proficient in scolding others, saying things like "son of a dog, son of a dog, son of a dog, son of a dog, son of a dog." Mo Ran was already used to this. He picked his ear and didn't mind. Shimai, who was standing beside them, felt awkward and tried to persuade them. Shui Meng finally let out a cold snort from her nostrils and shut her noble beak. Shimai smiled and asked gently, "Young master, it's so late. Are you waiting for someone in front of the mountain gate?" "What else?" "Admiring the moon." Mo Ran held his stomach and laughed, "I was wondering why you looked so good. It turns out that you were waiting for someone to go on a date. Sai, who's so unlucky to be remembered by you. I really pity her, ha 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 ha." Shui Meng's face turned even darker. His fingernails could scrape off 3 kilograms of coal. He said in a rough voice, "You. Me. This young master will wait for you. What do you want?" Mo Ran. If he found out that he had stolen something and even had sex with a prostitute, he would probably break both of his legs. If he didn't run now, when would he? 3. Since my soul has returned, does that mean that my previous life's strong cultivation base has also returned? Mo Ran activated the incantation and felt the surge of spiritual power in his body. Although it was abundant, it was not strong. In other words, he did not inherit his cultivation base. However, this was not a big deal. He was talented and intelligent, and his perception was high. At worst, he could just cultivate from the beginning again. It was not a big deal. Moreover, rebirth was a joyous occasion. Even if there were some imperfections, it was still very normal. As Mo Ran thought this, he quickly retracted his darkness and fangs. He looked like a 15-year-old youth and happily prepared to return to the sect. The summer was strong in the suburbs. Occasionally, a carriage would pass by, the wheels rolling. No one would pay attention to the 15-year-old Mo Ran. Occasionally, there would be village women who were busy in the fields. When they had time, they would look up and wipe their sweat. When they saw an exceptionally beautiful youth, their eyes would brighten and they would stare at him. Mo Ran also smiled and looked back at them without any trace of politeness. Those married women blushed and lowered their heads. In the evening, Mo Ran arrived at Wuxia town. This place was very close to the peak of life and death. In the twilight, the red sun was like blood. The burning red clouds set off the towering mountain range. Touching his stomach, he felt a little hungry. Thus, he familiarly entered a restaurant. Looking at the red and black signboard in front of the counter, he knocked on the counter and quickly ordered, "Shopkeeper, give me a stick chicken, a plate of husband and wife lung slice, 2 pounds of soju wine, and a plate of beef." At this time, there were many people eating and it was very lively. The storyteller on the counter was waving a fan and telling the story of the peak of life and death. He was very excited and his saliva flew everywhere. Mo Ran asked for a private room by the window. He ate while listening to the storyteller. As everyone knows, our cultivation world is divided into 2 regions, the upper cultivation world and the lower cultivation world. Today, we will talk about the most amazing sect in the lower cultivation world, the peak of life and death. You should know that our Wuxia town used to be a desolate, turbulent, and poor town 100 years ago. Because it was close to the entrance of the ghost world, once the sky turned dark, the villagers didn't dare to go out. If they had to walk at night, they had to ring the exorcism bell, sprinkle incense ashes and paper money, and quickly pass through while shouting, "When people come, they are separated by mountains. When ghosts come, they are separated by papers." But today, it seems that our town is bustling with life and prosperity, no different from other places. This is all because of the care of the peak of life and death. This immortal residence, it was located precisely at the entrance of the gates of hell, between the 2 realms of yin and yang. Although it hasn't been established for long, but Mo Ran's ears were about to grow calluses from listening to this part of history. Thus, he began to lose interest and started to look out of the window in a daze. Coincidentally, there was a stall downstairs. A few outlanders dressed as Taoists were carrying a cage covered with a black cloth and performing tricks on the street. This was much more interesting than the old man's storytelling. Mo Ran's attention was attracted. Look, this is the ancient fierce beast Pisho cub, subdued by us. Now, it is as obedient as a child, and can juggle and do arithmetic. It is not easy to be a chivalrous person. Everyone, if you have money, please come and support us. If you don't, please come and watch the first good show, Pisho's Abacus. The Taoist priests lifted the black cloth with a whoosh, and inside the cage were several demon beasts with human faces and bear bodies. Mo Ran, these obedient and furry bear cubs. They dared to call themselves Pisho. This boast was really going to break the sky, whoever believed it was a donkey's brain. But Mo Ran soon opened his eyes. 20 to 30 donkeys gathered around them to watch the show, cheering and clapping from time to time. It was so lively that even the people in the restaurant couldn't help but stick their heads out to look, making the storyteller very embarrassed. Now, the Lord at the peak of life and death, his name is illustrious, his reputation spread far and wide. Good. Another one. The storyteller was greatly encouraged, and looked towards the direction of the voice, only to see that the customer's face was flushed with excitement, but his eyes were obviously not looking at him. but at the juggling stall downstairs. Yo, Pishio's abacus. Ayaya, so awesome. Good. Wonderful. Show a Pishio throwing an apple again. The people in the restaurant laughed, and all gathered by the window to watch the show below. The storyteller continued to speak pitifully. The Lord is most famous for his fan. He, ah ha ha ha, that Pishio with the lightest fur wants to snatch the apple to eat. Look at it rolling on the ground. The storyteller wiped his face with a sweat towel, so angry that his lips were trembling. Mo Ran pursed his lips, then smiled, and leisurely shouted from behind the beaded curtain, "Don't talk about the peak of life and death, show the 18 touches, I'm sure you'll pull everyone back." The storyteller didn't know that the person behind the curtain was the Lord Mo Ran at the peak of life and death, so he stammered with integrity, vulgar words, don't enter the Hall of Elegance." Mo Ran laughed, "This is the Hall of Elegance. Don't you feel ashamed?" After saying that, there was a sudden noise downstairs. Aya! What a fast horse! It's the immortal at the peak of life and death. In the midst of the discussion, a black horse galloped from the direction of the peak of life and death, and charged into the juggling circle like lightning. There were 2 people sitting on the horse. One of them was wearing a black bamboo hat and a black cloak. It was hard to tell their age and gender. The other was a woman in her 30s or 40s. She was clumsy and had a face full of hardships. When the woman saw those bears, she burst into tears. She rolled and crawled off the horse, staggered over, and hugged one of the bears, then knelt and wailed, "Son! My son!" The surrounding people were dumbfounded. Someone scratched his head and muttered, "Eh? Isn't this the cub of the ancient mythological beast Pishio? Why did this woman call it son? This can't be a female Pishio, right? Aya, so powerful, this female has cultivated into a human form." The villagers here didn't know anything, so they were talking nonsense, but Mo Ran figured it out. 6. After all, Shui Meng grew up on the peak of life and death, so he was familiar with the terrain of the shortcut. In the end, he still captured Mo Ran. He escorted him all the way to the back mountain. The back mountain of the peak of life and death was the closest place to the ghost world in the entire human world. It was separated by a barrier, and behind it was the netherworld. Looking at the miserable situation at the back mountain, Mo Ran immediately knew why that person still needed Madame Wang to entertain him in the front hall even though he was at home. It was not that that person did not want to help, but he really could not free himself. The barrier of the ghost world was broken. At this moment, the whole back mountain was filled with a thick ghost aura. The evil spirits that had yet to materialize were howling and circling in the air. At the entrance of the mountain gate, one could see that a huge gap had been torn open in the sky. Behind that gap was the ghost realm. A blue stone staircase that was thousands of steps long extended out from the crack in the barrier. The evil spirits that had already cultivated flesh and blood were climbing down this staircase. They were climbing down from the netherworld to the human realm. If it was an ordinary person, they would be scared out of their wits upon seeing this scene. Mo Ran also broke out in a cold sweat when he first saw this, but he was used to it now. The barrier between the human world and ghost world was set up by Fuxi in ancient times. Now, it was very weak. From time to time, there would be holes that needed to be repaired by immortal cultivators. However, this kind of thing did not increase one's cultivation by much. It also consumed a lot of spiritual power. It was a thankless task, so very few immortals in the upper cultivation world were willing to take this job. When evil spirits appeared, the first to suffer would be the people in the lower cultivation world. As the guardian of the lower cultivation world, the peak of life and death took on the task of repairing the barrier. Their sect's back mountain was facing the weakest part of the barrier, so that they could repair the gap in time. This broken barrier would always be broken 4 or 5 times a year, just like a patched pot, it was not banned. At this time, at the entrance of the ghost world, on the blue stone staircase, a man in snow-white clothes, his wide sleeves fluttering, surrounded by sword aura and golden light. He was cleaning the evil spirits and fixing the hole in the barrier with his own strength. That person had a slender waist and long hair. He had a celestial demeanor and was very handsome. Looking at him from afar, it was very easy to think of an elegant scholar who was reading books under a flowering tree. However, when looked at up close, his sharp brows were piercingly cold, his phoenix-shaped eyes were high, his nose was tall and narrow, and he looked refined and refined. However, his eyes revealed a trace of harshness, and he seemed to be extremely unreasonable. Mo Ran glanced at him from afar. Although he was mentally prepared, when he saw this person appear in front of him, healthy and unharmed, he still couldn't help but tremble. Half of it was fear, and the other half was excitement. His master. Chu Wanning. In his previous life, the last person Xue Meng came to the Meigai Mountain Palace and cried to see was this person. It was this man who had ruined Mo Ran's grand plans, ruined Mo Ran's ambitions, and was finally imprisoned and tortured to death by Mo Ran. Logically speaking, defeating his opponent and taking revenge, Mo Ran should be happy. The sea was wide, and the sky was wide, and the sky was wide, and there was no one who could control him. Mo Ran originally thought that he had the same thoughts. However, it didn't seem to be the case. After his master died, there seemed to be something else that was buried together with his hatred. Mo Ran didn't have much self-cultivation, so he didn't know what it felt like to meet one's match. He only knew that from then on, there was no longer any enemy in the world. When his master was alive, he was afraid, fearful, and trembled. When he saw the willow vine in his master's hand, his hair stood on end. He was like a beaten stray dog, and when he heard the sound of a clapper, his teeth would ache, his legs would go soft, and his mouth would drool. His legs and stomach would twitch nervously. Later, his master died. The person Mo Ran was most afraid of died. Mo Ran felt that he had improved, that he had finally done something that deceived his master. After that, in the world of mortals, no one dared to make him kneel, and no one dared to slap him. To celebrate, he opened a jar of pear blossom white, sat on the roof, and drank wine all night. That night, under the influence of alcohol, the scar on his back that his master had slapped when he was young seemed to burn with pain again. At this moment, seeing his master reappear in front of him with his own eyes, Mo Ran stared at him with fear and hatred, but there was also a trace of twisted ecstasy. Such an opponent, how could he not be happy when he found him again? Chu Wanning didn't pay attention to his two disciples who had broken into the back of the mountain. He was still concentrating on resisting the overflowing spirits. His facial features were elegant, his pair of eyebrows were long, and his phoenix eyes were cold and indifferent. His cultivation was extraordinary, and his expression didn't change in the wind and rain of blood. He looked very indifferent, and it wouldn't be strange if he sat down at this moment to burn incense and play the zither. However, such a gentle and elegant handsome man was now holding an exorcist sword that was shining with cold light, and still dripping with bright red blood beads. With a wave of his wide sleeve, the sword's aura cut the blue stone stairs in front of him to explode. Broken stones and broken bricks rolled down, all the way from the mountain gate to the bottom of the mountain. The thousands of stairs were split open in an instant, creating a bottomless chasm. It was too fierce. How many years had it been since he had seen his master's strength? This kind of familiar domineering strength made Mo Ran's legs go weak. He couldn't stand firmly, and with a plop, he knelt on the ground. It didn't take long for Chu Wanning to exterminate all the ghosts and monsters, and to fix the holes in the world of spirits and souls. After doing all this, he floated down from midair and arrived in front of Mo Ran and Xue Meng. He first glanced at Mo Ran, who was kneeling on the ground, and then raised his eyes to look at Xue Meng. His phoenix eyes were cold. Got into trouble? Mo Ran was convinced. Shizun had the ability to immediately make the most accurate judgment of a situation. Mo Ran has committed 3 crimes: corruption, prostitution, and fraud. Take him to the hall of hell to repent. Tomorrow morning, take him to the good and evil stage and punish him in public. Xue Meng was shocked. What? Punish him in public? Punish him in public means to take the disciple who has committed a crime in front of all the other disciples, and in front of everyone, including the cafeteria's auntie, convict him of a crime, and punish him on the spot. Shameful, shameful. One must know that Mo Ran is a young master at the pinnacle of life and death. Although the sex rules are strict, because of Mo Ran's special identity, his uncle pitied him for losing his parents when he was young, and had been homeless for 14 years. Because of this, he could not help but protect him. Even if he committed a crime, he would only scold him in private, and never hit him. But his master did not give him any face, and wanted to take his precious nephew to the good and evil stage. He was really going to punish young Master Mo in front of the entire sect, and make things difficult for him. This was also something that Xue Meng did not expect. To this, Mo Ran was not surprised at all. He lay on the ground with a cold smile on his face. This master of his was so great, so incorruptible and impartial. Chu Waning's blood was cold. In his previous life, when Shimai died in front of him, Mo Ran cried and begged him, pulling on his clothes, and kneeling on the ground to beg him for help. But Chu Waning turned a deaf ear to his pleas. Thus, his disciple breathed his last breath in front of him, and Mo Ran cried his heart out beside him, but he just stood there and watched, not caring at all. Now, he was just sending him to the good and evil stage to be dealt with fairly. What was so strange about it? Mo Ran only hated that his cultivation was too weak now. He could not peel off his skin, pull out his tendons, drink his blood, pull his hair and humiliate him. He could not torture him, destroy his dignity, and make him wish he was dead. He couldn't hide the animalistic ferocity in his eyes, and Chu Waning saw it. He glanced at Mo Ran's face. On his refined face, there was no expression. What are you thinking about? Damn it! Tian Wen had not returned. Mo Ran felt the vines binding him constricting again, and his internal organs were about to be crushed. He cried out in pain, and shouted out the thoughts in his mind. Chu Waning, you are capable. I'll *CK you to death later. Absolute silence. Chu Waning was speechless. Xue Meng was stunned. Heaven's inquisition suddenly returned to Chu Waning's palm and turned into specks of golden light before disappearing. Heaven's inquisition was fused into Chu Waning's bones and blood. It would appear and disappear at any time. Xue Meng's face was deathly pale. He stuttered, "My master." Chu Waning didn't say anything. He lowered his long, black eyelashes and stared at his palm for a while. Then he raised his eyes. Surprisingly, his face didn't collapse, but his expression became colder. He stared at Mo Ran for a moment with a look that said, "Evil disciple deserves to die." Then he said in a low voice, "Tian Wen is broken. I'll go fix it." Chu Waning threw down these words and turned to leave. Xue Meng was a stupid child. How can Heaven's inquisition be broken? Chu Waning heard him and glanced back at him with a look that said, "Evil disciple deserves to die." Xue Meng suddenly shuddered. Mo Ran lay on the ground, dying. His face was dull. He was indeed thinking of finding an opportunity to *CK Chu Wan Ning to death. He knew that this Grandmaster Chu, who was known as Late Night Yuheng, Northern Dipper Celestial Venerable, had always paid attention to elegance and integrity. What she couldn't stand the most was being sullied and crushed by others. But how could he let Chu Waning know about this? Mo Ran whimpered like an abandoned dog and covered his face. Thinking of Chu Waning's eyes before he left, he felt that he was not far from death. 7. The scorching sun was overhead. The peak of life and death was 100 miles wide, with continuous corridors. As a rising star among the various cultivation sects, it was quite different from the famous clans in the upper cultivation world. Take the current flourishing Lini Confucian Wind sect as an example. Its main hall was called the Hall of Six Virtues. It hoped that its disciples would have wisdom, faith, holiness, righteousness, benevolence, and loyalty. The area where the disciples lived was called the Hall of Six Elements. It advised its disciples to have filial piety, friendship, harmony, marriage, trust, and compassion. The place where the lessons were taught was called the Hall of Six Arts. It referred to the fact that Confucian Wind sect's disciples had to be proficient in the 6 arts of etiquette, music, archery, driving, calligraphy, and mathematics. In short, it was boundlessly elegant. On the other hand, the peak of life and death was worthy of being born in poverty. The names it gave were difficult to explain in a few words. Core Heart Hall and Good and Evil Hall were both good names. It was probably because Mo Ran's father and uncle didn't study much that they couldn't think of more than a few words. They started to mess around, displaying a talent for naming things like Shui. Therefore, the peak of life and death copied many of the names of the underworld. For example, the secret room where the disciples reflected was called Yama Hall. The jade bridge connecting the resting area and the teaching area was called the Bridge of Helplessness. The dining hall was called the Mengpo Lobby, the martial arts field was called the Mountain of Blades and Sea of Flames, the forbidden area behind the mountain was called the Room of Dead Ghosts, and so on. These were still considered good names. The more remote places were simply called, this is mountain, this is water, and this is pit. There were also the famous RR and WAWAWA cliffs. Naturally, the sleeping halls of the elders couldn't escape this mold. Each of them had their own nickname. Chu Waning was naturally no exception. He was a person who liked peace and quiet and didn't want to live with others. His residence was on the south peak of life and death, hidden in a sea of green bamboo. There was a pond in front of the courtyard. In the pond, red lotuses covered the sun. Because of the abundant spiritual power, the lotuses in the pond bloomed all year round, dazzling like red clouds. The disciples secretly called this place with beautiful scenery, Red Lotus Hell. Thinking of this, Mo Ran couldn't help but laugh. Who asked Chu Waning to have a feminine face all day long? When the disciples saw him, it was as if they had seen an Ashura ghost. If the place where the ghost stayed was not called hell, then what was it called? Shui Meng interrupted his reverie. How can you still laugh? Hurry up and finish your breakfast. After that, follow me to the good and evil platform. Master will punish you in front of everyone today. Mo Ran sighed and touched the whip mark on his face. Ouch, it hurts. Serves you right. Sigh, I wonder if Heaven's Inquisition has fixed it. If not, don't use it to interrogate me again. Who knows what nonsense I will spout again. Facing Mo Ran's sincere worry, Shui Meng's face turned red. He said angrily, if you dare to say anything indecent to Master in front of everyone, see if I don't put out your tongue. Mo Ran covered his face and waved his hand. He said faintly, you don't need to pull it out, you don't need to pull it out. If Master uses the willow vine to tie me up again, I will kill myself on the spot to prove my innocence. When the time came, Mo Ran was brought to the good and evil platform according to the rules. He looked around and saw a sea of deep blue people below. The disciples of the Life and Death Summit all wore the sex robes. They wore light armors that were so blue that it was almost black. They had a lion's head belt, and the silver edges of their arm guards and robes were shining brightly. The sun rose from the east. Under the good and evil platform, there was a sea of light. Mo Ran knelt on the platform and listened to Elder Sai Lv read out a long list of crimes in front of him. Elder Yu Heng's disciple, Mo Wei Yu, has ignored the rules of the sect, ignored the teachings, did not follow the sect's rules, and has lost all morality. He has violated the 4th, 9th, and 15th commandments of the sect. According to the rules, he should be beaten 80 times, copied 100 times, and grounded for 1 month. Mo Weiyu, do you have anything to say? Mo Ran looked at the white figure in the distance. That was the only elder on the Life and Death Summit who did not wear the same blue robes with silver edges. Chu Wanning had a white satin robe and a silver mist silk cloth as a thin cover. It was as if he was covered with the frost of the 9th heaven, but he looked even colder than the frost. He sat there quietly, some distance away. Mo Ran could not see the expression on his face clearly, but he knew that this person was unperturbed. Taking a deep breath, Mo Ran said, "I have nothing to say." The disciplinary elder followed the rules and asked the disciples below, "If there is anyone who is not satisfied with the verdict, or has a statement to make, you can speak now." The disciples below began to hesitate, looking at each other in dismay. None of them expected that Elder Yuheng, Chu Wanning, would actually send his own disciple to the good and evil stage and punish him in public. To put it nicely, this was called being impartial. To put it bluntly, this was called a cold-blooded demon. The cold-blooded demon Chu Wanning indifferently supported his chin and sat in his seat. Suddenly, someone used the sound amplification technique to shout, "Elder Yuheng, this disciple is willing to plead for mercy for junior brother Mo." Plead for mercy. That disciple clearly felt that Mo Ran was the Lord's nephew. Even if he had made a mistake now, his future would still be bright. So he decided to use this opportunity to curry favor with Mo Ran. He began to talk nonsense. Although junior brother Mo has made a mistake, he usually loves his fellow disciples and helps the weak. Elder, please consider that his nature is not evil and give him a lenient sentence. Clearly, there was more than one person who wanted to curry favor with junior brother Mo. Gradually, more and more people spoke up for Mo Ran. There were all kinds of strange reasons. Even Mo Ran himself felt awkward when he heard them. When did he have a pure heart and care for the world? This was a punishment meeting, not a commendation meeting, right? Elder Yuheng, junior brother Mo once helped me get rid of demons and kill troublesome fierce beasts. I am willing to ask for a reward for junior brother Mo. His merits offset his faults. 7. The scorching sun was overhead. The peak of life and death was 100 miles wide, with continuous corridors. As a rising star among the various cultivation sects, it was quite different from the famous clans in the upper cultivation world. Take the current flourishing Lini Confucian Wind sect as an example. Its main hall was called the Hall of Six Virtues. It hoped that its disciples would have wisdom, faith, holiness, righteousness, benevolence, and loyalty. The area where the disciples lived was called the Hall of Six Elements. It advised its disciples to have filial piety, friendship, harmony, marriage, trust, and compassion. The place where the lessons were taught was called the Hall of Six Arts. It referred to the fact that Confucian Wind sect's disciples had to be proficient in the 6 arts of etiquette, music, archery, driving, calligraphy, and mathematics. In short, it was boundlessly elegant. On the other hand, the peak of life and death was worthy of being born in poverty. The names it gave were difficult to explain in a few words. Core Heart Hall and Good and Evil Hall were both good names. It was probably because Mo Ran's father and uncle didn't study much that they couldn't think of more than a few words. They started to mess around, displaying a talent for naming things like Shui. Therefore, the peak of life and death copied many of the names of the underworld. For example, the secret room where the disciples reflected was called Yama Hall. The jade bridge connecting the resting area and the teaching area was called the Bridge of Helplessness. The dining hall was called the Mengpo Lobby, the martial arts field was called the Mountain of Blades and Sea of Flames, the forbidden area behind the mountain was called the Room of Dead Ghosts, and so on. these were still considered good names. The more remote places were simply called, this is mountain, this is water, and this is pit. There were also the famous RR and WAWAWA cliffs. Naturally, the sleeping halls of the elders couldn't escape this mold. Each of them had their own nickname. Chu Wanning was naturally no exception. He was a person who liked peace and quiet and didn't want to live with others. His residence was on the south peak of life and death, hidden in a sea of green bamboo. There was a pond in front of the courtyard. In the pond, red lotuses covered the sun. Because of the abundant spiritual power, the lotuses in the pond bloomed all year round, dazzling like red clouds. The disciples secretly called this place with beautiful scenery, Red Lotus Hell. Thinking of this, Mo Ran couldn't help but laugh. Who asked Chu Wanning to have a feminine face all day long? When the disciples saw him, it was as if they had seen an Ashura ghost. If the place where the ghost stayed was not called hell, then what was it called? Xue Meng interrupted his reverie. How can you still laugh? Hurry up and finish your breakfast. After that, follow me to the good and evil platform. Master will punish you in front of everyone today. Mo Ran sighed and touched the whip mark on his face. Ouch, it hurts. Serves you right. Sigh, I wonder if Heaven's Inquisition has fixed it. If not, don't use it to interrogate me again. Who knows what nonsense I will spout again. Facing Mo Ran's sincere worry, Xue Meng's face turned red. He said angrily, if you dare to say anything indecent to Master in front of everyone, see if I don't put out your tongue. Mo Ran covered his face and waved his hand. He said faintly, you don't need to pull it out, you don't need to pull it out. If Master uses the willow vine to tie me up again, I will kill myself on the spot to prove my innocence. When the time came, Mo Ran was brought to the good and evil platform according to the rules. He looked around and saw a sea of deep blue people below. The disciples of the Life and Death Summit all wore the sex robes. They wore light armors that were so blue that it was almost black. They had a lion's head belt, and the silver edges of their arm guards and robes were shining brightly. The sun rose from the east. Under the good and evil platform, there was a sea of light. Mo Ran knelt on the platform and listened to Elder Sai Lv read out a long list of crimes in front of him. Elder Yu Heng's disciple, Mo Weiyu, has ignored the rules of the sect, ignored the teachings, did not follow the sect's rules, and has lost all morality. He has violated the 4th, 9th, and 15th commandments of the sect. According to the rules, he should be beaten 80 times, copied 100 times, and grounded for 1 month. Mo Weiyu, do you have anything to say? Mo Ran looked at the white figure in the distance. That was the only elder on the Life and Death Summit who did not wear the same blue robes with silver edges. Chu Wanning had a white satin robe and a silver mist silk cloth as a thin cover. It was as if he was covered with the frost of the 9th heaven, but he looked even colder than the frost. He sat there quietly, some distance away. Mo Ran could not see the expression on his face clearly, but he knew that this person was unperturbed. Taking a deep breath, Mo Ran said, I have nothing to say. The disciplinary elder followed the rules and asked the disciples below, if there is anyone who is not satisfied with the verdict, or has a statement to make, you can speak now. The disciples below began to hesitate, looking at each other in dismay. None of them expected that Elder Yu Heng, Chu Wanning, would actually send his own disciple to the good and evil stage and punish him in public. To put it nicely, this was called being impartial. To put it bluntly, this was called a cold-blooded demon. The cold-blooded demon Chu Wanning indifferently supported his chin and sat in his seat. Suddenly, someone used the sound amplification technique to shout, Elder Yu Heng, this disciple is willing to plead for mercy for junior brother Mo. Plead for mercy. That disciple clearly felt that Mo Ran was the Lord's nephew. Even if he had made a mistake now, his future would still be bright. So he decided to use this opportunity to curry favor with Mo Ran. He began to talk nonsense. Although junior brother Mo has made a mistake, he usually loves his fellow disciples and helps the weak. Elder, please consider that his nature is not evil and give him a lenient sentence. Clearly, there was more than one person who wanted to curry favor with junior brother Mo. Gradually, more and more people spoke up for Mo Ran. There were all kinds of strange reasons. Even Mo Ran himself felt awkward when he heard them. When did he have a pure heart and care for the world? This was a punishment meeting, not a commendation meeting, right? Elder Yuheng, junior brother Mo once helped me get rid of demons and kill troublesome fierce beasts. I am willing to ask for a reward for junior brother Mo. His merits offset his faults. I hope that Elder can reduce his sentence. Elder Yuheng, junior brother Mo once helped me remove my inner demons when I was suffering from qi deviation. I believe that junior brother Mo made a mistake this time because he was confused. I hope that Elder can reduce junior brother's punishment. Elder Yuheng, junior brother Mo once gave me a miraculous elixir to save my mother. He is a kind person. I hope that Elder can punish him lightly. The last person's story was snatched away by the previous person, so he had nothing to say for a moment. When he saw Chu Waning's cold eyes sweeping over, he suddenly thought of an idea and blurted out, Elder Yuheng, junior martial brother Mo once assisted me in jewel cultivation. Pfft, someone couldn't hold back his laughter. That disciple's face instantly turned red and he retreated embarrassedly. Yuheng, calm down, calm down. Seeing that the situation was not good, the disciplinary elder hurriedly tried to persuade him. Chu Waning coldly said, I have never seen such a shameless person. What is his name? Whose disciple is he? The disciplinary elder slightly hesitated, then braced himself and said softly, my disciple Yao Lian. Chu Waning raised his eyebrows, your disciple? Shameless. The disciplinary elder couldn't help but feel awkward. He blushed and changed the topic, his singing is not bad. He can be of help when we take him in as a sacrifice. Chu Waning snorted and turned his face away. He was too lazy to talk nonsense with this shameless disciplinary elder. There were thousands of people on the Life and Death Summit. It was normal for there to be more than 10 lackeys. Mo Ran looked at the few brothers who were speaking so confidently. He almost believed them. So it turns out that he wasn't the only one who was good at lying with his eyes wide open. There were so many talents in the sect. Chu Waning, who had been chanted, Elder Yuheng, please have mercy, countless times, finally spoke to the disciples. Plead for Mo Weiyu. He paused and said, okay, all of you come up. Those people didn't know what to do, so they trembled and went up. Chu Waning's palm flashed with a golden light. Heaven's Inquisition obeyed and came out. With a whoosh, it tied the dozen people into a ball and firmly tied them in place. Again. Mo Ran was on the verge of despair. His legs turned to jelly when he saw Heaven's Inquisition. He really didn't know where Chu Waning got such an abnormal weapon. Luckily, he didn't marry in his previous life. Any girl who married him would either be whipped to death or interrogated to death. Chu Waning's eyes were full of ridicule. He asked one of them, did Mo Ran help you get rid of demons? That disciple couldn't resist Heaven's Inquisition's torture. He immediately shouted, no. No. Then he asked another, did Mo Ran help you get rid of Qigong deviation? Ah. No. No. Mo Ran gave you elixirs. Ah. Help. No, no, no. I made it up. I made it up. Chu Waning loosened the ropes, but then he waved his hand fiercely. Sparks flew everywhere. Heaven's Inquisition was suddenly thrown out, hitting the backs of those lying disciples. In an instant, screams were heard, and blood splattered everywhere. Chu Waning frowned and said angrily, what are you shouting for? Kneel down. Discipline master. Here. Punish them. Yes. In the end, not only did those people not get any benefits, but they also violated the rhythm of deception and were each beaten 10 times with the rod. In addition, Elder Yuheng also gave them a willow vine. When night fell, Mo Ran lay on the bed. Although he had already applied medicine, his back was full of scars. He couldn't even turn over. He was in so much pain that tears welled up in his eyes and he kept sniffling. He was born cute. His whimpering and curled-up appearance made him look like a beaten kitten. Unfortunately, the content of his thoughts was not what a kitten should have. He grabbed the blanket and bit the bedsheets, imagining that this was Chu Wanning. He bit. Kick. Kick. Tear. His only consolation was that Shamai came to visit him with the handmade wooden hands. Being stared at by those gentle eyes, Mo Ran's tears fell even more fiercely. He didn't care about the saying that men don't cry easily. He loved to act spoiled with whoever he liked. Is it that painful? Can you still get up? Shamai sat by his bedside and sighed. Shizun, he was too ruthless with his actions. Look at you, there are a few wounds, and the blood hasn't stopped yet. Mo Ran heard that he was worried about him, and a warm feeling gradually rose in his chest. He lifted his bright eyes from the blanket and blinked. Shamai, since you care so much about me, I don't feel pain anymore. Ah, look at you, how can it not hurt? You know Shizun's temperament. Will you still dare to make such a big mistake in the future? Under the candlelight, Shamai looked at him with some helplessness and heartache. Those eyes were full of emotions, rippling like warm spring water. Mo Ran's heart moved slightly, and he obediently said, I won't do it again. I swear. When have you ever taken your oath seriously? Although she said that, Shemi finally smiled. If your hands turn cold, can you even get up? If you can't get up, just lie down. I'll feed you. Mo Ran was already halfway up, but when he heard this, he immediately collapsed to the ground. Shamai, whether it was in his previous life or in this life, Mo Ran's favorite food was the handmade wooden hands made by Shamai. The skin was thin like smoke, and the stuffing was tender like congealed fat. Every handmade wooden hands were full, smooth, soft, and fragrant. They melted in the mouth and left a fragrance in the mouth. Especially the soup, which was white and mellow. It was sprinkled with green onions, tender egg shreds, and a spoonful of chili oil that was stir-fried with garlic. When it entered the stomach, it was as if it could warm the stomach for a lifetime. Shamai carefully fed him spoonful by spoonful. As he fed him, he said, I didn't put chili oil today. You're badly injured, so it's not easy to eat spicy food. Just drink the bone soup. Mo Ran stared at him, unable to move his eyes away. He smiled and said, it doesn't matter if it's spicy or not. As long as it's made by you, it's delicious. You really know how to talk. Shamai also smiled and picked up a poached egg lying in the soup. I'll give you a soft one. I know you like it. Mo Ran laughed. A bunch of messy hair stuck up on his forehead like a blooming flower. Shamai. What's wrong? Nothing, I'm just calling you. He's a Hoj Swade. Shamai. Shamai held back his laughter. You're just calling me. Yes. I'm just calling you. I feel so happy. Shamai was stunned for a moment. He gently touched his forehead. This silly child, don't tell me you have a fever. Mo Ran burst out laughing. 8. Mo Ran lay on the bed like a dead fish for 3 days. His wounds had just healed when he received a message telling him to go to the Red Lotus Pavilion to work as a laborer. This was also part of his punishment. During Mo Ran's confinement, he was not allowed to leave the mountain, but he could not be idle either. He had to help the sect with odd jobs and do some hard work. Generally speaking, these errands were, for example, helping the aunties at Granny Meng Hall wash dishes, scrubbing the 365 stone lions on the pillars of the Bridge of Helplessness, transcribing extremely dull archives, and so on. But what kind of place was the Red Lotus Pavilion? It was the residence of that grandson Chu Wanning. People called it the Red Lotus Hell's Ashura Field. Not many people had been to the peak of life and death, and those who had come out either had their arms or legs broken. Therefore, other than the Red Lotus Hell, Chu Wanning's residence also had a more down-to-earth nickname, Broken Leg Waterside Pavilion. There was a joke in the sect: the Waterside Pavilion hides a beauty, and the beauty summons Tien Wen. Enter my broken leg sect, and you will know the pain of my broken legs. Elder Yuheng is the best choice to help you destroy your own meridians. There was once a female disciple who was not afraid of death and was bold enough to drool over Elder Yuheng's beauty. Taking advantage of the dark night, she secretly snuck to the south peak and clung to the eaves, intending to peep at the elder bathing and changing clothes. The result was obvious. That female warrior was beaten half to death by Tien Wen. She cried for her father and mother and laid on the bed for over 100 days without getting up. Chu Wanning even said that if she dared to do it again, he would gouge out her eyes. See? What ungentlemanly words! What an unromantic behavior! What a hair-raising man! In the sect, there were originally some naive girls who thought that Elder Yuheng would have protective feelings for the fairer sex. They always laughed and joked in front of him, vainly trying to attract the elder's attention. But after the elder killed that female rogue, no one dared to have any ideas about him. Elder Chu Wanning was a man and a woman. He was not a gentleman at all. Other than his good looks, he was not good at anything else. This was the evaluation of Chu Wanning by the disciples of the sect. The junior brother who came to deliver the message looked at Mo Ran sympathetically. He tried to restrain himself, but in the end, he couldn't. Senior brother Mo. Elder Yuheng's temper is so bad. None of the people who went to the Red Lotus Waterside Pavilion could come out standing. Why don't you say that your wound hasn't healed yet and beg Elder Yuheng to let you go wash dishes? Mo Ran was very grateful for his junior brother's kindness and rejected him. Beg Chu Wanning? Forget it, he did not want to be served by Tien Wen again. Thus, he put on his clothes with great effort and dragged his heavy footsteps towards the South Peak, the peak of life and death, with great reluctance. Red Lotus Waterside Pavilion, Red Lotus Hell, Chu Wanning's residence. There was not a single living person within 100 li of him. No one was willing to go near the place where he lived. Chu Wanning's terrible taste and unpredictable personality made everyone in the sect keep a respectful distance from him. Mo Ran was a little nervous. He didn't know what Chu Wanning would punish him for. Along the way to the South Peak, he let his imagination run wild. After passing through layers upon layers of bamboo forests, a large expanse of beautiful red lotuses came into view. It was early in the morning. The sun rose from the east, shining brilliantly on the horizon. The fiery red clouds and the red lotus leaves in the pond complemented each other. It was vast and mighty, and the waves of light flickered. The winding corridors and waterside pavilions on the pond were graceful and quiet. A curtain of water fell from the mountain. Tiny sparkling droplets of water knocked against the stone walls with tinkling sounds. The mist rose, and the smoke condensed. There was a hint of enchantment in the tranquility. Mo Ran's feelings towards this were wretch. No matter how beautiful Chu Wanning's residence was, he would still retch no matter what. Look, how extravagant and extravagant. The disciples' residences were all closely connected. The rooms did not occupy a large area. Elder Yuheng, on the other hand, occupied an entire mountain by himself. He even dug 3 large ponds and planted them full of lotuses. Fine, although these lotuses were special species and could be refined into holy-grade medicine, but, in any case, he just didn't like it. He hated that he couldn't burn down this waterside pavilion. Although he cursed in his heart, considering that he was 16 years old this year and couldn't compete with Grandmaster Chu, Mo Ran still came to Chu Waning's residence. He stood at the door, narrowed his eyes, and sweetly opened his mouth to speak like a grandson. Disciple Mo Ran greets master. Millimeter, come in. The room was a mess. The cold-blooded devil Chu Waning wore a white robe. The lapels of his robe were folded high and tight, giving off a somewhat ascetic aura. Today, he wore a high ponytail and black metal gauntlets. He sat on the ground fiddling with a pile of mechanical parts. He even had a pen in his mouth. He glanced at Mo Ran expressionlessly. He bit the pen and said vaguely, "Come here." Mo Ran went over. This was really difficult because there was no place for one to stand in this room. Drawings and metal pieces were scattered everywhere. Mo Ran's eyebrows twitched. In his previous life, he had never entered Chu Waning's room. He didn't know that this well-dressed handsome man's residence was actually so messy. It was hard to explain in a few words. What is Master doing? God of Night. What? Chu Waning was a little impatient. Perhaps it was because it was inconvenient to speak because of the pen in his mouth. God of Night. Mo Ran silently looked at the messy pile of parts on the ground. This master of his was known as Grandmaster Chu, and it was not an undeserved reputation. In all fairness, Chu Waning was an extremely valiant man. Whether it was his 3 divine weapons, his spirit formation technique, or his mechanism creation technique, they were all worthy of the 4 words, peak of perfection. This was also the reason why even though his temper was so bad and he was so hard to please, all the major immortal cultivation sects still fought over him. Mo Ran, who had been reborn, was very clear about the God of Night. It was a type of mech that Chu Waning made. It was cheap and its battle power was strong. It could protect ordinary people in the cultivation world at night and not be disturbed by ordinary ghosts. 8. Mo Ran lay on the bed like a dead fish for 3 days. His wounds had just healed when he received a message telling him to go to the Red Lotus Pavilion to work as a laborer. This was also part of his punishment. During Mo Ran's confinement, he was not allowed to leave the mountain, but he could not be idle either. He had to help the sect with odd jobs and do some hard work. Generally speaking, these errands were, for example, helping the aunties at Granny Meng Hall wash dishes, scrubbing the 365 stone lions on the pillars of the Bridge of Helplessness, transcribing extremely dull archives, and so on. But what kind of place was the Red Lotus Pavilion? It was the residence of that grandson Chu Waning. People called it the Red Lotus Hell's Ashura Field. Not many people had been to the peak of life and death, and those who had come out either had their arms or legs broken. Therefore, other than the Red Lotus Hell, Chu Waning's residence also had a more down-to-earth nickname, Broken Leg Waterside Pavilion. There was a joke in the sect, the Waterside Pavilion hides a beauty, and the beauty summons Tien Wen. Enter my broken leg sect, and you will know the pain of my broken legs. Elder Yu Heng is the best choice to help you destroy your own meridians. There was once a female disciple who was not afraid of death and was bold enough to drool over Elder Yu Heng's beauty. Taking advantage of the dark night, she secretly snuck to the south peak and clung to the eaves, intending to peep at the elder bathing and changing clothes. The result was obvious. That female warrior was beaten half to death by Tien Wen. She cried for her father and mother and laid on the bed for over 100 days without getting up. Chu Waning even said that if she dared to do it again, he would gouge out her eyes. See? What ungentlemanly words! What an unromantic behavior! What a hair-raising man! In the sect, There were originally some naive girls who thought that Elder Yuheng would have protective feelings for the fairer sex. They always laughed and joked in front of him, vainly trying to attract the elder's attention. But after the elder killed that female rogue, no one dared to have any ideas about him. Elder Chu Wanning was a man and a woman. He was not a gentleman at all. Other than his good looks, he was not good at anything else. This was the evaluation of Chu Wanning by the disciples of the sect. The junior brother who came to deliver the message looked at Mo Ran sympathetically. He tried to restrain himself, but in the end, he couldn't. Senior brother Mo. Elder Yuheng's temper is so bad. None of the people who went to the Red Lotus Waterside Pavilion could come out standing. Why don't you say that your wound hasn't healed yet and beg Elder Yuheng to let you go wash dishes? Mo Ran was very grateful for his junior brother's kindness and rejected him. Beg Chu Wanning? Forget it, he did not want to be served by Qian Wen again. Thus, he put on his clothes with great effort and dragged his heavy footsteps towards the South Peak, the peak of life and death, with great reluctance. Red Lotus Waterside Pavilion, Red Lotus Hell, Chu Wanning's residence. There was not a single living person within 100 li of him. No one was willing to go near the place where he lived. Chu Wanning's terrible taste and unpredictable personality made everyone in the sect keep a respectful distance from him. Mo Ran was a little nervous. He didn't know what Chu Wanning would punish him for. Along the way to the South Peak, he let his imagination run wild. After passing through layers upon layers of bamboo forests, a large expanse of beautiful red lotuses came into view. It was early in the morning. The sun rose from the east, shining brilliantly on the horizon. The fiery red clouds and the red lotus leaves in the pond complemented each other. It was vast and mighty, and the waves of light flickered. The winding corridors and waterside pavilions on the pond were graceful and quiet. A curtain of water fell from the mountain. Tiny sparkling droplets of water knocked against the stone walls with tinkling sounds. The mist rose, and the smoke condensed. There was a hint of enchantment in the tranquility. Mo Ran's feelings towards this were wretch. No matter how beautiful Chu Wanning's residence was, he would still retch no matter what. Look, how extravagant and extravagant. The disciples' residences were all closely connected. The rooms did not occupy a large area. Elder Yuheng, on the other hand, occupied an entire mountain by himself. He even dug 3 large ponds and planted them full of lotuses. Fine, although these lotuses were special species and could be refined into holy-grade medicine, but, in any case, he just didn't like it. He hated that he couldn't burn down this waterside pavilion. Although he cursed in his heart, considering that he was 16 years old this year and couldn't compete with Grandmaster Chu, Mo Ran still came to Chu Wanning's residence. He stood at the door, narrowed his eyes, and sweetly opened his mouth to speak like a grandson. Disciple Mo Ran greets master. Millimeter, come in. The room was a mess. The cold-blooded devil Chu Wanning wore a white robe. The lapels of his robe were folded high and tight, giving off a somewhat ascetic aura. Today, he wore a high ponytail and black metal gauntlets. He sat on the ground fiddling with a pile of mechanical parts. He even had a pen in his mouth. He glanced at Mo Ran expressionlessly. He bit the pen and said vaguely, "Come here." Mo Ran went over. This was really difficult because there was no place for one to stand in this room. Drawings and metal pieces were scattered everywhere. Mo Ran's eyebrows twitched. In his previous life, he had never entered Chu Wanning's room. He didn't know that this well-dressed handsome man's residence was actually so messy. It was hard to explain in a few words. What is Master doing? God of Night. What? Chu Wanning was a little impatient. Perhaps it was because it was inconvenient to speak because of the pen in his mouth. God of Night. Mo Ran silently looked at the messy pile of parts on the ground. This master of his was known as Grandmaster Chu, and it was not an undeserved reputation. In all fairness, Chu Wanning was an extremely valiant man. Whether it was his 3 divine weapons, his spirit formation technique, or his mechanism creation technique, they were all worthy of the 4 words, peak of perfection. This was also the reason why, even though his temper was so bad and he was so hard to please, all the major immortal cultivation sects still fought over him. Mo Ran, who had been reborn, was very clear about the God of Night. It was a type of mech that Chu Wanning made. It was cheap and its battle power was strong. It could protect ordinary people in the cultivation world at night and not be disturbed by ordinary ghosts. After saying that, he really reached out with his chopsticks and stuck them into Chu Wanning's bowl. He quickly took away the ribs. Chu Wanning's face was ashen. He looked like he was about to faint from disgust. Mo Ran's eyelashes fluttered. His delicate face looked rather pitiful. Is Shizun despising me? Shizun, I'm sorry. Forget it. Chu Wanning thought to himself. There was no need to argue with a junior. He gave up the impulse to summon Heaven's Inquisition to beat up Mo Ran. However, his appetite was gone. He stood up and said, I'm full. Eh? You only ate so little. Shizun, you didn't even touch your bowl. Chu Wanning said coldly, I'm not hungry. Mo Ran was so happy that his heart was blooming like a flower. He said sweetly, then I won't eat either. Come, let's go back to the Red Lotus Land, the Red Lotus Water Pavilion. Chu Wanning narrowed his eyes. Us? There was a hint of ridicule in his eyes. He said, who's us with you? Seniority is order. You better speak properly. Mo Ran responded diligently. His eyes curved into crescents. He was obedient, sensible, and cute. However, this person was thinking in his heart. Seniority? Speak properly? Ha ha. If Chu Wanning knew what happened in his past life, he should know that in the end, only he, Mo Weiyu, was respected in this world. No matter how noble, arrogant, and insufferably arrogant Chu Wanning was, in the end, he was still a piece of mud under his boots. He had to rely on his charity in order to survive. Mo Ran quickly caught up with his Shizun's footsteps. There was still a bright smile on his face. If Shamai was the white moonlight in his heart, then Chu Wanning was the broken fishbone stuck in his throat. He had to pull this fishbone out and crush it, or swallow it and let it be corroded by gastric juices. In short, in this rebirth, he could let go of anyone. But he definitely would not let go of Chu Wanning. However, Chu Wanning did not seem to want to let him go so easily. Mo Ran stood in front of the Red Lotus Land's library. Looking at the 50 rows of 10 high bookshelves, he thought that he had misheard. Shizun, what did you say? Chu Wanning said indifferently, wipe all the books here. Register them after wiping them. I'll check them tomorrow morning. What? Was he going to stay in the Red Lotus Land tonight? But he had made an appointment with Shamai. He would let Shamai change his dressing tonight. He opened his mouth, wanting to bargain, but Chu Wanning could not be bothered with him. He waved his wide sleeves, turned around, and went to the machine room. He even coldly closed the door of the machine room. Mo Ran, whose date was ruined, fell into a deep disgust for Chu Wanning. He wanted to burn all of Chu Wanning's books. No. His mind turned and he thought of an even worse idea. 9. Chu Wanning's taste was truly terrible. Tedious. Dry. Despairing. Look at this shelf, what kind of lousy books are these? Ancient Enchantments Catalogue, illustrations of exotic flowers and rare herbs, Lini Ru Feng Men Chin Score, and Collection of Plants. The only thing that could be considered as a pastime was probably a few travels in Shu land and Shu food records. Mo Ran picked a few relatively new books. Obviously, Chu Wanning did not read them often. He smeared over all the pages and drew a bunch of erotic pictures. As he drew, he thought, HMPH, there are at least 8,000 books here. When Chu Wanning finds out that a few of them have been changed to forbidden books, who knows how long it will be. When that time comes, Chu Wanning will definitely not know who did it and can only sulk. How wonderful, how wonderful. As he thought about it, he could not help but laugh out loud while hugging the books. Mo Ran smeared over a dozen books in a row. Using his imagination, he drew all kinds of erotic pictures. His brushwork could be said to be elegant and graceful. If someone asked Elder Yu Heng to borrow books and happened to borrow these few books, there would probably be rumors spread, Elder Yu Heng has a beast's heart. He actually secretly included pictures of men and women having sex in the Art of Tranquility! Elder Yu Heng is unworthy of being a teacher. There are pictures of gay men in the sword manual. What Northern Dipper celestial venerable? A beast in human clothing. The more Mo Ran thought about it, the funnier it became. In the end, he simply held his stomach and rolled around on the ground with his brush. He was so happy that he did not even notice that someone had walked to the entrance of the library. So when Shamai came over, he saw Mo Ran rolling around in a pile of books, laughing like crazy. Shamai. Mo Ran, what are you doing? Mo Ran was stunned. He immediately sat up and hurriedly covered up the erotic pictures. He put on a pretentious face and said, wipe the floor. Shamai held back his laughter. Wipe the floor with your clothes. Cough, I didn't find a rag. Let's not talk about this anymore. Shamai, why are you here so late at night? I went to your room to look for you, but I couldn't find you. I asked someone else and found out that you were with Master. Shamai entered the library and helped Mo Ran put away the books that were piled all over the floor. He smiled gently and said, I have nothing to do, so I came to see you. Mo Ran was very happy and flattered. He pursed his lips. He had always been a smooth talker, but he was at a loss for words. Then you sit. After running around excitedly for a while, Mo Ran said nervously, I'll go get you some tea. No need, I came here quietly. If Master finds out, it'll be troublesome. Mo Ran scratched his head. That's true. Chu Wanning, that pervert. Sooner or later, I'll topple him and won't submit to his despotic power. You haven't eaten dinner yet, right? I brought some dishes for you. Mo Ran's eyes lit up. Dragon Swan Show. Pfft, you're really not sick of it. I didn't bring my Dragon Swan Show. The Red Lotus Pavilion is far away, so I was afraid that it would get stuck if I brought it. Here, some stir-fried dishes. See if they are to your taste. Shamai opened the food box on the side. Sure enough, there were several bright red dishes inside. There was a plate of wind ear, a plate of shredded pork with garlic sauce, a plate of chicken cubes, a plate of cucumber with garlic sauce, and a bowl of rice. Hey, did you put in chili? I was afraid you'd be hungry, so I put in a little bit. Shamai laughed. He and Mo Ran both loved spicy food, so they naturally knew the principle of eating spicy food. But your wound hasn't fully healed yet, so I didn't dare to put too much. It's better to add a little bit of flavor than not having any red at all. Mo Ran happily bit his chopsticks. His dimples were as sweet as honey under the candlelight. Wow. I'm so moved I want to cry. Shamai held back his laughter. By the time you're done crying, the food will be cold. Eat before you cry. Mo Ran cheered and swung his chopsticks quickly. When he ate, he was like a starving dog. Chu Wanning couldn't get used to seeing him eat like a ghost, but Shamai didn't mind. Shamai was always gentle. He smiled and told him to eat slowly while passing him a cup of tea. Soon, the plate was empty. Mo Ran rubbed his stomach and sighed. He closed his eyes and sighed. Satisfied, Shamai seemed to ask casually, "Is the Dragon Swan show better, or these dishes?" Mo Ran was very infatuated with food, just like how he was with his first love. He tilted his head and looked at Shamai with his black and soft eyes. He grinned. "Dragon Swan show." Shamai smiled and shook his head. After a while, he said, "Mo Ran, let me help you change the dressing." The ointment was made by Madame Wang. In her early years, Madame Wang was a disciple of the Lone Moon's Night of the medicine sect. She was weak in martial arts and didn't like fighting and killing, but she liked to study medicine. There was a medicinal garden at the peak of life and death. She personally planted many precious plants there, so there was never a lack of medicine in the sect. Mo Ran took off his shirt and turned his back to Shamai. The scar on his back was still aching, but Shamai dipped his warm fingers in the ointment and rubbed it away. Gradually, he forgot about the pain and became restless. "Okay." Shamai wrapped a new bandage around Mo Ran's back and carefully tied a knot. "Put on your clothes." Mo Ran turned his head and looked at Shamai. Under the dim candlelight, Shamai's skin was white as snow. He looked even more charming. His mouth was dry and he really didn't want to put on his clothes. After hesitating for a while, he lowered his head and quickly put on his coat. Shamai. In such a secluded study, the atmosphere between a single man and a single man was very good. Mo Ran originally wanted to say something touching, but he was an illiterate person who could even change his era name to Halberd Bo. After holding back for a long time, his face was red from holding back, but he only managed to squeeze out 2 words. "You're so nice." "What's wrong with that?" "It's what I should do. I'll be especially nice to you." Mo Ran's tone was very calm, but his sweaty palms betrayed his surging heart. "When I'm strong enough, no one can bully you. Not even Shizun." Shamai didn't know why he suddenly said this. He was stunned for a moment, but still said gently, "Okay. Then in the future, I'll have to rely on Mo Ran." Yes, Mo Ran hesitantly agreed, but Shamai's flirtatious gaze made him even more anxious. He didn't dare to look at him again and lowered his head. He had always been very careful with this person, even stubbornly stubborn. Shizun wants you to wipe so many books. And make them overnight. Mo Ran still wanted to save face in front of his sweetheart. "It's okay. If I hurry, there's still time." Shamai said, "Let me help you." "How can that be?" "If Shizun finds out, he'll definitely punish you as well." Mo Ran was very firm. "It's getting late. You should go back and rest. There's still morning cultivation tomorrow." Shamai pulled his hand and laughed softly. "It's okay. He won't find out." Quietly, before he finished speaking, he heard a cold voice. "Quietly what?" Chu Wanning had come out of the mechanism room at some point. His face was cold, and his red phoenix eyes were like snow. He was dressed in white and cold. He stood at the entrance of the library and looked at them expressionlessly. His gaze paused on their hands for a moment, then moved away. "Shimingjing, Mo Weiyu, how dare you?" Shamai's face was as white as snow. He suddenly let go of Mo Ran's hand and whispered, "Shizun." Mo Ran also had a bad feeling. He lowered his head. "Shizun." Chu Wanning walked in. He ignored Mo Ran and looked down at Shamai, who was kneeling on the ground. He said lightly, "The Red Lotus Pavilion is covered with barriers. Did you think that I wouldn't know if you entered unannounced?" Shamai kowtowed in fear. This disciple knows his mistake. Mo Ran was anxious. Shizun, Shamai only came to change my medicine. He'll leave immediately. Please don't blame him. Shamai was also anxious. Shizun, this has nothing to do with junior brother Mo. It's this disciple's fault. This disciple is willing to accept punishment. Chu Waning's face turned green. He hadn't said more than a few words, but these two were already rushing to exonerate the other. They saw him as a scourge and shared a common enemy. Chu Waning was silent for a while. He suppressed the twitching of his eyebrows and said lightly, "You really have deep feelings for your fellow disciples. It's touching. It seems that I'm the only bad person in this room." Mo Ran said, "Shizun. Don't call me that." Chu Waning flung his sleeves, unwilling to say anything else. Mo Ran didn't know what had happened to him and why he was so angry. He guessed that Chu Waning had always hated people pulling in front of him. No matter what kind of pulling, it would probably dirty his eyes. The three of them were silent for a long time. Chu Waning suddenly turned around and left. Shamai raised his head. His eyes were a bit red. He said blankly, "Shizun. Go and copy the sect rules 10 times. Go back." Shamai lowered his eyes. After a while, he said softly, "Yes." Mo Ran was still kneeling in the same place. Shamai stood up. He looked at Mo Ran and hesitated. After a while, he knelt down again and begged Chu Waning. "Shizun, Shidi Mo's scar has just healed. If this disciple is so bold, please don't make things too difficult for him." Chu Waning didn't say anything. He stood alone under the flickering candlelight. After a while, he suddenly turned his face. His eyebrows were sharp and his eyes were like torches. He said angrily, "So much nonsense. Why aren't you leaving?" Chu Waning was handsome but not gentle enough. When he was angry, he was even more frightening. Shamai was scared. He was afraid that he would anger his Shizun and implicate Mo Ran. He quickly bowed and left. Only the two of them were left in the library. Mo Ran sighed inwardly. He said, "Shizun, this disciple was wrong. This disciple will continue to write the records." Chu Waning didn't turn his head. He said, "If you're tired, you can go back." Mo Ran suddenly raised his head. Chu Waning said coldly, "I won't keep you." How could he be so kind as to let him go? There must be a trick. Mo Ran said wittily, "I won't go." Chu Waning paused and sneered. "Fine, as you wish." After saying that, he swung his sleeves and turned to leave. Mo Ran was stunned. There was no trick. He thought that Chu Waning was going to give him some willow vines. After busying himself until midnight, he finally finished his work. Mo Ran yawned and walked out of the book pavilion. At this time, it was already late at night. Chu Waning's bedroom was still illuminated by a dim yellow light. Huh? That loathsome devil still hasn't slept. Mo Ran walked over and prepared to say goodbye to Chu Waning before leaving. When he entered the room, he found that Chu Waning had already gone to bed. It was just that this person with a bad memory forgot to extinguish the candles before going to bed. Or maybe, he was halfway through his work and directly fell asleep from exhaustion. Mo Ran glanced at the prototype of the god of night that was pieced together by the bed. He estimated this possibility in his mind. In the end, when he saw that Chu Waning didn't take off the metal gloves at all, and that half of the mechanical button was still tightly gripped in his hand, he confirmed that this was the truth. When Chu Waning was asleep, he wasn't so cold and austere. He was curled up on the bed that was piled with mecha parts and saw axes. There were so many things spread out that there wasn't much space for him, so he curled up very small. His body was arched, and his long eyelashes were drooping. He actually looked a bit lonely. Mo Ran stared at him in a daze for a while. Today, Chu Warning. What was he angry about? Could it be that he was angry at Shamai for trespassing on the Red Lotus Waterside Pavilion and wanted to help him organize the books? Mo Ran walked over to the bed and rolled his eyes. He moved closer to Chu Warning's ear and tried to call out in a very small voice, Shizun. Oh. Chu Warning softly groaned and hugged the cold mecha in his arms. He was in a deep sleep, and his breathing was even. The metal gloves that he didn't take off had sharp teeth. They rested on the side of his face like the claws of a cat or leopard. When Mo Ran saw that he didn't look like he would wake up anytime soon, his heart skipped a beat. He narrowed his eyes and rubbed the corners of his mouth into a mischievous smile. He leaned close to Chu Warning's ear and probed in a low voice, Shizun, wake up. Shizun? Chu Warning. Hey, you're really in deep sleep. Mo Ran was amused. He leaned against the pillow and looked at him with a smile. That's great. I'll take this opportunity to settle the score with you. Chu Warning didn't know that someone wanted to settle the score with him. He continued to sleep with his eyes closed. His handsome face was very peaceful. Mo Ran put on a dignified posture. Unfortunately, he was born in a music house and didn't study much. When he was young, he was exposed to street fights and storytelling. Therefore, the words that he pieced together sounded very clumsy and funny. How dare you, unruly people of the Chu family. You deceived the emperor and disrespected the emperor. You. You. He scratched his head and was a little speechless. After all, when he became the emperor, the words that came out of his mouth were either a lowly servant or a dog slave. However, these words didn't seem to be suitable for Chu Warning. After racking his brain for a long time, he suddenly thought of a phrase that the girls in the music house often said. Although he didn't know what it meant, it seemed to be quite good. So Mo Ran frowned and said sternly, "You heartless lowly donkey, do you know your crime?" Chu Warning, if you don't speak, I'll take it that you admit to your crime. Chu Warning probably felt that it was a little noisy. He groaned and hugged the mecha to continue sleeping. You have committed such a big crime. According to the law, I will sentence you. Sentence you to verbal punishment. Eunuch Liu. After shouting out of habit, he realized that Eunuch Liu was already a person from his previous life. Mo Ran thought for a while and decided to play the role of a father-in-law. So he said flatteringly, "Your Majesty, this old servant is here." Then he immediately cleared his throat and said solemnly, "Carry out the sentence immediately. As your Majesty commands." Okay, the sentence was over. Mo Ran rubbed his hands together and began to torture Chu Warning. The so-called verbal punishment actually didn't exist. It was something that Mo Ran made up on the spot. Then how should this verbal punishment that he thought up on the spot be carried out? The tyrant of a generation, Mo Ran, solemnly cleared his throat. His gaze was cold and fierce. He slowly moved closer to Chu Warning's face, which was as cold as a spring in a snowy valley. Little by little, he moved closer to those pale lips. Then, Mo Ran stopped. He glared at Chu Warning and cursed, word by word. Chu Warning, *ck your mother. You peerless little. Mind. I. Slap. Slap. He slapped himself twice in the air. The sentence was a success. Awesome. Mo Ran was laughing when he suddenly felt a prickling sensation on his neck. He felt something strange and quickly lowered his head. He met a pair of cold and noble eyes. Mo Ran, Chu Warning's voice was like a broken ice lake. It was hard to say whether it was more celestial or colder. What are you doing? I. Bah. This old servant. Bah bah bah. Fortunately, these two words were as soft as a mosquito's buzz. Chu Warning frowned slightly. It seemed that he didn't hear clearly. Mo Ran had an idea. He raised his hand and slapped Chu Waning's face twice. Facing his master's increasingly unfriendly expression, the former venerable lord of the human realm smiled obsequiously and said, This disciple is killing mosquitoes for the master. 10. Fortunately, Mo Ran's verbal torture was not completely heard by Chu Waning. After spouting a bunch of nonsense, he barely managed to get away with it. When he returned to his bedroom, it was already very late. Mo Ran slept for a while and went to his morning cultivation as usual the next day. After his morning cultivation, it was time for his favorite thing in the morning, being too early. Breakfast was at the Meng Po lobby. As the morning cultivation dispersed, more and more people started to gather. Mo Ran sat across from Shamai. Xue Meng arrived late, so the seat next to Shamai was taken by someone else. He had no choice but to sit next to Mo Ran with a gloomy face. If Mo Ran were to talk about the most exquisite part of the Heart Sutra of the peak of life and death, he would definitely say, Our sect does not need to abstain from eating. Unlike many of the sects in the upper cultivation world, the peak of life and death had its own set of cultivation methods. They did not abstain from meat and did not need to fast. Therefore, the food in the sect was always sumptuous. Mo Ran drank a bowl of spicy and fragrant oil tea. He ate peanuts, chopped vegetables, and crispy soybeans. In front of him was a plate of yellow and crispy pan-fried dumplings that was specially prepared for Shamai. Xue Meng looked at Mo Ran from the corner of his eyes and said mockingly, Mo Ran, I didn't expect you to be able to walk out of the Red Lotus hell alive. Amazing. Mo Ran did not even raise his head. Then why don't you see who I am? Who are you? Xue Meng sneered. Shizun didn't break your leg, and you're so arrogant that you don't know who you are. Oh, if I'm an onion, then what are you? Xue Meng sneered. I'm Shizun's chief disciple. You gave yourself that title. Sai, I suggest you ask Shizun to give you a seal and hang it on the wall. Otherwise, you're not worthy of the title of chief disciple. With a crack, Xue Meng broke the chopsticks in his hand. Shamai hurriedly tried to calm them down. Stop arguing. Let's eat. Xue Meng. HMPH, Mo Ran giggled and imitated him. HMPH, Xue Meng flew into a rage and slammed the table. How dare you? Seeing that the situation was not good, Shamai hurriedly pulled Xue Meng back. Young master, there are so many people watching. Let's eat, stop fighting. The two of them were at odds with each other. Although they were cousins, they quarreled whenever they saw each other. After Shamai persuaded Xue Meng, he had no choice but to sit in the middle and talk to both sides. After a while, he asked Xue Meng, Young master, when will Madam's cat give birth? Xue Meng replied, Oh, you mean Our Li? My mother made a mistake. It's not pregnant. It just ate too much and looks like it has a big belly. Shamai, after a while, he asked Mo Ran, are you still going to work at Shizun's place today? I don't think so. Everything that needs to be done has been done. I'll help you copy the sect rules today. Shamai laughed. Why do you still have time to help me? You still have 100 times to copy. Xue Meng raised his eyebrows and looked at Shamai in surprise. Why do you want to copy the sect rules too? Shamai looked embarrassed. Before he could say anything, the chatter in the dining hall suddenly died down. The three of them turned around and saw Chu Waning enter the Meng Po lobby in his white robe. He walked to the counter expressionlessly and began to pick out the snacks. With the addition of Chu Waning, the dining hall with more than 1,000 people suddenly became as quiet as a graveyard. The disciples all buried their heads in their food. Even if they wanted to talk, they spoke very softly. Shemi sighed softly. He watched as Chu Wan Ning carried the tray and sat in the corner where he usually sat today. She silently ate the porridge by herself. He couldn't help but say, "Actually, I feel that sometimes Shizun is quite pitiful." Mo Ran looked up. "What do you mean?" "Look, no one dares to go near where he sits. When he comes, no one dares to speak loudly. It was fine when the Lord was around, but now that the Lord isn't around, he doesn't even have someone to talk to. Isn't he very lonely?" Mo Ran snorted. "He asked for it." Xue Meng was angry again. "You dare to mock Shizun? When did I mock him? I'm just telling the truth." Mo Ran gave Shamai another pan-fried bun. With his temper, who would want to stay with him? You. Mo Ran looked at Xue Meng with a mischievous smile and said lazily, "Not convinced? If you're not convinced, then sit over there and eat with Shizun. Don't sit with us." That one sentence made Xue Meng speechless. Although he respected Chu Wanning, he was more afraid of him like everyone else. He couldn't help but feel embarrassed and angry, but he couldn't refute. He could only kick the table legs and sulk with himself. Mo Ran's face had a trace of lazy pride. He glanced at the little phoenix provocatively, and then his line of sight fell on Chu Wanning across the crowd. For some reason, looking at the only white figure in the dark blue silver armor in the room, he suddenly thought of the person curled up in the cold metal and fell asleep last night. Shamai was right. Chu Wanning was really pitiful. But so what? The more pitiful he was, the happier Mo Ran was. As he thought about it, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl up a little more. The days passed by quickly. Chu Wanning didn't ask him to go to the Red Lotus Pavilion anymore. Mo Ran's daily tasks were washing dishes, feeding the chickens and ducks raised by Madame Wang, and weeding in the herb garden. He had a lot of free time. In the blink of an eye, a month of confinement had passed. One day, Madame Wang called Mo Ran to the Danshin Palace. She touched his head and asked, "Mo Ran, have your wounds healed?" Mo Ran smiled and said, "Thank you for your concern. They're all healed." "That's good. Be careful when you go out in the future. Don't make such a big mistake and make your Shizun angry. Do you understand?" Mo Ran was very good at pretending to be a grandson. "I understand, Auntie. There's one more thing." Madame Wang took out a letter from the small table and said, "You've been in the sect for a year. It's time for you to take on the responsibility of eliminating demons. Yesterday, your uncle sent you a letter and asked you to go down the mountain to complete this task after your confinement is over. According to the rules of the Life and Death Summit, disciples who had been in the sect for a year had to go out and eliminate demons. During the first time, the disciple's Shizun would accompany him. In addition, the disciple had to invite a fellow disciple to go with him. This was to let the disciples support each other and understand why the saying, "Loyal heart can be a mirror, and will not change in life and death." Mo Ran's eyes lit up. He took the letter and tore it open. After reading it, he grinned happily. Madame Wang said worriedly, "Aran, your uncle hopes that you can make a name for yourself in one battle, so he entrusted you with a heavy responsibility. Even though Elder Yu Heng's cultivation is profound, but in a battle, blades and swords are merciless. He might not be able to protect you well. You must not be too happy and underestimate the enemy." I won't. Mo Ran waved his hands and laughed, "Auntie, don't worry. I'll take care of myself." After saying this, he slipped away to pack his luggage. This child. Madame Wang looked at his back. Her gentle and beautiful face was full of worry. Why is he so happy to accept a task? How could Mo Ran not be happy? The task his uncle gave him to eliminate demons happened in colorful Butterfly Town. It was entrusted by a local official surnamed Chen. Regardless of what kind of demons were there, the key was that in his previous life, he was bewitched by demons in this colorful Butterfly Town. He lost his mind and forcibly kissed Shamai in an illusion. This was one of the few times that Mo Ran was close to Shamai. It was really ecstasy. Moreover, because he was bewitched, Shamai couldn't be bothered. He kissed her for nothing. After he kissed her, she couldn't even find him to settle the score. Mo Ran was so happy that his eyes turned into crescents. He didn't even mind that this task had to be done with Chu Warning. Eliminating demons depended on one's master, and flirting depended on one's self. This kind of easy task, why not? After inviting Shamo and reporting to Shizun, the three of them quickly rode their horses and arrived at the colorful butterfly town, which was full of evil spirits. This was a town that was rich in flowers. Outside the residential area were flower fields that stretched for dozens of miles. Because of this, there were always butterflies fluttering about in the town, hence the name. When the three of them arrived, it was already night time. The village entrance was bustling with noise and excitement. A line of musicians wearing bright red clothes walked out of the alley while playing Swona. Shamai asked curiously, "Is this a wedding? Why are they marrying at night?" Chu Warning said, "It's a ghost wedding." Ghost weddings were also known as yin weddings or matching bones. It was a marriage arranged by the common people for men and women who died young before marriage. This kind of custom didn't flourish in poor places, but the colorful butterfly town was very rich. Therefore, it was common for the unmarried young men and women to find a spouse. The group of ghost weddings was majestic. They were divided into two rows. One row was carrying silk and satin, the other row was carrying paper ingots and ghost coins. Like this, they escorted a red and white palanquin with 8 carriers. All of them were deacons with golden lanterns as they filed out of the village. Mo Ran pulled the horses to the side and let the group of ghost weddings pass first. As the palanquin came closer, they saw that the person sitting inside was not a living person, but a ghost bride made of paper. The ghost bride was covered in makeup. Her lips were bright red, and the 2 rosy clouds on her cheeks reflected her pale face. Her smiling appearance was extremely frightening. What kind of bad habits does this village have? They really have money to burn. Mo Ran whispered. Chu Warning said, "The people of colorful butterfly town are very particular about the art of geomancy. They believe that a lone grave cannot appear in a family, otherwise, the family's luck will be affected by the wandering ghosts. There's no such saying, right? The townspeople believe in it." Aye, that's true. Colorful butterfly town has been around for hundreds of years. If we tell them that the evil they believe in does not exist, they probably won't be able to accept it. Shamai whispered, "Where is this group of ghost weddings going?" Chu Warning said, "When we came here, we passed by an earthen temple. The temple doesn't worship any deity." There was a double happiness character pasted on the door. The table was filled with red satin. On the satin, there were words like "heaven sent good fortune" and "a good match in the underworld." I think they are going there. I noticed that temple too. Shamai seemed to be deep in thought. "Master, is that a ghost MC enshrined there?" "That's right. A ghost master of ceremonies is an image of a ghost god. People believe that a ghost wedding needs 3 matchmakers and 6 cards. When exchanging Dragon Phoenix invitations, the master of ceremonies is also needed to recognize 2 dead people as husband and wife. Because of the popularity of the ghost wedding in colorful butterfly town, naturally, a golden body was sculpted for the ghost master and placed in front of the graveyard outside the town. Before the people who carried out the ghost wedding were buried, they had to first carry the ghost bride to the temple to pay their respects. Mo Ran rarely saw such a ridiculous scene, so he watched with great interest. Chu Warning only watched for a while before turning his horse around and said, "Let's go. We'll go take a look at the haunted house." 3 Taoists, my life is really bitter. You're finally here. If no one cares about this matter, I don't even want to live anymore. The person who entrusted the peak of life and death to eliminate the ghost was the town's richest merchant, Chen Yuanwei. The Chen family was in the fragrance powder business. There were 4 sons and 1 daughter in the family. After the eldest son got married, the wife didn't like the noise in the house, so the 2 of them thought about moving out and starting their own family. The Chen family was rich and overbearing, so they bought a large piece of land in a secluded area of the North Mountain. There was also a natural hot spring pool, so they were very good at enjoying themselves. As a result, on the day of the groundbreaking, the shovel hit a hard object after a few shovels. The eldest daughter-in-law went over to take a look and fainted. They dug up a new coffin painted red on the North Mountain. There was a mass burial ground in colorful Butterfly Town. After the townspeople died, they were all buried there. But this lone coffin inexplicably appeared on the North Mountain. Moreover, there was no tombstone, and the coffin was blood red. They didn't dare to move it again, so they quickly filled the hole with soil. But it was already too late. Since that day, strange things kept happening in the Chen family. First, it was my daughter-in-law. Chen Yuanwei cried, she was frightened, which affected the baby and caused a miscarriage. Then, it was my eldest son who went to the mountain to pick herbs for his wife to nourish her body. In the end, he slipped and fell down the mountain. When we went to save her, he was already dead. Sigh. He sighed deeply, choked with sobs, and couldn't continue. He just waved his hand. Madame Chen was also wiping her tears with a handkerchief. My husband was right. In the following months, our sons met with mishaps one after another. They either went missing or lost their lives. For sons, 3 of them are gone. Chu Wanning frowned, glanced at the Chen couple, and fell on the pale-faced eldest son. He looked about the same age as Mo Ran, about 15 or 16 years old. He had delicate features, but fear made his face somewhat distorted. Shamai asked, "Can you tell us how the other children died?" Sigh, Zhongzi was bitten by a snake when he was on his way to find his brother. That snake was just a normal grass snake. It wasn't poisonous. At that time, no one paid much attention to it. But a few days later, when he was eating, he suddenly fell straight down, and then... Woo-woo, my child. Shamai sighed, and felt bad. Then, did the body show any signs of poisoning? Sigh, where did the poison come from? Our family must have been cursed. The first few sons have all died, and the next one is the youngest. The next one is the youngest. Chu Wanning frowned, and his eyes fell on Mrs. Chen like lightning, and asked, "How do you know that the youngest will be the next one? Why not yourself? Does this evil ghost only kill men?" The youngest son of the Chen family huddled there, his legs shaking and eyes swollen. When he opened his mouth, his voice was sharp and twisted. "It's me. It's me. I know it. The man in the red coffin is here. He's here. Taoist priest, save me. Taoist priest, save me." As he spoke, he began to lose control of his emotions. He rushed over and hugged Chu Waning's leg. Chu Waning didn't like to interact with strangers, so he immediately avoided him. He raised his head and stared at the couple. "What's going on?" The couple looked at each other and said in a trembling voice, "There's a place in this house, we don't dare to go there again. Taoist priest, you'll know when you see it." "It's really evil, really," Chu Waning interrupted. "Where is it?" The couple hesitated for a while, and then reached out their hands and pointed to the ancestral room. "It's there." Chu Waning took the lead, followed by Mo Ran and Shamai, and the Chens at a distance. When they opened the door, they saw that the room was very similar to the incense house where some big families worshipped their ancestors. There were several rows of memorial tablets, and pale candles were burning on both sides. All the memorial tablets in this room were engraved with yellow paint. The names of the deceased and their ranking in the family were written on them. The memorial tablets were written in a very orderly manner. The spirit of a certain Lord Taifu would be tested on the spirit of a certain Lord Taifu, and the spirit of a certain Lord Taifu would be tested on the spirit of a certain Lord Taifu. Only the memorial tablet in the middle didn't have the words engraved on it. Instead, it had a line of words written in bright red, the spirit of Chen Yinji. Erected by Lord Yang Chen's son. The members of the Chen family who were hiding behind the Taoist priest felt lucky and timidly glanced at the white silk fluttering in the air. However, when they saw the words on the memorial tablet that looked like they were painted with blood, they immediately collapsed. Mrs. Chen cried loudly. Her youngest son's face was so pale that he didn't look like a living person. First, the writing on the memorial tablet was not in accordance with the etiquette. Second, the words on the memorial tablet were crooked, like the scribbles of a sleepy person. It was so messy that it was almost unrecognizable. Shamai turned around and asked, "Who's Chen Yinji?" The youngest son of the Chens cried behind him and said with a trembling voice, It's me." Chen Yuanwei cried and said, "Taoist priest, it's like this. Since Master Zhong passed away, we found that there was a memorial tablet in the ancestral hall. The names of all the living people in our family were written on the tablet. As soon as the name appeared, within 7 days, that person would meet with an unexpected disaster. When the third son's name appeared on the tablet, I locked him in the room and scattered incense outside the door. I asked someone to perform a ritual. I tried everything, but on the 7th day, he still died, for no reason, just like that." The more he spoke, the more agitated and scared he became. He knelt down with a thud and said, "I, Chen Yuanwei, have never done anything evil in my life. Why did God do this to me? Why?" Shamai felt sad and hurried to comfort the crying old man. At the same time, he raised his head and said softly, "Master, look at this." Chu Wanning didn't turn around. He was still looking at the memorial tablet with great interest, as if a flower would bloom on it. Suddenly, Chu Wanning asked, "Master Yang, Madam Chen-san, are they talking about you, Madam Chen?" 11. It's me. Madam Chen cried, "But this tablet wasn't written by me. How could I curse my own child?" You won't write when you're awake, but not when you're asleep." As Chu Wanning spoke, he raised his hand and picked up the tablet. He poured spiritual energy into his palm, and the tablet suddenly burst out with a mournful scream, followed by thick blood flowing out from the tablet. Chu Wanning's eyes were cold, and he sternly said, "Evil creature, how dare you be so arrogant?" The spiritual energy in his palm increased, and the words on the tablet were forced to recede bit by bit from the scream, becoming dim, and finally completely disappeared. Chu Wan-Ning's slender and cold fingers clenched once more, shattering the entire tablet into pieces. The Chen family members behind were all stunned. Not to mention the Chen family members, even Shamai was stunned. He couldn't help but sigh, so powerful. Mo Ran couldn't help but sigh in his heart, so fierce. Chu Wanning turned half of his handsome face, but there was no expression on his face, only a few drops of blood splashed on his cheeks. He raised his hand, carefully examining the blood on his fingertips, and said to the Chen family members, "You all stay in this courtyard today, don't go anywhere." At this time, they didn't dare to disobey, so they quickly said, Good. We'll listen to Daoist priest's orders." Chu Wanning walked out of the ancestral room in large strides, casually wiping the blood on his face, and pointed at Madam Chen, "Especially you can't fall asleep. That thing will take over your body, so no matter how sleepy you are, you must be awake." Yes. Madam Chen repeatedly agreed, and with tears in her eyes, she asked in disbelief, "Daoist priest, my son, is he all right?" "He's fine for now." Madam Chen was stunned, For now. Not all the time. Then how can I save my son's life? Chu Warning said, catch the monster. Madam Chen was very anxious, so she couldn't help but be a little rude. She hurriedly asked, when does Daoist priest plan to catch it? Immediately. As Chu Warning spoke, he glanced at the Chen clan members and asked, do any of you know the exact location of the red coffin? Someone, lead the way. The eldest son's daughter-in-law's surname was Yao. Although she was a woman, she was tall and looked quite heroic. Although there was fear on her face, she was calmer than the others. She immediately said, my late husband and I chose that place. I know where it is. Let me take you there. The three of them followed Chen Yaosha and headed north. Soon, they arrived at the piece of land that the Chen family had bought. Martial law had been set up there, and there was no sign of human habitation around. The dark hills were overgrown with vegetation, and it was so quiet that not even the chirping of insects and birds could be heard. When they reached the middle of the mountain, their field of vision widened. Chen Yaosha said, 3 Taoists, this is the place. The place where the red coffin was dug out was still covered with the tombstone. Mo Ran laughed when he saw it. What's the use of this stupid stone? One look and I can tell that this is something that only an amateur would do. Let's move. Chen Yaosha was a little flustered. The mister in town said that because of the tombstone, the evil spirits inside can't come out. Mo Ran put on a fake smile. Mister, you're quite capable. Chen Yaosha said, move, 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 move. Chu Warning coldly said, there's no need for that. As he finished speaking, he raised his hand. His fingertips glowed with golden light. Heaven's Inquisition obeyed his summons and appeared in his palm. He then swung his willow vines and the tombstone shattered into pieces. Chu Warning expressionlessly walked over and stood on top of the pile of rubble. He raised his hand again and said, what are you hiding for? Get up! A strange creaking sound came from below. Suddenly, a 12-foot thick wooden coffin broke through the ground. In a moment, sand and dirt flew everywhere. Shamai was shocked. This coffin is filled with evil spirits. Chu Warning said, back off. As he finished speaking, he swung his hand and the Heaven's Inquisition struck the red coffin. Golden sparks flew everywhere. After a moment of silence, the lid of the coffin burst open. The billowing smoke dispersed and the thing inside was revealed. Lying in the coffin was a naked man. His nose was straight and his face was handsome. If it wasn't for his pale skin, he would have looked like he was sleeping. Mo Ran glanced at the man's lower abdomen and covered his eyes. Aya, you're not wearing underwear. Stinky hooligan. Shamai was speechless. Chu Warning was speechless. Chen Yaosha exclaimed, husband. She rushed over to the coffin. Chu Warning reached out and stopped her. He raised his eyebrows and asked, this is your husband? Yes. He's my husband. Chen Yaosha was shocked and sad. Why is he here? He was buried in the ancestral grave. At that time, he was wearing his burial clothes. Why is he? Halfway through her sentence, the woman burst into tears. She beat her chest and stamped her feet. Why is it like this? It's so tragic, so tragic. Hubby. Hubby. The junior sister sighed. Little Mrs. Chen, my condolences. Chu Warning and Mo Ran ignored the crying woman. Chu Warning wasn't good at comforting people, while Mo Ran didn't have any compassion. The two of them stared at the body in the coffin. Mo Ran had already experienced this in his previous life and wasn't surprised. However, he still had to pretend. He rubbed his chin and said, Shizun, there's something wrong with this body. Chu Warning said, I know. Mo Ran had a lot of things to say. They were all words that Chu Wanning had analyzed for them in his previous life. In this life, he wanted to use them to shock Chu Wanning. However, Chu Wanning just casually said, "I know." As a master, shouldn't he be tempting his disciple and encouraging him to voice his thoughts and praise him and reward him for his actions? Mo Ran wasn't satisfied. He pretended not to hear the "I don't know," and said, "There are no signs of decay on this body. Young Master Chen's accident happened more than half a month ago. According to the current climate, it should have festered and oozed pus. There should be a layer of liquid in the coffin. This is the first reason." Chu Wanning looked at him coldly with a look that said, "You can continue acting." The second reason. Mo Ran was unmoved. He continued to recite Chu Wanning's explanation from his previous life. Before the coffin was opened, the evil aura in this red coffin was very strong. However, after it was opened, it dissipated. Moreover, the evil aura in this body is very weak. This is also very abnormal. Chu Wanning, the third reason. Did you notice that from the moment the coffin was opened, there was a sweet fragrance in the wind? The fragrance was very faint. If one didn't pay attention, they wouldn't have noticed it at all. After Mo Ran said this, Shamai and Chen Yaosha finally noticed that there was indeed a faint sweetness in the air. Shamai said, "Indeed." Chen Yaosha sniffed and her expression changed. "This fragrance," Shamai said, "Mrs. Chen, what's wrong?" Chen Yaosha was so scared that her voice changed. "This fragrance, it's my mother-in-law's 100 butterfly fragrance powder." For a moment, no one said anything. The prophecy tablet in the shrine, made by Master Yang Chen Yaosha, seemed to appear in front of them again. Shamai said, "Could this really be Mrs. Chen's doing?" Mo Ran said, "It doesn't look like it." Chu Wanning said, "No." The two spoke at almost the same time. After they finished speaking, they looked at each other. Chu Wanning's expression didn't change at all. "Go ahead." Mo Ran said bluntly, "From what I know, the Chen family became rich because of the 100 butterfly fragrance powder specially made by the old madam. Although the formula of this powder is not leaked, the finished product is not difficult to obtain. 5 or 6 of the 10 girls in Rainbow Butterfly Town use this fragrance on their bodies. Not only that, before we came here, we found that young Master Chen seems to like the 100 butterfly fragrance powder very much. He often mixed it in his baths, so it's not strange that he has this fragrance on him. What's strange is..." As he spoke, he turned his head again to look at the naked man in the coffin. He's already been dead for half a month, but this fragrance is still the same as if it was just applied. Am I right, Shizun? Chu Wanning, if you're right, then praise me. Chu Wanning, En. Mo Ran laughed. You really are a man of few words. Before he could laugh, his robes suddenly fluttered as Chu Wanning pulled him back several feet. The golden light of Heaven's Inquisition in her hand sparkled brightly as sparks flew everywhere. Be careful. The smell of the 100 butterfly perfume in the air suddenly thickened. As the fragrance drifted, white fog appeared between the plants and started to spread at an astonishing speed. In an instant, the entire mountainside turned into a sea of fog. Suddenly, it was so dark that one couldn't even see their own fingers. Mo Ran's heart skipped a beat. The illusion had been activated. Ah! In the thick fog, the first thing that came was Chen Yaosha's scream. Daoist priest, save! Before the last word left her mouth, she suddenly went silent. Chu Wanning's fingertips lit up with a blue light. He placed a tracking talisman on Mo Ran's forehead and said, "Be careful. I'll go take a look." After that, he quickly disappeared into the thick fog. Mo Ran touched his forehead and laughed softly. Wow, even the location of the talisman is exactly the same as in my previous life. Chu Wanning, you really haven't changed a single bit. The fog dispersed as quickly as it came. Not long after, the fog disappeared without a trace. However, the scene in front of them was even more shocking than the fog. At least in his previous life, Mo Ran had a great shock. After the fog dispersed, the originally desolate, messy, and overgrown mountainside was gone. In its place was a vast and elegant garden. There were pavilions, winding corridors, rockeries, and cobblestone paths. There was no end in sight. When Mo Ran saw this place, he was so happy that he wanted to roll on the ground. This tyrant had always been thinking about this illusion. In his previous life, they were also lost in it. Mo Ran first met Shamai. Under the influence of the illusion, he kissed Shamai for the first and only time in his life. Unfortunately, at that time, Shamai was probably too scared. When Mo Ran let go of his hand, he turned around and ran away. The swan that was in his mouth was taken away from him before he could even take a bite. This was not a good feeling. After the illusion was broken, Shamai did not pursue the matter. The kiss in the illusion was like nothing had happened. No one mentioned it again. Sometimes, in his dreams, Mo Ran would wonder if it was just a figment of his imagination due to his deep obsession. But whether or not it was his imagination, Mo Ran licked his lips. This time, he would not let Shamai get away so easily. He had to kiss him enough. 12. After walking for a long time in the illusion, he still could not find his way. Instead, the smell of the 100 butterfly perfume in the air was getting stronger and stronger. This smell would stimulate one's emotions and expand one's senses, causing one to do many unimaginable things. Mo Ran gradually began to feel restless, as if a small flame had ignited in his stomach, slowly heating up the blood in his body. Spring water, he needed to find a pool of spring water. Where was the spring water? He knew that there was a living spring in the illusion. In his previous life, when he walked to the spring, his mouth was dry and his eyes were blurred. He had no choice but to drink a few mouthfuls of the spring water, thinking that it was better to die from poison than from thirst. After drinking the spring water, he felt his consciousness become more and more blurred. In a daze, Shamai came to find him. Shamai was a medical practitioner, so he immediately detoxified him. At that time, the dizzy Mo Ran was bewitched by the poison and kissed Shamai's lips. The former emperor of the mortal realm was eager to relive the dream of his lover, so he wandered around the illusionary land. After a long time, he finally heard the tinkling sound of spring water. He was so happy that he quickly ran over and drank to his heart's content. Sure enough, the restlessness brought by the fragrance became more obvious under the stimulation of the spring water. He uncontrollably wanted to plunge into the depths of the spring water, and unknowingly buried half of his body. Just as Mo Ran's consciousness was about to become blurred, a hand suddenly pulled him up, just like in his previous life. In an instant, water splashed everywhere, and air rushed into his nose. Mo Ran gasped for breath, opened his eyelashes and saw the figure in front of him. The blurry figure gradually became clearer, accompanied by an angry voice. "How dare you drink the water here? Do you want to die?" Mo Ran shook off the water droplets like a dog. When he saw the person, he was relieved. "Shamai, don't talk, take the medicine." A dark purple pill was passed to his lips. Mo Ran opened his mouth and obediently took the pill, but his eyes were still staring at Shamai's beautiful face. Suddenly, just like in his previous life, he could not resist the anxiety in his heart. Besides, Mo Ran was not a gentleman, so he clasped Shamai's wrist and quickly kissed him on the lips before he could react. In an instant, sparks flew everywhere, and his mind was blank. He was a dissolute and promiscuous person, but the intensity in bed did not require the contact of the lips, and did not require excessive warmth. Thus, although there was a lot of physical contact, the number of kisses he had with others was pitifully few. Shamai did not expect to be attacked like this. He froze on the spot. Only when the tongue reached in did he finally react and begin to struggle and resist. "What are you doing, oh?" Before he could finish his sentence, his face was violently turned around and his lips covered again. Mo Ran's kiss was even more intense than in his previous life. The two rolled around by the spring. Shamai was firmly pressed under Mo Ran's body, and Mo Ran kissed his moist and cold lips. It was the same amazing feeling as in his memory, and his cheeks, ears, don't move. When he opened his mouth, his hoarse voice shocked himself. It was over. Why did the spring water feel even more effective than in his previous life? According to the development of his previous life, he did not have the time to be intimate with Shamai for so long. After a few kisses, the young Mo Ran was condemned by his conscience. He let go of Shamai and used Qinggong to escape. But because he was too evil and shameless in this life, not only was he not condemned by his conscience, he was driven by lust. He directly pressed Shamai to the shore and kissed him. Shamai struggled and shouted angrily under his body, but his evil thoughts had entered his heart and he could not hear what he was shouting. In his eyes, he could only see that piously beautiful face and that seductive, moist, opening and closing lips. A fire burned in his stomach. Mo Ran followed his heart and kissed him even more violently. He directly pried open Shamai's teeth, and his tongue went straight in, grabbing the sweetness in his mouth. His heart was beating like a drum. In the midst of the chaos, he had already torn off Shamai's complicated outer robe and pulled open the waist belt. His hand slipped inside and touched the smooth and firm skin. The person under him suddenly jumped up, but was heavily pressed down by Mo Ran. He bit Shamai's ear and whispered, "Be good, and we can both feel good." "Mo Wayu. Aya, why are you so angry that you're calling me like that? It makes us seem like strangers." Mo Ran smiled and licked Shamai's earlobe. His hand didn't stay idle and went straight to Shamai's waist. Stinking rogue Mo Ran, the 16-year-old rogue from back then really couldn't compare to the 32-year-old rogue now. This person's face was growing thicker with each passing day. Shamai's body tensed up. Mo Ran could feel his body trembling slightly. Really, he clearly looked like a slender person, but his muscles were well proportioned and his lines sharp. He couldn't help but pull at Shamai's underwear. Shamai finally couldn't bear it anymore and exploded. "Mo Wayu. You're courting death." With a bang, a burst of powerful spiritual energy fiercely repelled him. That spiritual energy was fierce and overbearing. Mo Ran was caught off guard and was knocked over onto a rock by the spring. He almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Shamai grabbed his messy clothes and stood up in a flustered and exasperated manner. Golden spiritual energy flowed wildly in his palms, and sparks flew everywhere. It reflected a red light in his eyes. Mo Ran felt dizzy and vaguely felt that something was wrong. "Heaven's Inquisition, summon!" With an angry shout, a golden willow vine shot out from Shamai's palm. Heaven's Inquisition came out. The willow vine was dazzling to the eyes. From time to time, it would burst into flames and burst into golden light. Willow leaves fluttered in the air. Mo Ran was stunned. When did Shamai know how to summon Heaven's Inquisition? But this thought didn't linger in his mind for a moment. Suddenly, Heaven's Inquisition tore through the air and slapped down on his face. The willow vine didn't hold back at all. The stinky Emperor Tar was beaten until blood splattered everywhere. People like Rongju who had been beaten by Mo Ran would definitely clap and cheer when they saw this. They would shout, "Good hit! What a good fight! Another hit! Get rid of evil for the people. Do a good deed every day." Mo Ran finally regained his senses after being struck by this torrential rain without any gap in between. 12. After walking for a long time in the illusion, he still could not find his way. Instead, the smell of the 100 butterfly perfume in the air was getting stronger and stronger. This smell would stimulate one's emotions and expand one's senses, causing one to do many unimaginable things. Moran gradually began to feel restless, as if a small flame had ignited in his stomach, slowly heating up the blood in his body. Spring water. He needed to find a pool of spring water. Where was the spring water? He knew that there was a living spring in the illusion. In his previous life, when he walked to the spring, his mouth was dry and his eyes were blurred. He had no choice but to drink a few mouthfuls of the spring water, thinking that it was better to die from poison than from thirst. After drinking the spring water, he felt his consciousness become more and more blurred. In a daze, Shamai came to find him. Shamai was a medical practitioner, so he immediately detoxified him. At that time, the dizzy Moran was bewitched by the poison and kissed Shamai's lips. The former emperor of the mortal realm was eager to relive the dream of his lover, so he wandered around the illusionary land. After a long time, he finally heard the tinkling sound of spring water. He was so happy that he quickly ran over and drank to his heart's content. Sure enough, the restlessness brought by the fragrance became more obvious under the stimulation of the spring water. He uncontrollably wanted to plunge into the depths of the spring water, and unknowingly buried half of his body. Just as Moran's consciousness was about to become blurred, a hand suddenly pulled him up, just like in his previous life. In an instant, water splashed everywhere, and air rushed into his nose. Moran gasped for breath, opened his eyelashes and saw the figure in front of him. The blurry figure gradually became clearer, accompanied by an angry voice. "How dare you drink the water here? Do you want to die?" Moran shook off the water droplets like a dog. When he saw the person, he was relieved. "Shamai, don't talk, take the medicine." A dark purple pill was passed to his lips. Moran opened his mouth and obediently took the pill, but his eyes were still staring at Shamai's beautiful face. Suddenly, just like in his previous life, he could not resist the anxiety in his heart. Besides, Moran was not a gentleman, so he clasped Shamai's wrist and quickly kissed him on the lips before he could react. In an instant, sparks flew everywhere, and his mind was blank. He was a dissolute and promiscuous person, but the intensity in bed did not require the contact of the lips, and did not require excessive warmth. Thus, although there was a lot of physical contact, the number of kisses he had with others was pitifully few. Shamai did not expect to be attacked like this. He froze on the spot. Only when the tongue reached in did he finally react and begin to struggle and resist. "What are you doing, oh?" Before he could finish his sentence, his face was violently turned around and his lips covered again. Moran's kiss was even more intense than in his previous life. The two rolled around by the spring. Shamai was firmly pressed under Moran's body, and Moran kissed his moist and cold lips. It was the same amazing feeling as in his memory, and his cheeks, ears, don't move. When he opened his mouth, his hoarse voice shocked himself. It was over. Why did the spring water feel even more effective than in his previous life? According to the development of his previous life, he did not have the time to be intimate with Shamai for so long. After a few kisses, the young Moran was condemned by his conscience. He let go of Shamai and used Qinggong to escape. But because he was too evil and shameless in this life, not only was he not condemned by his conscience, he was driven by lust. He directly pressed Shamai to the shore and kissed him. Shamai struggled and shouted angrily under his body, but his evil thoughts had entered his heart and he could not hear what he was shouting. In his eyes, he could only see that piously beautiful face and that seductive, moist, opening and closing lips. A fire burned in his stomach. Moran followed his heart and kissed him even more violently. He directly pried open Shamai's teeth, and his tongue went straight in, grabbing the sweetness in his mouth. His heart was beating like a drum. In the midst of the chaos, he had already torn off Shamai's complicated outer robe and pulled open the waist belt. His hand slipped inside and touched the smooth and firm skin. The person under him suddenly jumped up, but was heavily pressed down by Mo Ran. He bit Shimai's ear and whispered, "Be good, and we can both feel good." "Mo Weiyu. Aya, why are you so angry that you're calling me like that? It makes us seem like strangers." Mo Ran smiled and licked Shimai's earlobe. His hand didn't stay idle and went straight to Shimai's waist. Stinking rogue Mo Ran, the 16-year-old rogue from back then really couldn't compare to the 32-year-old rogue now. This person's face was growing thicker with each passing day. Shimai's body tensed up. Mo Ran could feel his body trembling slightly. Really, he clearly looked like a slender person, but his muscles were well proportioned and his lines sharp. He couldn't help but pull at Shimai's underwear. Shimai finally couldn't bear it anymore and exploded. "Mo Weiyu. You're courting death." With a bang, a burst of powerful spiritual energy fiercely repelled him. That spiritual energy was fierce and overbearing. Mo Ran was caught off guard and was knocked over onto a rock by the spring. He almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Shimai grabbed his messy clothes and stood up in a flustered and exasperated manner. Golden spiritual energy flowed wildly in his palms, and sparks flew everywhere. It reflected a red light in his eyes. Mo Ran felt dizzy and vaguely felt that something was wrong. "Heaven's Inquisition, summon!" With an angry shout, a golden willow vine shot out from Shimai's palm. Heaven's Inquisition came out. The willow vine was dazzling to the eyes. From time to time, it would burst into flames and burst into golden light. Willow leaves fluttered in the air. Mo Ran was stunned. When did Shimai know how to summon Heaven's Inquisition? But this thought didn't linger in his mind for a moment. Suddenly, Heaven's Inquisition tore through the air and slapped down on his face. The willow vine didn't hold back at all. The stinky Emperor Tar was beaten until blood splattered everywhere. People like Rongju who had been beaten by Mo Ran would definitely clap and cheer when they saw this. They would shout, "Good hit! What a good fight! Another hit! Get rid of evil for the people. Do a good deed every day." Mo Ran finally regained his senses after being struck by this torrential rain without any gap in between. Shimai was so gentle, how could he hit people like this? Who else could it be other than Chu Wan to be so skilled at using the willow vine? Chu Waning's hands were weak. He stopped to take a breath and rubbed his wrist. When he was about to hit again, Mo Ran suddenly leaned against the rock and coughed out a mouthful of blood. "Don't hit me anymore, I'm going to die." Mo Ran coughed out a few mouthfuls of blood. He couldn't help but feel sad. This was definitely the thickest and most colorful stroke in his dissolute book. Who would have thought that the person who came was actually Chu Waning? And for some reason, this Chu Waning had Shimai's face. Even his voice sounded exactly the same as Shimai's. He wiped the mottled blood from the corner of his mouth. He gasped and looked up. Maybe it was because he was beaten up by the magical weapon, or maybe it was because the medicine that Chu Waning gave him had taken effect. When he looked up, the person in front of him was no longer Shimai. Chu Waning's face was gloomy. He stood under the tree with a fierce look. He was furious and his eyes were like lightning. He was angrily staring at Mo Ran. His ferocious appearance was truly frightening. But Mo Ran stared at him for a few seconds. He found that he was shamefully hard. Chu Waning had always been meticulous. His white robe, which could be called ascetic, was now very messy. Only his slender white hands tightly grasped it to prevent it from slipping off his shoulders. His lips were red and swollen from being kissed. There were also scattered kiss marks on the side of his neck. Although his expression was fierce, it made people's hearts beat faster. In his previous life, the memories of Chu Waning, the memories of madness, bloodshed, hatred, unscrupulousness, conquest, and pleasure were all piled up together. Those memories that Mo Ran was too lazy to think about, and originally didn't want to think about, were all in this air filled with the smell of blood and the scent of 100 butterflies. In an instant, they became ghastly and difficult to hide. Like a tide, they rushed to his heart. Damn it, he still couldn't look at Chu Wanning like this. Even if he hated him, even if he couldn't wait to cut him into pieces and wrap him in wonton wrappers to cook and eat, Mo Ran still had to admit. In his previous life, the most exciting love affairs, the most blood-boiling and scalp-numbing orgasms, were all obtained from Chu Wanning. Hating him was one thing. But for men, especially a particularly shameless and beastly man like Mo Ran, the instinctive reaction of the body was another thing. Chu Wanning breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that he was really angry. His hand that was holding Tianwen was trembling slightly. Awake. Mo Ran swallowed a mouthful of blood. Yes, Shizun. Chu Wanning didn't seem to have enough, but he knew that there was something wrong with this illusion. He shouldn't blame Mo Ran. After hesitating for a while, he finally took back the willow vine. Today's matter, before he could finish, Mo Ran interrupted him. Today's matter, only the heavens, earth, you and I know. I definitely won't say anything. If I say anything, I'll be struck by lightning. Chu Wanning was silent for a while. Then he sneered. I've heard this curse of yours more than 100 times. Not one of them is true. This time it's definitely true. Although his body had a reaction, wanting to do Chu Wanning was like liking to eat stinky tofu. In Mo Ran's eyes, it wasn't something that could be shown in public. It was better to find a corner where there was no one around and eat stinky tofu, so as not to smell others. Wanting to sleep with Chu Wanning was the same. Mo Ran had always hated Chu Wanning. How could he tell others that he actually hated him and secretly wanted to sleep with him? If this wasn't crazy, then what was? And those rotten things with Chu Wanning in his previous life, he really didn't want to mention it again. Forgive him. This illusionary realm is very confusing. The people you meet inside will become what you want to see the most. Chu Wanning said as he walked side by side with Mo Ran. You need to focus to not be confused by the illusion. Oh, Yen? Wait a minute. Mo Ran suddenly thought of something. If it was like this, then in his previous life, the Shamai he saw might not be Shamai. It might still be. He glanced at Chu Wanning who was walking next to him and couldn't help but feel a chill. Impossible. If the person he kissed in his previous life was Chu Wanning, he definitely couldn't avoid a beating. At the very least, he would eat a slap. It definitely wasn't Chu Wanning. It definitely wasn't him. Just as he was shouting in his heart, Chu Wanning suddenly stopped and pulled Mo Ran behind him. Quiet. What's wrong? There's movement in front. The current situation was completely different from his previous life, so Mo Ran didn't know what would happen next. When he heard Chu Wanning say this, he immediately asked, could it be Shamai? Chu Wanning frowned. In this illusion, you can't imagine who you will see in advance. If you can't help it, you will see what that person looks like. Eliminate all distracting thoughts. Mo Ran tried for a while, but found that he couldn't do it. Chu Wanning glanced at him. He didn't know when, but a dagger formed from spiritual energy appeared in his hand and stabbed towards Mo Ran's arm. Ah! Don't shout. Chu Wanning had already expected this. His other hand directly touched Mo Ran's lips, and a golden light appeared on his fingertips. Mo Ran suddenly couldn't make any sound. Does it hurt? Nonsense. Just stab yourself and see if it hurts. Mo Ran held back his tears and nodded pitifully. It's good that it hurts. Other than this pain, don't think about anything else. Follow me, we'll go and take a look. Mo Ran cursed Chu Wanning the whole way, quietly following him along the winding path. Who knew that the closer they got to the place, the more they could hear countless people laughing and joking. In this empty place, it was especially strange. After going around a long stretch of high walls, the two finally arrived at the place where the sound was coming from. It was a building draped in red and green. The lights were brilliant, and the red gauze swayed in the wind. The large courtyard was bustling with activity. There were actually more than 100 tables set up for a banquet. There were all kinds of fish and vegetables on the tables. The guests were drinking and chatting merrily. In the wide open hall, a large bright red 11 character was particularly eye-catching. It seemed that there was actually an extraordinarily lively wedding banquet being held here. "Master," Mo Ran whispered, "look at these people drinking at the wedding, they are all shameless." He did not do anything during the whole process and easily got rid of the evil spirit. After that, he was only thinking about the wonderful aftertaste of kissing Shamai. After that, he did not listen much to Chu Waning's analysis. Therefore, now that the situation had changed, he had no idea what he would encounter next. He could only brace himself. In the room, there was a dressing table and a bronze mirror. On a wooden frame, there was a black and red auspicious robe embroidered with rui patterns. The child patted the stool, indicating that Mo Ran should sit over there. Mo Ran found that the ghosts here were not very smart. As long as they did not speak, they could not tell the difference between the living and the dead. Therefore, he sat in front of the dressing table as instructed by the child. The child came over and began to help him wash up and change his clothes. Suddenly, a begonia flower floated in through the window and slowly fell into the water in the bronze basin. Mo Ran's eyes lit up. The begonia flower was called Wanya Yuheng. It was Chu Waning's special tool for silent communication. He picked up the begonia flower from the water. The begonia flower instantly bloomed in his palm, revealing a touch of light golden light in the stamen. He pinched the golden light between his fingers and put it to his ear. Chu Waning's voice sounded in his ear. "Mo Ran, I have used Heaven's Inquisition to confirm that this is an illusion created by the ghost master of the colorful butterfly town. It has been worshipped by the villagers for 100 years and gradually achieved a positive result. As long as there are more ghost weddings, its power will become stronger. Therefore, it is very fond of hosting ghost weddings. Those 2 rows of corpses should be the ghost couples that the people of Colorful Butterfly Town had gathered under its witness over the past several hundred years. It likes this kind of liveliness. Every night, it would summon those corpses into the dreamland and hold another ghost marriage. Moreover, every time it does so, its power would become a bit stronger." Mo Ran thought in his heart, what a freak. When other immortals were free, they would at most play matchmaking with young boys and girls. This ghost master of the colorful butterfly town, it said that it had an immortal body, but its brain had not grown out yet. Its only hobby was to matchmake male and female corpses. Not only did it do it once, but it also summoned the corpses of those ghost weddings from their graves every night and did it again, again and again and again. Was it so interesting to watch a group of corpses? This celestial bachelor was truly insane. Chu Waning said, "Its true body is not here. Don't act rashly. In a while, follow the instructions of the golden boy and jade girl. Since it wants to absorb the power of the ghost weddings, it will show its true form in the end." Mo Ran wanted to ask, what about Shamai? What happened to Shamai? Don't worry about Shamai. Like Madame Chen, he was confused by the powder and temporarily lost his consciousness. Chu Waning was very thoughtful. He clearly explained what Mo Ran could do. "Take care of yourself. I will handle everything." After saying that, the voice disappeared. At the same time, the apprentice finished dressing up Mo Ran. He looked up and saw a handsome face in the bronze mirror. The corners of his mouth were slightly raised, and his eyebrows were clean and fresh. His collars were crossed, and his robes were red. However, his long hair was tied up with a white ribbon. He really looked like a groom of a ghost wedding. The apprentice made a "please" gesture, and the closed door of the room opened with a squeak. Under the cloister, there was a row of corpses wearing wedding robes. There were both male and female corpses. It seemed that this ghost master of the colorful butterfly town was really not enlightened. It just wanted to grab a couple and marry them. As for whether it was a man and a woman, a man and a man, or a woman and a woman, it did not matter. On this side of the cloister, there was only one row of corpses. The other row was on the opposite side. It was too far away for him to see if Chu Wanning and Shamai had come out. The line was slowly moving forward. From time to time, he could hear the chanting of the ceremony in the building. One after another, the ghost weddings were being completed. Mo Ran glanced at Chen Yaosha, who was in front of him, and felt that something was wrong. He pondered for a long time, and just as the line was getting shorter and shorter, the last few couples were about to get their turn, this stubborn hooligan finally got it. Ah. According to the group, wouldn't this woman in front of him be going through the ceremony of bowing to the heaven and earth with Shumi? Was he going to be a couple with that little bitch Chu Wanning? How could that be? At that moment, the former sovereign emperor of the human realm was unhappy. He pursed his lips and rudely pulled Chen Yaosha to the front of the line. The little boy next to them was stunned, but Mo Ran soon put on a look of a half-paralyzed hanged ghost, hanging his head in the middle of the corpses. Those golden boys and girls with low cultivation were stunned for a while. They probably did not understand what was wrong, so they did not react. Mo Ran was happy. He followed the line excitedly. When he reached the end of the line, he would meet Shamai, who was on the other side of the corridor. At the same time, Chu Wanning looked at Shamai, who was standing in front of him, and thought for a while. He did not know what kind of danger they would encounter. He had always been tough on the mouth but soft on the heart. Although he was very harsh, in fact, as long as he was there, he would never let his disciple take risks. Hence, he pulled Shamai and pulled the groggy little fellow to the back while he stood at Shamai's original position. It was his turn. At the end of the corridor, the ghost hunter was holding a black and red tray. When she saw Chu Wanning coming, she chuckled. Her featureless face made a girl's voice. "Congratulations, my wife. Congratulations, my wife. You are like old friends." Chu Wanning's face darkened instantly. My wife. Don't you have eyes?" He looked at the blank face of the ghost hunter and held back. "You really don't have *king eyes." The wandering ghost image giggled as she picked up the red veil from the tray. She raised her jade-like arms and covered Chu Wanning's face. Then she reached out her cold hands and gently supported Chu Wanning. She smiled and said, "My wife, please." 14. The red veil was thin and hung in front of his eyes. Although he could still see, he couldn't see clearly. Chu Wanning's eyes were hazy and his face was gloomy. He was brought to the parlor by the ghost. Opening his eyes and seeing the person standing there through the red veil, Chu Wanning felt the temperature around him drop by several degrees. Mo Ran was also stunned. No. Shouldn't it be Shamai who came out? The bride in front of him was wearing bright red makeup, and her face was covered by a thin veil. Although her facial features were slightly blurred under the veil, no matter how he looked at it, it was still Chu Wanning's cold, handsome, and murderous face. She was glaring at him unhappily, and that gaze was as if she wanted to kill someone. Mo Ran, he was at a loss at first, then his expression gradually became complicated. All kinds of emotions flashed across his face like a merry-go-round. In the end, it became a strange silence. He and Chu Wanning looked at each other. The atmosphere was awkward to the extreme. However, the golden boy and jade girl following behind them giggled and clapped their hands, and began to sing in a crisp voice. White Dishui, the waves are clear, Ghost Mandarin Duck, the flowers are welcome. Together in the coffin, lying in the same hole, the will before the body, the will after death. From now on, the two will accompany each other in the netherworld, lonely souls will never leave each other. The song was ghostly, but it also revealed a lingering sadness. If he could speak, Mo Ran only wanted to say one word. Pay. But he couldn't speak. In front of the stage, there was a man and woman made of paper. Although they didn't have faces, they were dressed luxuriously. They were slightly loose and bloated. They should be representing the middle-aged parents. The officiant began to sing again, the bride is charming and shy. She lowers her head and her eyes are soft. The red veil covers her face and her smile. Please come and lift the veil. Mo Ran was very reluctant at first, but when he heard this, he was about to go crazy from holding back his laughter. Ha 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 ha, the bride is charming and shy. Ah ha ha ha. Chu Waning's face was ashen. He suppressed his anger and closed his eyes, as if he would lose his hearing if he did so. The wandering ghost smiled and handed a folding fan to Mo Ran. Fan, and good, had the same pronunciation, referring to the good karma of this marriage. The groom, please lift the veil. Mo Ran held back his laughter and followed her advice. He held the fan and lifted the veil in front of Chu Waning. His eyelashes fluttered with laughter as he looked at Chu Waning's moving face. As if sensing the other party's mocking gaze, Chu Waning held back for a while, but he couldn't hold it in any longer and suddenly opened his eyes. His pair of eyes flashed with lightning and were filled with murderous intent. However, when paired with the red veil on his hair and the fiery red wedding dress on his body, although the sharpness could not be reduced, the corners of his eyes, which were slightly red because of anger and grievance, actually had a unique charm. Mo Ran looked at such eyes and couldn't help but be stunned. His smile froze in an instant. The master in front of him suddenly overlapped with a moment in his previous life. For a moment, he didn't know what was going on. Although it was only a short moment, it was enough to make Mo Ran break out in a cold sweat. He had done 3 ruthless things to Chu Waning. The first was to kill, and that was to use a killing move against Chu Waning. Second, humiliate, forcing Chu Waning to have sex with him. Third, it was the happiest thing he did in his previous life, and also the thing he regretted the most later. Of course, the Emperor of the human realm would not admit that he regretted anything, but the torment in the depths of his heart could not be escaped in the end. Damn it. Why did he think of that crazy past again, and think of Chu Waning at that time? Mo Ran shook his head and bit his lips, trying to get rid of Chu Waning's face in his memory, and looked at the person in front of him again. Chu Waning had been staring at him with an "I'll kill you" look. Mo Ran didn't want to provoke this thorn, so he had to pretend to be a grandson and smile with a helpless face. The officiant said, "The bride and groom, wash and wash." The so-called wash and wash was that the newlyweds had to wash each other's hands after they had cleaned themselves. The ghost came with a porcelain pot full of water and asked the two to wash their hands. The water was collected by a basin below. Chu Waning's face was full of disgust, but he had to wash for the other after washing himself. Mo Ran was a little absent-minded, so he seemed to be restrained. He silently washed Chu Waning's hands. Chu Waning was not good-tempered, so he splashed the whole pot of water on Mo Ran, and half of his sleeve was wet. Mo Ran stared at half of his wet sleeve for a while. He didn't know where his mind was wandering, but there was nothing on his face. Deep in his dark eyes, there was a subtle light flowing. He thought in a daze. Chu Waning didn't change, he never changed. His actions, his thoughts, his past life, this life, it was exactly the same, he didn't change at all. He slowly raised his head, and there was even a moment when he felt that he was standing at the peak of life and death, standing in front of the Shaman Mountain Hall. Chu Waning walked towards him from the bottom of the stairs, and the next moment, he was going to kneel in front of him. His noble head was going to hit the ground, and his straight back was going to bend. Chu Wanning was going to kneel in front of him, and never get up. The wash and wash is done. The wandering ghost suddenly sang a long song, waking Mo Ran up from his memories. He abruptly regained his senses and met Chu Wanning's pair of eyes. Chu Wanning's pitch-black pupils flashed with a piercing cold light, like a curved blade covering snow, causing one's heart to tremble in fear. Mo ran. The previous life was still the previous life. He could only think about Chu Wanning kneeling in front of him in this life. If he wanted to make it happen, the price he had to pay was too great. After the washing ceremony, there was the ceremony of being in the same cell, and then the ceremony of being in the same position. The demonic spirit sang slowly, husband and wife drink a cup of wine together, never to leave each other. They exchanged their cups and bowed to the heavens and earth. Chu Wanning looked like he was about to go crazy from anger. His slightly raised slender phoenix eyes narrowed dangerously. Mo Ran reckoned that after he left, he would be considered light if he chopped that damned MC into pieces. But this kind of Chu Wanning really couldn't be scrutinized. Even if he took one more look, he would fall back into those messy and dirty memories, unable to extricate himself. First bow, kneel to the heavens and earth. Originally, he thought that even if it was just a show, with Chu Wanning's arrogance, he would definitely not kneel. But he didn't expect that in order to complete this set of steps, his eyebrows twitched, and he closed his eyes and actually knelt down. The two of them kowtowed together. Second bow, kneel to the elders. All right, I'll just kneel to those two faceless paper dolls. That can also be called elders. Third bow, kneel to the heavens. Husband and wife kowtowed to each other. Chu Wan Ning lowered her deep eyes and didn't even look at Mo Ran. She turned around, and with a clang, she quickly bent over and gritted her teeth so hard that they almost broke. Who knew that the two of them didn't have a tacit understanding? When they got closer, they bumped into each other with a bang. Chu Wanning sucked in a breath of cold air from the pain. He held his forehead, raised his teary eyes, and glared fiercely at Mo Weiyu, who was also rubbing his forehead. Mo Ran could only mouth, "I'm sorry." Chu Wanning didn't say anything. With a gloomy face, he rolled his eyes. Then it was the hair-tying ceremony. The praising official sang, tying hair as husband and wife, loving each other without suspicion. The ghost handed over the golden scissors. Mo Ran couldn't help but shrink back, afraid that Chu Wanning would directly stab him to death if he was unhappy. Chu Wanning seemed to have this intention, but in the end, he only cut a bunch of each other's hair and put it in the brocade pouch presented by the golden boy and jade girl. The bride, Chu Wanning, kept it well. Mo Ran really wanted to ask him, "You won't take my hair in a fit of anger and use it to stab little people, will you?" The praising official sang, ceremony complete. Both of them sighed in relief and stood up from the ground. Who knew that in the next moment, the praising official leisurely shouted again, "The auspicious hour has arrived, send them to the bridal chamber." What, the ghost? Mo Ran instantly froze. He almost spat out a mouthful of blood. What kind of joke was this? If he dared to enter the bridal chamber with Chu Wanning, this wedding would really become a *king ghost marriage. Although dying under a peony flower and becoming a ghost was also romantic, but the person he wanted in this lifetime, no, the person he wanted in both lifetimes was the unsullied Shimai who came out of the mud and not this cold-blooded demon Chu Wanning who tied up all those who coveted him and threw them into the mud to be dyed red. Was it too late to run away now? 15, of course, running away from the wedding was just a thought. After all, Shimai was still here. No matter what, he couldn't leave first. But this ghost MC, isn't he too *king responsible? Mo Ran's face was ashen, and his nose was about to become crooked. He thought to himself, forget about the wedding gift, why does he *king care about other people's nuptial chambers? Moreover, His F***king a corpse. His corpse is stiff. How can he still have a nuptial chamber? As for Chu Waning's expression, he didn't dare to look. He just stared at the carpet and pretended to be stupid. At this moment, he really wanted to grab the ghost MC who was hiding in some corner and roar at him, F***ck your mother, you're good. Let me see you dig a hole. The Golden Boy and Jade Girl crowded around the two of them and pushed them to the back hall. There was a coffin there. It was painted with bright red paint and was huge, twice the size of a normal coffin. It looked exactly the same as the coffin that was dug up outside. Chu Waning pondered for a moment and understood. Mo Ran immediately understood the ghost MC's meaning and immediately let out a big sigh of relief. Of course, the dead couldn't have a nuptial chamber. The so-called nuptial chamber should refer to being sealed in the same coffin and carried down to be buried together, completing the so-called death in the same grave. At this time, the Golden Boy and Jade Girl crisply confirmed their thoughts. First, let the wife enter the nuptial chamber. Chu Waning waved his wide sleeves and laid down with a cold face. Then, let the husband enter the nuptial chamber. Mo Ran leaned against the coffin and blinked his eyes. He saw that Chu Waning had already taken up most of the space. Although the coffin was spacious, it was still a little crowded with two men inside. When he laid down, he couldn't help but press down on Chu Waning's loose clothes, causing the other party to glare angrily. The Golden Boy and Jade Girl walked around the coffin and started to sing again. It was the same gloomy but faintly sorrowful song from before. White Emperor water, clear waves, ghost mandarin duck, welcoming flowers. Together in the coffin, lying in the same grave, or before the body, will after death. From now on, the two will accompany each other in the netherworld, lonely souls will never leave each other. After singing, the children slowly pushed the coffin lid up, one on the left and one on the right. With a muffled sound, the surroundings instantly turned pitch black. Chu Waning and Mo Ran were sealed in the coffin. The coffin was made of extremely thick materials. If they spoke softly, no one outside could hear them. Chu Waning raised his hand and set up a sound-blocking barrier to ensure that the sound inside would not spread to the outside. After doing all this, the first thing he said was. Even though Mo Ran complained in his heart, he still moved to the side. Mo Ran felt wronged. Master, I'm already plastered to the coffin. What else do you want? Chu Waning finally snorted and stopped talking. Mo Ran curled up in the corner for a while. Suddenly, he felt the coffin shake. The people outside lifted the coffin and began to slowly move in an unknown direction. Mo Ran listened attentively to the movements outside. Thinking that Shamai and that Chen Yaosha should be in the same coffin, Mo Ran couldn't help but feel depressed. But there was nothing he could do. Chu Waning's barrier was very powerful. The sounds inside couldn't be transmitted out, but the sounds outside could. Through the coffin lid, they could hear the sound of firecrackers and drums. Mo Ran asked, "These demons and ghosts are really bored. Where are they going with the coffin?" It was very dark inside the coffin. He couldn't see the other person's face. He could only hear the voice. It's the same as the custom of colorful Butterfly Town. They should be carrying the coffin to a temple outside the town. Mo Ran nodded and listened attentively for a while, then said. Shizun, the footsteps outside seem to be increasing in number. During the 100 Ghosts Parade, all the coffins will be carried there together. If I'm not wrong, when we reach the temple, that Ghost Master will show his true form. You can absorb merit from every pair of ghost weddings. Mo Ran asked, there are so many coffins, hundreds of them. If we walk around town, won't people notice us? You can't find them. Chu Waning said, the ones carrying the coffin are the Ghost Golden Child and the Ghost Jade Maiden. Normal people can't see the things on ghosts. Mo Ran asked again, how do you know so much? Chu Wanning replied, just now in the room, Heaven's Inquisition interrogated a ghost golden boy. Mo ran. After a moment of silence, he asked again, then what's the matter with young Master Chen lying in the red coffin that was dug out on the mountain? Why are people from the Chen family dying one after another? Chu Wanning, I don't know. Mo Ran was a little surprised, the ghost golden boy didn't tell you. Chu Wanning, the ghost golden boy said that he didn't know either. Mo Ran, after a moment of silence, Chu Wanning said, but I feel that there's something that the family didn't tell us. What do you mean? You have to remember, although the thing enshrined in this temple is very evil, in the end, it's already an immortal body. It needs people's worship to become stronger. Mo Ran didn't listen to Chu Waning's lesson seriously in his previous life, so he always lacked the necessary knowledge. In this life, it was better to be humble and ask for advice, so he asked, so what if it's an immortal body? What were you doing last month when we talked about the difference between immortals, ghosts, gods, and demons? Mo Ran thought to himself, I'm reborn, how can I remember what I was doing in a class more than 10 years ago? But I was just scratching my feet under the table, watching Up the Nine Dragons and One Phoenix Bed, staring blankly at Shamai, or staring at Chu Waning's neck, secretly gesturing how to cut off this person's head without anyone noticing. Chu Waning said coldly, go back and copy observation records of the 6 realms 10 times as punishment. Oh. The price of playing truant was painful. The immortals in the world are different from the gods. The gods are free, but the immortals are bound. They intervene in the affairs of the mortal world because of the will of humans. Mo Ran was stunned, so the murder case of the Chen family was done because someone begged it. Chu Waning's voice sounded very cold in the darkness. I think that the person who begged it was not necessarily the person who was still alive. Mo Ran opened his mouth, but before he could ask again, the golden boy and girl carrying the coffin suddenly shook and tilted to the left, probably because they had encountered a steep slope. The sudden shaking, coupled with the smooth interior of the coffin, made it impossible to grab. Mo Ran lost his balance and rolled over, crashing into his master's arms. Covering his sore nose, Mo Ran blankly raised his head. Just as he was about to figure out the situation, a faint begonia fragrance floated to the tip of his nose. This fragrance was as light as the morning mist, and it was still tinged with the coolness of the night. Many fragrances in the world made people confused, but this fragrance was clear and sharp, waking people up. Mo Ran was stunned at first, then suddenly stiffened. He couldn't be more familiar with this begonia fragrance. It was the smell of Chu Waning's body, and for Mo Ran, this smell was always intertwined with desire. In an instant, some deep-rooted evil thought was like a fire in the forest, and with a bang, it rushed to his brain. 16. This really couldn't be blamed on Mo Ran being a beast. Anyone who was trapped in such a confined space with a person they had slept with countless times, regardless of whether the person on the bed was sincere or not, whether it was out of revenge or love, once they smelled the familiar scent of the other person, they couldn't help but feel ripples in their heart. Besides, Mo Ran himself was a bastard. Shamai was his white moonlight. He couldn't bear to touch him or destroy him. He only cared about destroying Chu Wanning. Only in front of Chu Wanning could he vent all of his darkness, beastly desires, and the violence in his bones without restraint. He wanted to crush this man, tear him apart, and force him to play all the tricks he would never play on Shamai. In his previous life, every time he saw Chu Wanning raise his neck and gulp, he felt that he was about to become a vicious beast that only knew how to drink blood. He wanted to bite open this man's throat, grind his teeth, suck his blood, and chew his flesh. If he didn't feel sorry for Chu Wanning, he would do his best to ruin him. In the end, her body had developed a habit. As long as she smelled Chu Wanning's fragrance, her stomach would be on fire and her heart would itch. She would want to tie this person to the bed and ck him. There was a moment of silence in the coffin. Only Mo Ran's slightly anxious heartbeat could be heard. He knew that Chu Waning's face was very close, and he could feel the other's breath. If he were to bite at this time, Chu Waning would definitely not be able to break free, but, forget it. Mo Ran leaned back and distanced himself from Chu Waning. This was not easy as there was not much space left in the coffin. I'm sorry, Shizun. Mo Ran laughed and pretended to be a coward. I didn't expect this coffin to shake. With that said, the coffin tilted again. Mo Ran rolled into Chu Waning's arms. Chu Waning, Mo Ran retreated again, and the coffin shook again. The cycle repeated several times. I don't King believe it. Mo Ran leaned back again. The golden boy and girl were probably walking on a slope, and the walls of the coffin were very slippery. After a short while, Mo Ran had no choice but to roll in front of Chu Waning. Master. She bit her lip, feeling wronged. This guy had a youthful cuteness to begin with. If he deliberately hid his wolf tail and pretended to be a puppy, his acting was actually quite convincing. Chu Waning didn't say anything. Mo Ran really didn't want to roll around anymore, so he gave up struggling. I didn't do it on purpose. Chu Waning, Mo Ran said in a small voice, but the wound on my back hurts so much. In the darkness, Chu Waning seemed to sigh softly. The gongs and drums outside were a little noisy, and Mo Ran wasn't sure if he could really hear them clearly. But in the next moment, Mo Ran smelled an even clearer begonia scent. Chu Waning's hand was around his back, blocking the gap where he could have slammed into him. Although it wasn't a hug, Chu Waning's arm was empty, deliberately avoiding contact with Mo Ran's body. Only the fabric of Mo Ran's clothes touched, but this position was more or less intimate. Be careful, don't bump into me again. The voice was deep, like porcelain soaked in a stream. It had a kind of simple dignity. If one listened without hatred, it was actually very outstanding. Suddenly, no one spoke again. At this time, Mo Ran was still a teenager, not as tall as an adult, so when he leaned in Chu Waning's arms, his forehead just barely reached Chu Waning's chin. This feeling was very familiar, but also very strange. What was familiar was the person lying next to him. But what was strange was the position he was in. Once upon a time, in the past, he was lying at the peak of life and death in the Shaman Palace, the Emperor Ta, who had become a lonely person, holding Chu Waning tightly in his arms in the darkness that was so long that it was hard to breathe. At that time, he was already taller than Chu Waning, and stronger than his teacher. His arms were like iron pincers, like a cage, locking up the remaining warmth in his arms, as if he was hugging the last fire in the world. He lowered his head and kissed Chu Waning's long black hair, then greedily leaned down and buried his face deep into his neck, biting and nibbling mercilessly. I hate you, Chu Waning. I hate you to death. His voice was a little hoarse. But, I only have you left. A violent crash shattered Mo Ran's memories, the sound of gongs and drums suddenly stopped, and the surroundings were deathly silent. Teacher. Chu Waning reached out his hand and touched his lips, saying in a low voice, don't speak, we're here. Sure enough, there were no more rustling footsteps outside, and the surroundings were deathly silent. Chu Waning's fingertips lit up a cluster of pale golden flames, and drew a thin opening on the wall of the coffin, just enough for the two of them to see through. As expected, they were carried to the outskirts of the colorful butterfly town. In front of the temple that worshipped the Ghost Master, there were densely packed coffins buried together, and the strong scent of butterflies in the air was getting thicker and thicker, drifting into the coffins through the opening. Mo Ran suddenly felt that something was wrong. Teacher, don't you think that the scent here, and the scent in the illusion, is a little different from the scent in Child Chen's coffin? What do you mean? Mo Ran was quite sensitive to smells, he said. When we were in the North Mountain, the smell that drifted out when the coffin was split open was very nice, and didn't make me uncomfortable at all, so it should be the scent of butterflies. But ever since I entered the illusion, I always felt that although the smell was similar, there were some subtle differences, but I couldn't figure out what the difference was, but now I think I know. Chu Wanning turned to look at him. You don't like the smell? Mo Ran stuck close to the opening, still staring outside, then said, yes. I didn't like the smell of incense since I was young. Here, and the smell in the illusion, it's not the scent of butterflies, but the special high incense that the people of colorful Butterfly Town used to worship the Ghost Master. Look over there. Chu Wanning followed his line of sight. In the clay incense burner in front of the temple, there were indeed 3 incense sticks as thick as an arm burning, faintly releasing a sweet smell into the wind. The people of colorful Butterfly Town were good at using flowers to make all kinds of spices, so the incense used to worship the gods and Buddhas were all made in the town, and not bought from outside. Since the flowers used were all planted in the outskirts of the town, the smell of the mixture was actually not that different to the layman's smell. Chu Wanning pondered, could it be that the scent in Child Chen's coffin has nothing to do with the smell in the illusion? He didn't have time to sort out this newly discovered detail, when a dazzling red light suddenly emitted from the temple, interrupting his train of thought. The 2 people hiding in the coffin looked up at the same time, only to see the light in the temple shining brightly, illuminating the surroundings. There was a row of iron shelves at the side of the temple, on which there were red lotus lanterns used for making wishes. Those lanterns were originally extinguished, but at this time, they were all lit up one by one. The virgin boys and girls guarding the coffin all knelt down and chanted, "The Empress of the ceremony has descended to the mortal world, to guide us wild ghosts and lonely souls to escape eternal suffering, to meet the right person, to lie together in the coffin, to be company in the Yellow Springs." In the midst of the chanting, the ghost master of the ceremony in the temple emitted a golden immortal light, then she lowered her eyelids, slowly moved the corners of her mouth, and floated down from the altar. Her movements were very elegant, and her bearing was very elegant. Unfortunately, her body was made of mud, so it was too heavy. With a bang, she smashed a big hole in the ground. Mo Ran, Phet Chu Wanning, the ghost master of the ceremony seemed to be very dissatisfied with her roots. She stared at the big hole on the ground for a while, then slowly walked out of the hole and tidied up her clothes. She looked like a woman with heavy makeup, dressed in red and green, and was quite cheerful. In the dark night, she turned her neck and came to the front of the hundreds of coffins. The night wind was filled with the stench of corpses, and she seemed to be in a better mood. She slowly opened her arms and laughed twice. "Believe in me, worship me, and you will be able to meet the right person, and complete the important thing in life that you didn't do before you died." The young voice floated in the night, and the ghosts excitedly kowtowed. "May the Empress of the ceremony protect, may the Empress of the ceremony bestow marriage, please like this rose," and fell one after another. The ghost master seemed to enjoy it very much. He slowly shuttled through the rows of coffins. His long nails, which were painted bright red, scraped across the coffin lid, making an ear-piercing sound. Mo Ran curiously asked, "Master, I remember you said that demons, immortals, ghosts, gods, demons, and humans all belong to the 6 realms, but this immortal doesn't live high in the 9 heavens, why is it associated with the ghosts of the underground?" "Because she is in charge of the Minghan, and mainly eats the offerings of the ghosts." Chu Wanning said, "The ghosts can greatly increase her power, or else she wouldn't be able to cultivate into an immortal body in just a short 100 years. With such benefits, she is naturally willing to be associated with her friends in the underworld." The ghost master of the ceremony walked around the coffins, and returned to the front. The empty and tender voice sounded again, "Open a coffin, and bestow a marriage. Start from the left." Following its order, the first coffin on the left slowly opened. The golden boy and the jade girl greeted it respectfully. The 2 corpses inside staggered out. The gorgeous fiery red wedding gowns made the corpses' faces look paler and paler. They looked lifeless. The Ming-hun couple slowly came to the front of the ghost master of the ceremony, and knelt down. The ghost master of the ceremony put his hand between them and said, "I, in the name of the empress of the ceremony, bestow a marriage after death. From now on, you will be husband and wife, and the man and woman will be a good match." Mo Ran rolled his eyes and muttered, "If you don't know how to compose a poem, then don't compose one. It's a good oath of marriage, why does it sound so lewd?" Chu Wanning said coldly, "You have a dirty mind." Mo Ran shut his mouth. However, it didn't take long for the ghost MC to prove that it wasn't Mo Ran who was despicable, but the deity in charge of the ghost wedding who was truly despicable. The pair of corpses that had been bestowed with marriage seemed to have swallowed an aphrodisiac. They were clearly already dead, but they suddenly began to tear at each other's clothes and passionately kissed each other. They actually shamelessly tangled with each other in public. Chu Wanning was speechless. "Mo Ran, in the name of the master of ceremonies, I bestow upon you heavenly bliss. Yin and yang can be intertwined. So what if it's life and death?" The ghost MC's shouts became sharper and louder. The movements of the two corpses became more and more exaggerated. After the male corpse took off his clothes, he was angry and energetic, no different from a living person. Mo Ran was stunned. This is F***king possible. 17. What kind of master of ceremonies was this damned master of ceremonies? He should be selling aphrodisiacs. Other people's aphrodisiacs could at most make living people show off their masculinity. But this immortal was good. With a wave of his little hand, even the dead became hard. It was truly a miraculous hand that brought back spring. He was watching with relish when suddenly, Chu Wanning reached out and covered Mo Ran's ears. "Mo Ran, eh?" Chu Wanning's expression was extremely cold. "Don't look at such a despicable technique. Then you should cover your eyes." "Why are you covering my ears?" Chu Wanning was expressionless. "Don't look, don't listen. Close your eyes yourself." Mo Ran, "Pfet, Shizun, you're really... Why don't you take a look at your own flushed face? If you want to close your eyes, you should be the one doing it." Mo Ran couldn't help but feel a little amused. Chu Wanning was a person made of ice and snow. He hadn't even seen an erotic picture before. Now that he saw the pleasure of a couple in front of him, he was probably going to choke to death. The dead couple was together, and gradually, the two of them seemed to come to life. The originally dead throat that couldn't make a sound actually began to make rough breathing sounds similar to that of a living person. Chu Wanning was obviously disgusted. He suddenly turned his face away, not willing to look anymore. Mo Ran was very happy to see this. He teased him and smiled wickedly as he lifted his chin. Chu Wanning quickly moved back as if he had been stabbed. "What are you doing?" "Nothing," Mo Ran said sweetly with a hint of ridicule and teasing. He looked at him up and down as if he was teasing him. How old was he? Looking at this kind of thing and still blushing, oh, no, it should be a mixture of green and red. It was quite funny. "Shizun, didn't you tell us that we must clearly see the other party's ability before we act? You should at least clearly see the ability of this damned master of ceremonies. What's there to see?" "I'm not looking." Mo Ran sighed. "Why is your face so thin?" Chu Wanning angrily said, "Dirty and filthy, it hurts my eyes." "Then I have no choice but to do it." As Mo Ran spoke, he obediently laid down on the ground and looked outside again. As he looked, he exclaimed, "Ah, wow, awesome, ayo," and so on. This caused Chu Wanning to become incomparably berserk, almost unable to hold down the coffin lid. He growled angrily in a low voice, "Just look." "What are you talking about?" Mo Ran said innocently, "I thought you wanted to hear it." Chu Wanning finally couldn't take it anymore. He grabbed Mo Ran's neck and gnashed his teeth. "If you make one more sound, I'll throw you out to feed the zombies." He had had enough of teasing her. Chu Wanning was a person who couldn't be pushed too hard. If he was pushed too hard, he would be served with Heaven's Inquisition. Thus, Mo Ran restrained himself and obediently laid down on the ground. He stared outside and didn't make a sound. As the ghost couple enjoyed themselves to the extreme, the male corpse let out a low growl and laid down on the female corpse's body, spasming. Suddenly, green smoke rose from their bodies. The ghost master of ceremonies opened his mouth and greedily inhaled the green smoke until the last strand was swallowed into his stomach. This time, he greedily wiped the corner of his mouth and his eyes revealed a bright light. It seemed that this was the merit that the ghost couple gave him, which would increase his cultivation. Ha ha, ha ha ha. The ghost MC tasted the sweetness, and his face glowed with radiance. When he opened his mouth again, his ethereal voice became clearer. He shouted and roared, and his sharp voice seemed to want to pierce through this endless night. "Rise! Rise! You love-struck men and resentful women. I grant you the grace of fish and water. You provide me with the virtue of worship. Rise! Rise! All rise!" Mo Ran's heart skipped a beat. "It's over, what is it trying to do?" The hundreds of coffins around them trembled at the same time, confirming Mo Ran's thoughts. This ghost master of ceremonies wanted to summon all the corpses in the coffins to have sex and absorb the merit in one go. No longer in the mood to joke, Mo Ran pulled Chu Wanning, Shizun. "What now? Quick! Get out! Shamai is still trapped with that little wife of the Chen family." Mo Ran was about to go crazy. "Let's go save him." Chu Wanning glanced outside. He didn't expect that the ghost master of ceremonies would have such a big taste. He didn't want to do it one by one, but wanted to do it all in one go. The trembling of the coffins beside them became more and more intense. It seemed that all the ghost couples were beginning to feel the call and started to do things in the coffins. This thought made Chu Wanning choke for a moment, and his expression became even more unsightly. At this time, the ghost master of ceremonies who was standing in the same place and laughing to his heart's content suddenly felt something. He turned his head abruptly, and a pair of black, unfocused eyes looked past the other coffins and landed on Mo Ran and Chu Wanning's coffin. Although it had low intelligence, it could feel that there was no familiar scent of lust in that coffin. There was no worship. No living people. He suddenly arched his body and rushed over with a scream. The ghost master of ceremonies' robes fluttered, and a pair of bloody red claws pierced through the thick coffin. Its attack was too sudden, and Mo Ran didn't have time to retreat. Besides, the space in the coffin was very small, so there was no way for him to retreat. Just as his head was about to be pierced by the 9 yin white bone claws, his body suddenly fell. Chu Wanning quickly protected him in his arms and blocked in front of him. The ghost master of ceremonies' 5 sharp claws suddenly pierced into Chu Wanning's shoulder. It was so deep that it touched the bone. Chu Wanning let out a muffled groan, but he endured it and didn't shout out. The other hand that was not injured was still burning with a silencing spell. It tapped Mo Ran's lips, blocking the sound that Mo Ran was about to make. The ghost master of ceremonies' claws fiercely clawed at Chu Wanning's flesh. It had a brain made of mud, so it could only determine whether a person was dead or alive by sound. Chu Wanning actually really didn't make a sound under such circumstances. Blood flowed down his shoulder. Mo Ran was pressed in his arms, so he couldn't see his injuries, but he could clearly feel that Chu Wanning was slightly trembling, a living person, or a dead person. A living person couldn't be like this and still not make a sound. The ghost master of ceremonies couldn't tell for a moment. Its sharp claws tore at the flesh on Chu Wanning's shoulder and scratched. Chu Wanning was in so much pain that he trembled and convulsed. 16. This really couldn't be blamed on Mo Ran being a beast. Anyone who was trapped in such a confined space with a person they had slept with countless times, regardless of whether the person on the bed was sincere or not, whether it was out of revenge or love, once they smelled the familiar scent of the other person, they couldn't help but feel ripples in their heart. Besides, Mo Ran himself was a bastard. Shamai was his white moonlight. He couldn't bear to touch him or destroy him. He only cared about destroying Chu Wanning. Only in front of Chu Wanning could he vent all of his darkness, beastly desires, and the violence in his bones without restraint. He wanted to crush this man, tear him apart, and force him to play all the tricks he would never play on Shamai. In his previous life, every time he saw Chu Wanning raise his neck and gulp, he felt that he was about to become a vicious beast that only knew how to drink blood. He wanted to bite open this man's throat, grind his teeth, suck his blood, and chew his flesh. If he didn't feel sorry for Chu Wanning, he would do his best to ruin him. In the end, her body had developed a habit. As long as she smelled Chu Wanning's fragrance, her stomach would be on fire and her heart would itch. She would want to tie this person to the bed and *ck him. There was a moment of silence in the coffin. Only Mo Ran's slightly anxious heartbeat could be heard. He knew that Chu Wanning's face was very close, and he could feel the other's breath. If he were to bite at this time, Chu Wanning would definitely not be able to break free, but, forget it. Mo Ran leaned back and distanced himself from Chu Wanning. This was not easy as there was not much space left in the coffin. I'm sorry, Shizun. Mo Ran laughed and pretended to be a coward. I didn't expect this coffin to shake. With that said, the coffin tilted again. Mo Ran rolled into Chu Wanning's arms. Chu Wanning, Mo Ran retreated again, and the coffin shook again. The cycle repeated several times. I don't *king believe it. Mo Ran leaned back again. The golden boy and girl were probably walking on a slope, and the walls of the coffin were very slippery. After a short while, Mo Ran had no choice but to roll in front of Chu Wanning. Master. She bit her lip, feeling wronged. This guy had a youthful cuteness to begin with. If he deliberately hid his wolf tail and pretended to be a puppy, his acting was actually quite convincing. Chu Wanning didn't say anything. Mo Ran really didn't want to roll around anymore, so he gave up struggling. I didn't do it on purpose. Chu Wanning, Mo Ran said in a small voice, but the wound on my back hurts so much. In the darkness, Chu Wanning seemed to sigh softly. The gongs and drums outside were a little noisy, and Mo Ran wasn't sure if he could really hear them clearly. But in the next moment, Mo Ran smelled an even clearer begonia scent. Chu Wanning's hand was around his back, blocking the gap where he could have slammed into him. Although it wasn't a hug, Chu Wanning's arm was empty, deliberately avoiding contact with Mo Ran's body. Only the fabric of Mo Ran's clothes touched, but this position was more or less intimate. Be careful, don't bump into me again. The voice was deep, like porcelain soaked in a stream. It had a kind of simple dignity. If one listened without hatred, it was actually very outstanding. Suddenly, no one spoke again. At this time, Mo Ran was still a teenager, not as tall as an adult, so when he leaned in Chu Wanning's arms, his forehead just barely reached Chu Wanning's chin. This feeling was very familiar, but also very strange. What was familiar was the person lying next to him. But what was strange was the position he was in. Once upon a time, in the past, he was lying at the peak of life and death in the Shaman Palace, the Emperor Ta, who had become a lonely person, holding Chu Wanning tightly in his arms in the darkness that was so long that it was hard to breathe. At that time, he was already taller than Chu Wanning, and stronger than his teacher. His arms were like iron pincers, like a cage, locking up the remaining warmth in his arms, as if he was hugging the last fire in the world. He lowered his head and kissed Chu Wanning's long black hair, then greedily leaned down and buried his face deep into his neck, biting and nibbling mercilessly. "I hate you, Chu Wanning. I hate you to death." His voice was a little hoarse. "But, I only have you left." A violent crash shattered Mo Ran's memories, the sound of gongs and drums suddenly stopped, and the surroundings were deathly silent. "Teacher." Chu Wanning reached out his hand and touched his lips, saying in a low voice, "Don't speak, we're here." Sure enough, there were no more rustling footsteps outside, and the surroundings were deathly silent. Chu Waning's fingertips lit up a cluster of pale golden flames, and drew a thin opening on the wall of the coffin, just enough for the two of them to see through. As expected, they were carried to the outskirts of the colorful butterfly town. In front of the temple that worshipped the Ghost Master, there were densely packed coffins buried together, and the strong scent of butterflies in the air was getting thicker and thicker, drifting into the coffins through the opening. Mo Ran suddenly felt that something was wrong. "Teacher, don't you think that the scent here, and the scent in the illusion, is a little different from the scent in Child Chen's coffin?" "What do you mean?" Mo Ran was quite sensitive to smells. He said, "When we were in the North Mountain, the smell that drifted out when the coffin was split open was very nice, and didn't make me uncomfortable at all, so it should be the scent of butterflies. But ever since I entered the illusion, I always felt that although the smell was similar, there were some subtle differences, but I couldn't figure out what the difference was, but now I think I know." Chu Wanning turned to look at him. "You don't like the smell?" Mo Ran stuck close to the opening, still staring outside, then said, "Yes. I didn't like the smell of incense since I was young. Here, and the smell in the illusion, it's not the scent of butterflies, but the special high incense that the people of colorful Butterfly Town used to worship the Ghost Master. Look over there." Chu Wanning followed his line of sight. In the clay incense burner in front of the temple, there were indeed 3 incense sticks as thick as an arm burning, faintly releasing a sweet smell into the wind. The people of colorful Butterfly Town were good at using flowers to make all kinds of spices, so the incense used to worship the gods and Buddhas were all made in the town, and not bought from outside. Since the flowers used were all planted in the outskirts of the town, the smell of the mixture was actually not that different to the layman's smell. 18. Heaven's Inquisition had a killer move that had no blind spots. The name was very simple, with only one word, wind. Once activated, the surrounding area would be completely annihilated. Mo Ran had naturally experienced the power of wind. He was also clear about Chu Waning's strength, so there was no need to worry. Thus, he glanced at the pale man in the blood-red wedding dress and threw away the last few exorcism talismans to buy some time for Chu Wanning. Then, he flew to the periphery, holding Shamai in one hand and Madame Chen in the other. Together with the 2 unconscious people, he hid in the distance. Chu Wanning endured the pain and barely moved his other hand. In an instant, Heaven's Inquisition burst out with a dazzling golden light. Chu Wanning suddenly pulled Heaven's Inquisition back. The Ghost Master broke free of his control and jumped up, pouncing towards Chu Wanning with a distorted face. Chu Wanning's robe was like a flame in the wind, billowing and dancing. His sharp eyebrows were raised in anger, and half of his shoulder was soaked in blood. Suddenly, he raised his hand, and Heaven's Inquisition's golden light became even sharper. Then, Chu Wanning raised it and flew into the air. The willow vine suddenly extended dozens of feet, dancing into a golden wind. Like a whirlpool, it sucked in the surrounding ghosts, corpses, golden boys and jade girls, and even the Ghost Master who was screaming and twisting, into the center of the wind. They were all crushed by the Heaven's Inquisition's swift and fierce power. The wind destroyed everything in its path. The surrounding plants were uprooted, and were not spared. With Chu Wanning as the center, a huge storm emitted a dazzling golden light. For a moment, the sky darkened, and the sand and stones flew everywhere. Whether it was the coffin or the dead, they all became grass fluttering in the wind. Sucked in and cut by the rapidly spinning Heaven's Inquisition. Broken into thousands of pieces, when everything calmed down, Chu Waning's surroundings were already barren, and it was desolate and empty. Except for him, standing alone in his brightly colored wedding dress, like a red lotus blooming and begonia flowers falling, there was only a ground full of crushed bones and the terrifying Heaven's Inquisition that was hissing and flowing with golden light. From the looks of it, Chu Waning was very polite when choosing disciples. If he wanted to, it was not impossible for him to turn all the disciples of the good and evil platform into ashes in an instant. The golden light gradually faded. Heaven's Inquisition turned into countless star fragments and entered Chu Waning's palm. He took a deep breath and frowned. Enduring the pain in his shoulder, he slowly walked toward his disciples in the distance. "How is Shimai?" Chu Waning asked as he walked up to them. Mo Ran lowered his head to look at the unconscious beauty in his arms. She was still unconscious, her breathing was very weak, and her cheeks were ice cold to the touch. This scene was too familiar. It was the nightmare that Mo Ran could not escape from. Back then, Shimai had laid in his arms like this. Gradually, he stopped breathing. Chu Waning bent down and checked Mrs. Chen and Shimai's carotid arteries. He couldn't help but say in a low voice, How could he be poisoned so deeply? Mo Ran abruptly raised his head. Poisoned? Didn't you say that they were fine? Didn't you say that they were just bewitched? Chu Waning frowned. The ghost MC relied on the powder to bewitch people. That is a kind of poison. I thought that they were just lightly poisoned, but I didn't expect them to be so deeply poisoned. Send them back to the Chen residence first. Chu Waning said, It's not difficult to remove the poison. It's good that they are not dead. His voice was cold and indifferent. Although Chu Waning usually spoke like this, at this moment, it sounded like he was playing it down and did not care much. Mo Ran suddenly remembered the heavy snow that year. He knelt in the snow, and in his arms was Shimai, who was slowly losing his life. His face was full of tears, and he begged Chu Waning to turn around and look at his disciple. He begged Chu Waning to lift his hand and save his disciple's life. But what did Chu Waning say at that time? He also used such an indifferent tone, such an indifferent tone. Just like that, he refused Mo Ran's one and only kneel to beg for help in his life. In the heavy snow, the person in his arms gradually became as cold as the snow that fell on his shoulders and brows. That day, Chu Waning personally killed 2 of his disciples. One was Shimingjing, whom he could have saved, but did not. The other was Mo Weiyu, who knelt in the snow and was more sorrowful than a dead heart. A sense of panic suddenly rose in his heart. A sense of brutality, a sense of unwillingness, viciousness, and violence flowed like a snake. For a moment, he suddenly wanted to grab Chu Waning by the neck, shed all of his amiable disguise, and reveal the malevolence of an evil ghost. As a ghost from his previous life, he wanted to viciously bite him, question him, and demand his life. Demand the lives of those 2 helpless disciples in the snow. But when he looked up, his eyes suddenly fell on Chu Waning's shoulder that was full of blood. The beast's angry roar was suddenly blocked. He did not make a sound, and only stared at Chu Waning's face. His eyes were almost filled with hatred, but Chu Waning did not see it. After a while, he lowered his head and stared at Shimai's haggard face. His mind gradually went blank. If something happened to Shimai this time, then, cough, cough, cough. The person in his arms suddenly coughed rapidly. Mo Ran was startled, and his heart trembled. Shimai slowly opened his eyes, his voice was extremely hoarse and weak. Ran. Yes. I am. After the ecstasy, the haze disappeared. Mo Ran opened his eyes wide, his palm on Shimai's slightly cold cheek, the light in his eyes trembling. Shimai, how do you feel? Do you feel unwell anywhere? Shimai smiled gently, his eyes still gentle. He turned his head and looked around. Why are we here? Why did I faint? Ah. Master, cough, your disciple is useless, your disciple. Chu Wanning said, don't talk. He put a pill into Shamai's mouth. Since you're awake, keep this poison in your mouth first. Don't swallow it directly. Shamai put the pill into his mouth, and suddenly froze. His originally pale face became even more transparent. Master, how did you get hurt? There's blood all over your body. Chu Wanning still had that kind of indifferent, calm, and infuriating voice. I'm fine. He got up and glanced at Mo Ran. You, think of a way to bring both of them back to the Chen residence. Shamai woke up, and Mo Ran's gloominess was suddenly suppressed. He quickly nodded. Okay. I'll take my leave first. I have something to ask the Chen family. Chu Wanning turned and left. Facing the boundless night and the withered grass all around him, he finally couldn't help but frown, revealing a pained expression. His entire shoulder was pierced through by 5 fingers, and his tendons and veins were torn. The Ghost Master's spirit claws even pierced deep into his flesh and bones. No matter how much he pretended to be calm and endured, no matter how much he sealed his blood vessels and prevented himself from fainting from blood loss, he was still human. But it still hurts. But so what if it hurt? He walked forward step by step, the hem of his wedding dress fluttering in the wind. For so many years, people respected and feared him, but no one dared to stand by his side. No one cared about him. He had long since gotten used to it. Wanya Yuheng, the Northern Dipper immortal. No one liked him from head to toe. No one cared about life, death, illness, or pain. He seemed to have been born without the support of others, without any support, and without any companionship. So there was no need to shout in pain, and even less of a need to cry. When he returned, he would bandage his wounds, cut off the festering flesh, and apply some medicine. It didn't matter if no one cared about him. In any case, he had come here alone. For so many years, he had been fine. He could take care of himself. When he arrived at the door of the Chen family's house, he heard a heart-wrenching scream before he entered the courtyard. Chu Wanning didn't care about his wounds and immediately rushed in. He saw Mrs. Chen with disheveled hair and closed eyes, chasing her son and husband all over the hall. Only the youngest daughter of the Chen family was ignored. She stood aside in fear, curled up, and couldn't stop trembling. Seeing Chu Wanning come in, Lord Chen and his youngest son screamed and rushed to him, Taoist priest. Taoist priest, help. Chu Wanning blocked them behind him, glanced at Mrs. Chen's closed eyes, and said angrily, didn't I ask you to watch her and not let her sleep? We couldn't watch her. My wife's health is not good, so she usually goes to bed early. After you left, she was still holding on, but then she started to doze off, and then she started to go crazy. She was yelling. Lord Chen shrank behind Chu Wanning and trembled. He didn't notice that the Taoist priest was wearing an auspicious robe, and he didn't notice the hideous wound on Chu Wanning's shoulder. Chu Wanning frowned, what are you yelling about? Before Councillor Chen could say anything, the crazy woman rushed over with her teeth bared. She screamed in a shrill voice. It was actually the voice of a young woman. Heartless! Heartless! I want you to pay with your lives. I want all of you to die. Chu Wanning said. Evil ghost possession. He turned to Lord Chen and said, are you familiar with this voice? Lord Chen's lips trembled, his eyes rolled, and he swallowed nervously, I don't know. Taoist priest, help. Taoist priest, kill the evil spirit. At this time, Madam Chen had already rushed over. Chu Wanning raised his uninjured arm and pointed at Madam Chen. A thunderbolt struck down and trapped Madam Chen in the wizardry barrier. Chu Wanning turned back and looked at him coldly, you really don't know. Lord Chen said repeatedly, I really don't know. I really don't know. Chu Wanning didn't say anything more. He threw out Heaven's Inquisition and tied up Madame Chen in the wizardry barrier. He should have tied up Lord Chen, which would be more convenient and easier to interrogate. However, Chu Wanning had his own rules. His Heaven's Inquisition wouldn't easily interrogate ordinary people. So he gave up on the soft persimmon and went to interrogate the evil ghost in Madame Chen's body. Interrogating a ghost was different from interrogating a person. When Heaven's Inquisition interrogated a person, the person wouldn't be able to stand it and would speak. When Heaven's Inquisition interrogated a ghost, it would form a wizardry barrier where only Chu Wanning and the ghost could coexist. In the wizardry barrier, the ghost would revert to its appearance when it was alive and pass the information to Chu Wanning. Heaven's Inquisition suddenly ignited a flame. It went straight from his end to Madame Chen's end along the vine. The old madam let out a shriek and suddenly began to convulse. Immediately after, the scarlet flame on the willow vine turned into a ghostly blue, burning from the old madam's side to Chu Wanning's. Chu Wanning closed his eyes. The fire followed the willow vine all the way to his palm. However, the wisp couldn't hurt him. It continued to follow his arm to his chest, and then it was extinguished. The Chen family looked at the scene in front of them in horror. They didn't know what Chu Wanning was doing. Chu Wanning's eyelashes trembled slightly. His eyes were still closed, but a white light gradually appeared in front of him. Then, he saw a small foot as white as jade step out of the light. A girl about 17 or 18 years old appeared in his vision. 19, the young girl had fair skin, an oval-shaped face, and a pair of round eyes that were particularly alluring. She wore a light pink dress, and her hair was tied up in a bun. She looked like a young married woman. She rubbed her eyes blankly in the darkness and looked around. Where am I? Chu Wanning said, You're in the realm of truth that I've set up. The young girl was shocked and asked in panic, Who are you? Why is it so dark here? I can't see you. Who's talking? Chu Wanning said, Have you forgotten? You're already dead. The young girl's eyes widened, I'm already. Slowly, she remembered. She lowered her head and crossed her arms in front of her chest. There was no sign of movement. She muttered softly and murmured, I'm already dead, only souls can enter the realm of truth. Here, hatred will be eliminated. The dead, regardless of whether they become an evil ghost or an ordinary ghost, will retain their personality and appearance from when they were alive. This is called truth. The young girl was stunned for a moment, as though she was gradually recalling her past. Then, she suddenly lowered her head and wept silently. Chu Wanning asked, Do you have any grievances? The young girl sobbed, Are you the king of hell? Or the white impermanence? Are you here to redress my grievances? Chu Wanning facepalmed. I'm not the king of hell, nor am I the white impermanence. The young girl sobbed softly. Chu Wanning was silent for a moment. He waited for her to calm down a little before saying, But I'm here to redress your grievances. When the young girl heard this, she looked up with a mixture of joy and sorrow. Then you really are the king of hell? Chu Wanning decided not to continue this topic with her. Instead, he asked, Do you know what you did after you died? I don't know. I'm not very clear. I only remember that I was very sad, very sad. I wanted to take revenge. I wanted to find them, and I wanted to find him again. When one's soul had just been awakened, there were many things that could not be recalled, but it did not matter. Chu Wanning patiently asked her, Who are you looking for? The girl said softly, My husband, Chen Buohuan. Chu Wanning shivered. Chen Buohuan, wasn't that the name of the eldest son of the Chen family? He asked, What's your name? Where are you from? With Heaven's Inquisition's power poured into this illusory barrier, almost all the undead who came here would talk to Chu Wanning honestly. The girl replied, I am Luo Xianxian, from Colorful Butterfly Town. Before I came here, I looked through the files of Colorful Butterfly Town. This town has a total of more than 500 families, but there is no Luo family. Who is your father? The young girl slowly recalled all the details, and the grief in her eyes deepened. My father was a scholar in the village. He was a close friend of my father-in-law. A few years ago, he died of tuberculosis. After that, I was the only one left in the family. Then why did you die? The girl was stunned for a moment, and then she sobbed, I had no other choice but to die. They cheated me of the secret formula of the perfume powder left by my father. They beat me, scolded me, and threatened me to leave Colorful Butterfly Town. I am a weak woman, where else can I go? I don't have a single relative in this world. The world is so big, where can I go? Apart from the Yellow Springs and the underworld, is there anywhere else that can accommodate me? After she recalled what happened before her death, there seemed to be infinite pain and sadness in her heart, and she was eager to talk to someone. Even when Chu Wanning didn't ask her again, she slowly told the story by herself. It turned out that Luo Xianxian lost her mother when she was young. According to her father, she had an older brother, but her older brother was separated from them in the chaos of the lower cultivation world. After that, she never saw him again, and didn't know whether he was dead or alive. When her older brother was lost, Luo Xianxian was not yet a year old, and she was still in her swaddling clothes. Later, she tried to recall her older brother, but she still had no impression of him. Only Luo Xianxian and her father were left in the Luo family. The father and daughter depended on each other and drifted around. Finally, they built a small house in Colorful Butterfly Town and lived there. That year, Luo Xianxian was 5 years old. The eldest son of the Chen family, Chen Buohuan, was 2 years older than her. At that time, the Chen family was not rich yet, and several people in the family lived in a 2-bedroom mud hut. There was an orange tree by the low wall of the small courtyard, and it was full of fruit in autumn. The lush branches grew over the low wall and reached the yard of the Luo family. Luo Xianxian looked up, and the tangerines on the branches were like lanterns in the Lantern Festival. She was shy and introverted, so she didn't play with others. She always held a small stool and peeled edamame by herself. From time to time, she would look up and look at the tangerines in the yard of the Chen family. The tangerines were yellow and very attractive. Against the sunlight, they reminded people of the sweet and sour juices. Luo Xianxian looked at them eagerly, swallowing from time to time, and her cheeks were sore. But she didn't reach out to pick the tangerines. Her father was a scholar who couldn't keep up with his younger brother. He lost the exam, but he didn't lose his backbone. The scholar's brain was probably broken, and he always told his daughter to be a gentleman. Luo Xianxian knew at the age of 3 that she couldn't be blinded by wealth, and couldn't be moved by poverty. Although she coveted the tangerines, she never reached out to pick the tangerines that were close to her. One night, under the moonlight, Luo Xianxian was washing clothes in the yard, huffing and puffing. Her father was not strong, so he went to bed early. Poor children learned early. The little girl rolled up her sleeves, immersed her thin arms in the wooden bucket, and rubbed seriously with her face puffed up. Suddenly, there was a hoarse cough at the door, and a young man covered in blood staggered in and stared at her. The little girl was so scared that she even forgot to scream. The young man's face was dirty and bloody, but he was very handsome. The two of them were in a stalemate for a long time. Finally, the young man couldn't stand it anymore, and sat down slowly against the wall. He gasped and said in a hoarse voice, "Give me some water." Maybe it was because the young man didn't look like a bad guy, or maybe it was because Luo Xianxian was kind. Although she was scared, she still ran back to the house, got a cup of tea, and handed it to the young man. The young man didn't hesitate, and drank it all. After drinking, he wiped the corner of his mouth, opened his eyes, and stared at Luo Xianxian's pretty face. His eyes were a bit blank, and he didn't speak for a long time. He didn't speak, and Luo Xianxian didn't speak either. She just blinked her eyes timidly, and kept a safe distance from him. She held her hands and looked at the stranger. "You look like an old friend of mine." The young man suddenly opened his mouth, narrowed his eyes, and smiled gloomily. With the blood on his face, he looked really ferocious. "Especially your eyes, they are round, and they make people want to dig them out, stick them on their fingers, and swallow them one by one." The horrible words were said so calmly by him, and even with a smile. Luo Xianxian trembled even more, and subconsciously covered her eyes. The young man said, "Oh, you're smart, girl. Just cover your eyes, and don't stare at me. I can't control my hands." He spoke with a curly tongue and a northern accent. The moonlight shone in the yard. The young man licked his chapped lips, and suddenly saw the orange tree in the yard. For some reason, his eyes lit up, and there was a light in his eyes. The light was bright for a while, and then dim for a while. Then he raised his chin and said, "Girl. Luo Xianxian, pick an orange and peel it for me." Luo Xianxian finally spoke. Her voice was thin and trembling, but she didn't hesitate. "Big brother, this is not my fruit tree, it's someone else's. You can't pick it." The young man was stunned, and then his face slowly darkened as he thought of something. "I said you can pick it, so you can pick it. I want to eat the orange, so you pick it for me." The last sentence was so vicious that it sounded like it was crushed through his teeth and then spat out. Luo Xianxian trembled in fear, but still stood there stubbornly. The little girl was gentle, but deep down, she was the same as her rotten father. "I won't." The young man suddenly narrowed his eyes and arched his nose. His expression changed. "Stinky girl, do you know who you're talking to? If you want to drink water, I'll pour it for you. If you want to eat, there's still food at home. But the orange tree isn't mine, so I can't pluck it. Dad said that taking something without asking is considered stealing. I'm a gentleman. I want riches and honor, but I can't be lustful." In her nervousness, she blurted out the word fish. The half-grown little girl blushed and insisted on what her father had taught her. She stuttered and finally blurted out the entire sentence. However, under the gaze of the young man, she was already trembling uncontrollably and her legs were shaking. The young man was speechless. If it wasn't for the inappropriate timing, he would have heard such a little fellow, a little girl, say, "Taking without asking is stealing, riches and honor cannot be corrupted, and poverty cannot be moved, and I am a gentleman." He really couldn't help but laugh out loud. But he couldn't bring himself to laugh. On the contrary, there was a kind of intense resentment that soared to the heavens in his chest, driving Marpington, crushing his heart. "I hate people like you the most, the so-called." He supported himself against the wall and stood up shakily. He squeezed out 2 words from his lips. "Good people, gentlemen, heroes, and benevolent people." Under the horrified gaze of Luo Xianxian, he slowly moved his injured leg to the orange tree. He raised his head and almost greedily inhaled the scent of the orange tree. Then, a red light of hatred suddenly burst out from the bottom of his eyes. Before Luo Xianxian could react, he grabbed the tree and shook it violently. He kicked, and hit it. All the oranges on the branch fell to the ground and rolled to one side. The young man's smile was twisted, and he shouted without restraint, "What a good taking without asking is called stealing, what a good riches cannot be corrupted. Might and honor cannot be subdued. Big brother. What are you doing? Stop it now. Dad. Dad. Luo Xianxian didn't want to call him dad at first. Her dad was a weak scholar who couldn't help much even if he came out. But she was a little girl after all. Finally, she was scared and broke down. What are you shouting for? If your dad comes out, I'll cut him too. The little girl was scared out of her wits. There were tears in her round eyes. The Chen family next door went to visit relatives in the neighboring village. The whole family was not there, so no one stopped the little crazy. Little madman shook off all the oranges on the ground, but it was still not enough to vent his anger. He stomped on the ground a few times, crushing several fruits. Suddenly, with a sudden burst of strength, he jumped up and flipped over to the Chen family's courtyard. He found an axe and chopped down the entire tree in a few moves. Then he flipped back and laughed. Suddenly, he stopped laughing. He squatted on the ground and stared blankly. He suddenly turned his head and waved to Luo Xianxian. Girl, come here. Luo Xianxian didn't move. She stood there, her small cloth shoes embroidered with yellow flowers on the ground. The young man saw that she was hesitating, so he softened his tone and said as kindly as possible, come here. I have something good for you. I don't want. No, I don't want to. Luo Xianxian said in a low voice. Before she finished, the young man suddenly became fierce again. If you don't come, I'll go inside and chop your dad up. Luo Xianxian shuddered and finally moved towards him in small steps. The young man squinted at her. Hurry up. I don't have time to watch you dance. When Luo Xianxian was still a few steps away from him with her head lowered, he suddenly reached out and pulled her over. Luo Xianxian let out a scream, but the scream was violently blocked by something in her throat. The young man put an orange into her mouth. He didn't peel it or scrub it. He just put it in her mouth with mud. How could Luo Xianxian eat an orange in one bite? The young man tried to force it into her mouth, and the orange cracked and rotted. Half of her face was smeared with the pulp of the fruit. However, the lunatic was still grinning, crushing the fruit in her face and stuffing it into her mouth that she was trying to close. Aren't you a gentleman? You don't eat stolen food, right? Then what are you eating now? Huh? What are you eating now? Oh. No. I don't want. Daddy. Daddy, swallow it. The young man narrowed his eyes and put the last bit of fruit into Luo Xianxian's mouth. His eyes were shining, and he shuddered. Swallow it. She watched as Luo Xianxian was forced to swallow the orange and called out, Daddy, in a choked voice. The young man was silent for a while, and suddenly smiled. That smile was more terrible than his ferocious face. He touched Luo Xianxian's hair with satisfaction, squatted there, and said gently, Why are you calling me Daddy? Shouldn't you call me Big Brother? Is the orange I gave you sweet? Is it delicious? Then he picked up another one from the ground. This time, he did not force it into her mouth. He carefully peeled the orange peel and cleaned the sticky white strands little by little. Then, he wiped his hands, broke off a piece, and brought it to Luo Xianxian's lips. He said softly, If you like it, eat some more. Luo Xianxian knew that she had met a mentally deranged person today. She had no choice but to lower her head and silently eat the orange handed to her by the lunatic. The sweet and sour juice melted in her throat, and her stomach churned. The young man squatted there and fed her the orange piece by piece. Suddenly, he seemed to be in a good mood and even began to hum a song. His voice was rough and hoarse, like a broken wind basket. She couldn't hear him clearly, and only a few words floated into Luo Xianxian's ears. 3 or 4 petals fall in the pond, 1 or 2 strings ring on the shore. It's best to be young and weak, to see the end of the world, he suddenly said, Little girl. Tsk, he curled his lips and held Luo Xianxian's little face. Let me see your eyes. Luo Xianxian's hair trembled, and she couldn't resist. She could only let the young man look at her carefully. His bloody fingers touched her eyelids inch by inch. You really look like them, he said. Luo Xianxian closed her eyes, sobbing. She was really afraid that this lunatic would pluck off her 2 ears on a whim like plucking fruits. But the young man didn't pick them. He just said to her coldly, "Didn't you teach me that I can't be corrupted by wealth and I can't be moved by poverty? Big brother also has something to say to you. Wu, open your eyes." Luo Xianxian closed her eyes tightly. The young man laughed and said hoarsely, "I'm not going to pick your eyes, open them." "Do you think I can't pick your eyes if you don't open them?" Luo Xianxian had no choice but to open her round eyes. Her long eyelashes trembled, and large drops of tears flowed down her cheeks. She didn't know how the frightened and pitiful expression on her face pleased this young man of unknown origin. He suddenly let go of the hand that was pinching her cheek. His hand hung in the air, and then he gently patted her head. He stared into her eyes, and a trembling smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. His smile was 7 parts twisted, 2 parts ferocious, and 1 part sad. He said, "There are men in Lini, but their hearts are dead." After that, he turned around and disappeared into the darkness. Only the mess on the ground showed that such a person had been here in the middle of the night, covered in blood. 20. The next morning, the Chens came back from a visit and saw that the orange tree in the yard had fallen and the oranges were all over the ground. There were not many other houses nearby, and only the Luo family lived close to them. Thinking of how Luo Xianxian looked at the oranges every day, the Chens were immediately sure, the unlucky Luo Xianxian must have stolen the oranges. Not only did she steal the oranges, but she also cut down their orange tree out of jealousy. The Chens immediately complained to Luo Shusheng. Luo Shusheng couldn't stand such humiliation. He immediately called his daughter over and asked her angrily if she stole the oranges. Luo Xianxian cried and said no. He asked her again if she cut the tree. Luo Xianxian still said no. He asked her again if she ate the oranges. Luo Xianxian didn't know how to lie, so she said yes. Before she could explain, she was ordered to kneel down by her angry father. In front of the Chens, her father beat her with a ruler and said, "An adopted daughter is worse than a man. How could you do such a thing at such a young age? What a joke. You disgraced your father. You have to face the wall for 3 days to reflect on yourself and turn over a new leaf. Dad, it wasn't me. It really wasn't me. How dare you talk back?" No one believed her. Although the lower cultivation world was chaotic, the colorful butterfly town was an exception. This town had always been simple and honest. They didn't close their doors at night. A crazy person covered in blood came in the middle of the night. Who would believe that? Luo Xianxian's small hands were beaten until the skin and flesh were broken. The few people from the Chen family looked on coldly. Only the oldest boy among them tugged at the corner of his mother's clothes, looking like he wanted to say something but stopped. His mother ignored him, and there was nothing he could do about it. His small face wrinkled, and he stood to the side, unwilling to continue watching. At night, Luo Xianxian didn't dare to go back to her room. She squatted under the eaves and stood as punishment. Her father was a scholar and couldn't tolerate stealing. He was also sour and stubborn. It was useless to talk to him because he didn't listen to her explanation. Luo Xianxian, who had been hungry all day, felt dizzy. Suddenly, someone called her in a low voice, "Sister Luo." Luo Xianxian turned around and saw a well-defined head sticking out from the edge of the mud wall. It was the eldest son of the Chen family, Chen Buohuan, who had tried to help her during the day. Chen Buohuan looked left and right to make sure there was no one around, so he quickly flipped over the wall. He had a hot steamed bun in his arms, and without any explanation, he stuffed it into her hands. I see you've been standing under this wall all day and haven't eaten anything. Here's a steamed bun for you, eat it quickly. Luo Xianxian was shy by nature. She had lived here for several months, but she hadn't talked much with her neighbor. Now that she suddenly looked at him so closely, she couldn't help but take 2 steps back and hit her head on the wall. But she still stuttered, I can't take it. Daddy won't let me. He said. He was incoherent for a long time, unable to form a complete sentence. Chen Buohuan said, Aya, your father only knows how to talk all day long. Why do you care so much about him? You'll get sick if you're hungry like this. Eat it, or it'll get cold. The steamed bun was white and tender, and it was very soft, with steam coming out. Luo Xianxian lowered her head and stared at it for a while, swallowing her saliva. He was really starving. She didn't care about being a gentleman. She grabbed the steamed bun, lowered her head, and ate it. After a while, she finished it. After eating, she raised her round eyes and said to Chen Buohuan, I didn't cut down the orange trees, and I didn't want to steal them. Chen Buohuan was stunned, and slowly smiled, yes. But they don't believe me. Under such a disdainful gaze, Luo Xianxian's heart slowly melted, and her grievances melted like ice. She cried, opened her mouth, and wiped her tears, they don't believe me. I didn't steal. I didn't steal. Chen Buohuan patted her in a hurry, I know you didn't steal. Aya, you stood under the tree every day and never took an orange. If you wanted to steal, you would have done it a long time ago, it wasn't me. It wasn't me. She cried even harder, and snot and tears fell together. Chen Buohuan patted her, it wasn't you, it wasn't you. The 2 children became familiar with each other just like that. Later, there was a murder case in a neighboring village. It was said that a few nights ago, a blood-soaked bandit had entered a house and wanted to sleep in one of the rooms. The owner of the house did not agree, so the bandit stabbed the whole family to death. Then, in the house full of corpses, he slept leisurely and only left the next day in the morning. So what if he left? He even stained the wall with blood and wrote a long article about what he had done, as if he didn't want the world to not know about such a bad person. This news spread like wildfire, and soon, it spread to colorful Butterfly Town. It was the night when Luo Xianxian said she met Crazy Big Brother. Luo Shusheng and the Chen family were all speechless. After the misunderstanding was solved, the 2 families began to interact more frequently. The Chen couple saw that Luo Xianxian was very cute, a little beauty, and diligent and sensible. They thought that it would be difficult to find a better daughter-in-law with their family background, so they decided to arrange a marriage between Chen Buohuan and Luo Xianxian. When they reached marriageable age, they would officially hold a wedding banquet. Luo Shusheng saw that his daughter and Chen Buohuan were childhood sweethearts, so he gladly agreed. Days passed by. If it wasn't for Luo Shusheng's love for art and incense, the Chen and Luo families would have lived in poverty and peace like they had expected at the beginning. But the bad thing was that Luo Shusheng accidentally found 100 butterfly incense powder. Although the smell of this powder was not special, and it was not much different from the ordinary spices in town, it had an advantage that ordinary spices couldn't have. It would linger for 100 days, and its fragrance would never fade away. The fragrance of 100 butterfly incense powder lasted for a long time, and the fragrance did not dissipate easily. It was a good and cheap thing that ordinary people wanted. Luo Shusheng said, everything is inferior, but studying is the best. Although he found the powder, he was not willing to sell it. He thought that it would lower his status. If he didn't sell it, there would naturally be others who wanted it. Mrs. Chen tried several times to get the recipe from Luo Shusheng and encourage him to open a shop, but she was rejected. After a few times, Mrs. Chen felt embarrassed and never mentioned it again. But in her heart, she firmly remembered this. When Luo Xianxian was 10 years old, an opportunity came. Luo Shusheng, a sickly person, had tuberculosis. After struggling for a few days, he died. As Luo Xianxian's in-laws, although their daughter was not married yet, there was still friendship between them. So, she helped with the funeral and was busy. Luo Xianxian was grateful, but she didn't know that Mrs. Chen had secretly taken the recipe for the incense powder when she was packing up Luo Shusheng's belongings. That night, Mrs. Chen was full of excitement under a bean oil lamp. She went over to read the recipe with excitement. But after a glance, she was dumbfounded. Luo Shusheng's calligraphy was elegant and graceful. She stared at it for a long time, but couldn't understand a single word. She had no choice but to quietly put the recipe back. After a few months, when Luo Xianxian calmed down, she called her daughter to the house for dinner. In the chat, she accidentally mentioned the fragrance of butterflies. Luo Xianxian thought that it was useless to keep the recipe at home. Her mother-in-law was so good to her. If she wanted it, she would give it to her. So, she found her father's belongings and helped Mrs. Chen identify the words. Little by little, she sorted out the precise recipe. Mrs. Chen was wild with joy. After she got the recipe, she began to plan with her husband to open a shop. Of course, at that time, she still cherished this gentle and sensible daughter-in-law. Luo Xianxian was getting more and more beautiful. Although her family was unfortunate, her appearance was 1 in 100. Many young men in the town began to pay attention to her. A long night was fraught with problems. Mrs. Chen thought that she had to get this done quickly. However, Luo Xianxian had just lost her father. According to the custom of colorful Butterfly Town, if one's parents died, one could not marry for 3 years. How could Mrs. Chen wait 3 years? She racked her brains and thought of a solution. One day, Luo Xianxian was braiding the hair of the little sister of the Chen family. The little girl was very close to her. All day long, Luo Xianxian would follow her around like a little tail. Mrs. Chen walked into the courtyard and called Luo Xianxian into the inner hall. She said to her, "Xianxian, you and Bo Huan were childhood sweethearts. You were engaged to him. Now that your father is gone, you're all alone. It's not easy for you to live. Originally, you were supposed to marry into our family this year. But the rule of 3 years of mourning here is so tiring that you can't get married. Auntie was thinking, if you wait 3 years, how old will you be?" Luo Xianxian lowered her head and didn't say anything. But she was smart enough to guess Mrs. Chen's next words. Her cheeks turned slightly red. Sure enough, Mrs. Chen continued. "It's hard and tiring to live alone. How about this? You marry me first. We'll close the door and pray to heaven and earth. We won't tell outsiders first. If others ask, you can say that you are living with Auntie so that we can take care of each other. This way, you will complete the ritual and won't be criticized. It will also make your old father feel at ease. When the 3 years are up, we will hold a grand wedding for you too. What do you think?" Her words sounded like she was thinking for Luo Xianxian. Luo Xianxian was not a bad person. She didn't think badly of others, so she agreed. Later, the Chen family became rich by selling the 100 butterfly fragrance powder. They moved out of the old house and bought a large piece of land in town. They renovated the house and became a big family. Luo Xianxian became a person who hid in the shadows of the big family and rarely showed herself. People in town thought that Luo Xianxian was living in the Chen family because of Mrs. Chen's kindness. They didn't know that she and Chen Buohuan were married. Although she felt wronged, Luo Xianxian only thought that her mother-in-law was doing this for her own good. So she didn't complain. Plus, Chen Buohuan was sincere to her, so the couple lived a happy life. After 3 years, everything would return to normal. However, Luo Xianxian didn't get married officially. The Chen family's business was getting bigger and bigger. Plus, Chen Buohuan was handsome. Not only in colorful Butterfly Town, but also in several other towns, the daughters of the big family started to have ideas about young Master Chen. After a while, Mrs. Chen's mind became active. She set up this marriage because she thought that she couldn't find a good wife in a peasant family. So she was anxious to tie Luo Xianxian down. Who would have thought that the Chen family would one day prosper? At this time, when she looked back at Luo Xianxian again, she felt that this girl was not good-looking enough. She was not smart enough. She was as dumb as her dead-headed father. No matter how she looked at her, she did not like her. She regretted it a little. But the appearance of Miss Yao changed her, a little, to a lot. Miss Yao is the daughter of the county magistrate. She loves military attire. One day, she was riding a horse on her way back from hunting. When she passed by a fragrance powder shop, she picked out a few fragrant powders. Who would have thought that instead of the fragrance powder, she saw a handsome young man who was busy in the hall. That young man was none other than Luo Xianxian's husband, Chen Buohuan.